Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Krim, and he's got the clutch!
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my God, inside!
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my God!
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre!
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors! He snapped on 2!
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Captain
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving!
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction!
This is the finals of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Only one team will take home the grand prize.
It is a beautiful day, especially
Yes,
over
it
there
is.
in Columbus, Ohio. Well, over here in Columbus, Ohio, at the Malone Gaming Arena. And guess what? This is just indubitably going to be an amazing day. Shout out to Clayster for that one, because hey, it's Championship Sunday. But not only that, but I'm giving life right now. It is Mother's Day, and this is just going to be phenomenal.
This is going to be a fantastic day. I mean, we're down to 4 teams, a single elimination. Somebody's walking home with $100,000 today, and it wouldn't be a Call of Duty tournament without drama. There's been some crazy upsets and potentially more today, Veli.
Yep, and taking a look at that arena right now, you see the boys prepped and ready to get into the games, and trust me, I'm ready for it to start right now as well. We got the top 4, and the basis between these teams and the teams that didn't make it is great right now, and we're yet to see who the best team in Call of Duty League is so far, but hopefully we find out very soon. Me, you guys already know the deal. I'm your host, Veli. Right here, we got Big Brain Allie. We also got the OG GOAT Nameless, and Allie. How you feeling today? There's a lot going on.
There's so much going on, but the matches are so exciting, Val. I did not expect OpTic Texas to make it here with this sub. What is it with swapping a player in last minute and just frying everybody?
And just working, yeah.
Matter. Nameless, how you feeling today, man? We're gonna crown the champion once again, and we said, $100,000 up for grabs.
I love Call of Duty. I feel absolutely amazing. Like, I'm so excited for this first match. On one end, you have the Toronto Ultra, who have seemingly figured it out, and then you have New York, who pick up Kismet, last-minute change, and they have been frying in every game mode, so it's going to be a lit day.
But the biggest story so far from this whole event right now, we got to headline it. OpTic Texas were able to upset the Atlanta Faze. You heard that right. The esports team of the year 2021, by the way, and they did it in such great fashion with the sub-in for their IGL.
I mean, I'll be honest, I just really did not think OpTic was going to run away with that. I mean, even after the first map, I was like, oh, this series is done, 3-0. I'm in the green room. I'm like talking to them like, OpTic, they got a sub, they need Illy. But the Search and Destroys, Faze cannot beat them there. Like, going into the series, Faze was 4-11 map count against OpTic. No different in this one. They got beat.
That's the 3rd time they've lost to Berlin SD to close that series. They lost it in both grand finals, and now they lost it to OpTic with a sub. And General was doing incredible. Everybody across the board was going off their own respective ways. You heard OpTic talking about how they were just planning to try and take the control. They lose the control, but they win the Tuscan hardpoint. 5 points differential. It was an insane series.
Right, and Nameless, you know what it takes to play at the top, man. And the fact that General had to step in for Illy, a championship team and a championship player, right? And perform like that to beat one of the best teams in the league, and arguably the best team in the league, he made a statement.
He really did. And what's tough about it is, like, he plays a different role. When we talked to Scum, he sort of talked about how General, like, he runs a flex, he pulls out the sub more often sometimes than Illy does, and it's very tough to come in and fill a player like that shoes. And then the rest of the team dynamic as well. You've heard Ali all weekend talking about the in-game leader in Illy. Well, he's not there, so they had to figure it out. So Rambo and the boys, they cooked up a good plan, especially in the Search and Destroys. The retakes were phenomenal, and General was doing his thing. I mean, he was second in the team in overall damage throughout that series. That That's versus Atlanta Faze. How many scrims has Jordan General played against pro teams in this game? I can tell you, not very many. It's probably only been this weekend. So big shout out to him. I can't express my admiration for that enough.
Right. Scump was saying how there was 8 games of prep before they got into this. As a matter of fact, we actually caught up with him during that interview where he says that plus a lot more. Let's go ahead and hear it out.
I mean, it's a huge difference. Jordan plays a literally completely different role than Ender, so we've been just trying to make him comfortable within our system. And I mean, that's obviously showed in the Florida match. We had probably about 8 maps total played with Jordan. So it was pretty tough because we played our first match with Ender, just throwing Jordan back in after not practicing with them for a couple days. But he's really meshed well. He's doing really well on the comms. He's directing a lot of traffic as well. So he's just been really great so far. And, we're just trying to build on whatever we can at this point, until Ender gets back to healthy. So it was a big win. I don't know how we did it, but here we are.
Hey, shout out to Illy, shout out to General, shout out to OpTic Texas and the entire OpTic fan base right there. But you know what? Allie and I, we love upsets. We annoy Nameless all the time. We keep up with the hot takes, and the beauty about this year is that they just keep on coming. Let's take a look at the bracket so far, and Allie, I wouldn't have guessed that this would be the final 4 we were going to be left.
Absolutely not. Nope, I would have gotten nowhere close to this, but I'm so happy that it is. We have the LA Thieves coming off a big win yesterday. Now they just need to find some consistency. But again, OpTic's riding the high off of beating Atlanta Faze 3-2, something absolutely nobody expected. And then the new look New York Subliners versus the Toronto Ultra that might have figured out hardpoint finally once again. I mean, both these matches are going to be huge.
So it's pretty much Subliners showing the league that they're the real deal, right? But also the resurgence of Toronto Ultra plus the Los Angeles Thieves. This is beautiful. But let's take a look at the schedule to see the last remaining matches of the Pro-Am Classic.
Oh, yeah, baby.
We're going to kick off the day with NYSL versus Toronto Ultra, where Nameless and I was just talking about how that game is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be lit. Toronto Ultra, they look so much better. Teamwork was there. That Berlin really was a big indicator that they figured out their hard point. And then for the New York Subliners, these guys have been lights out in every game mode. Paul X was the answer, but Kismet was the final puzzle piece because these guys have proved it to me that they can contend with the top teams in this game.
He was a kiss to seal the deal, baby. But let's also take a look at what these teams are playing for. This isn't just bragging rights. Even though that's sweet, you know what's even sweeter? $100,000. And the difference between first place and second place, look at the obeisance of it, right? That's 50 big right there. Allie, what would you do with that much money?
That's a whole lot of cash, in honor of the holidays. Yeah, I'd maybe give my mom something nice, something from some Mother's Day gifts, like Ann said, show them some love.
50K is a Tesla. But also, speaking about mothers, big shout out to all the moms out there. We love you. You're so beautiful. Happy Mother's Day. And all year long, we've been represented by them. We saw it with Mama Dash. She had Major One, where she saw her son take it all in MVP fashion, right? And you know what? It was followed up by Major 2 when we saw Mama Spart represent her son and the Los Angeles Guerrillas as they upset the entire event. Nameless.
She got a tattoo.
She got a tattoo.
She got an LAG tattoo afterwards, and it was dope, man. It was clean. There's nothing like motherly support. But Allie,
this is my mom and my grandma. Happy Mother's Day, guys. My mom wasn't a big gamer until I really got into it. I actually on stream taught her how to play Fortnite, and now she even has her own setup at home with my dad. So happy Mother's Day. I love you. Thank you so much for supporting me and what I love to do.
Shout out to the gamer moms. Coming up next, Nameless, you was a cute kid, man. What happened?
The fam. Oh, what happened? No, there's me, my grandma, grandpa, my sister. Yeah, my grandma supported me, sent me to all my first Call of Duty events, man. And I'm so glad that she did. She supported me from day one in gaming, and it worked out. So shout out, grandma.
I want to give a big shout out to a special woman in my life that gave birth, and shout out to Bella. Happy Mother's Day, Bella, right there.
Shout out, Bella.
Yo, look at the little thickums in the middle picture right there. But yeah, she gave me 14 beautiful puppies, and shout out to her. But also, shout out to the crew moms. We're talking about everybody in production sharing the pictures about the beautiful mothers, and I love it. This is so wholesome.
This is so cute.
Yeah, these are the moms that bred the wonderful people that make this show possible. Everybody in the back right now doing the hard stuff to make sure we have an entertaining time. So shout out to the crew and shout out to all their moms.
I love it. Hey, all of you at home, thank you for tuning in so far. Once again, if you're a mom, shout out to you. Call your moms, text them, give them kisses and hugs today, all right? But on the other side of this break, we're going to talk about the matches that are yet to come. And also, we're going to get into the first game of the day, so we'll catch you on the other side. Don't be gone for long. Run out, kiss your mom, and come right back. We'll catch you soon for the finale of the CDL Pro-Am Classic.
cameras up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm forgetting in the vicinity.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Krim, and he's got the clutch.
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my God, inside.
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my God.
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors. He stepped on 2.
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Leading the lobby. Captain Mario's in this.
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving.
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction.
This is the finals of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Only one team will take home the grand prize.
Hi, hello, welcome back. You're beautiful. We love you. Big shout out to Belong Gaming Arena in Columbus, Ohio, by the way. They give us some merch and also an all-access pass where me, Ali, and Nameless, we plan on turning up there, right?
Absolutely. We're going to go smoke some
I'm gonna
fools.
start
of Call of
yelling
Duty.
kids Atlanta again.
Yeah, Ali gets like channeling my inner beast there, so I might start yelling too.
I can't wait to be y'all hard carry. But about the first series of the day, check this out. Toronto Ultra, you know, they ran into some bumps in the road and now they find themselves in the top 4 looking right at the championship game if they can overcome the challenge versus the New York Subliners. And while we're on that topic, right, I want to give a big shout out to that entire organization because they've led by example. We've seen a plethora of team changes this year and they have had the most successful ones, by the way. So shout out to them, shout out to Crim 6 and also the young gunners on that roster. But talking about them, by the way, Nameless, New York, Kismet, Crim 6, Paco, like Paul is always the answer. This team keeps on impressing me, and there's always something new.
Yeah, it's been so much. You know, you look at their hard point, it's just been lights out, especially the bow cage. And then also this team in round 11's 4-0 in Search and Destroy. And in round 11, they've been absolutely frying there. The composure is once again, like, it's pivotal to this team because they go down to the wire. And before they were folding, they were losing, they were making mistakes. And now they're clutching up. We talked to Crim in the interview, and he was like, I don't even have to do anything. Everybody's just playing so good. And, you know, it's a testament to the system that they have in place. It's working finally, and this is the philosophy that they wanted to approach Call of Duty with in the last couple of months, but they didn't have the roster to do it. Now they have Kismet, and things are working out.
I want to give a big shout out to the PP boys. We got Paco and Paul X, and those boys have been tearing it up ever since they started teaming with each other on this lineup. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Ali, what you got for us?
Listen, Billy, I don't think anybody wants to be called the PP boys, but keep the S&D ice flowing. 4-0 in S&D this weekend, and they're all in round 11 fashion. So keep that ice in your veins. And Vito Berlin controlled Toronto's 3-0 on it this weekend. I can look at the series layout right now and promise you Berlin is not in that lineup. Slow down Toronto's offense on Desert Siege. Toronto's winning 65% of their offenses on Desert Siege. That's going to be map 2 heading into this series once again. Maybe try to take the S&D early. Don't force yourself into that round 11 situation because this is not the team you want to do it against.
Right, and when it comes to New York Subliners, I mean, they showed us for the first time this year that they have killer instinct, and we saw it on Gavutu in that last control round. But also, Toronto Ultra, big shout out to them as well. They didn't make any changes, but they worked out their issues, and now they're finding themselves one game away from the championship game. And this team, I mean, Allie, they're looking really good. I hope they go back to form.
I'm right there with you. Toronto was one of those special situations where you couldn't pinpoint one player being the issue like you could with the NYSL roster, right? They knew what was going on, but for Toronto, they just couldn't figure it out. Now they've had a month and they've come back and they're winning hard points, right? That is what we all wanted to hear when it came to this Toronto Ultra squad. And it's been in the likes of Kleenex and Cammy just popping off as a duo in Respawn. And the rest of these are still looking clean across the board. So expectations incredibly high for this Toronto Ultra squad. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and what do they got to do versus the New York Subliners?
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one for Ultra. They're playing Bocage map 1, and they've lost 4 of the last 5 Bocages that they're playing. They're going up against New York, who 4-0 in Bocage this weekend. So they've been playing great there. So a little bit of an ego chow to get rid of it. Well, I guess they didn't. So that's your first key. And then need a big series out of Kleenex 1.05, KD this weekend, Hydra 1.17. Just sort of showing you how good the SMGs have been playing on New York. You need Kleenex to keep up that aggression, but also win his ones as well. That's going to be important. And take the Tuscan Hardpoint NYSL 0-7 this season. Haven't played it with the new roster. So if NYSL let that through, that's the map that they're going to have to take.
This is going to be the biggest test to Toronto Ultra for the fact that they've just had this type of rebirth, right? And they're looking good on hardpoint. But the question is, can they overcome the challenge sent to them by the New York Subliners, who seems to be the most efficient and successful hardpoint team in the game currently, right? And when it comes to talent pick'ems, I'm going to let you guys know. Now, hey, shout out to Zany, by the way, for the blue blockers, because I'm seeing clear, and I think New York Subliners are going to make it to the finals for the first time this year.
You know what? Shout out to Zeny. Also, I call them the blue blockers, also the hater blockers. Let me get those glasses, because I got to look right at Allie with these, because I know that she's going to pick Toronto in this series. So I got these rocking as well.
Allie, tell us why you picked Toronto. What's going down, girl?
Listen, I have a lot of faith in the squad. I know that Bocage looks a little bit scary as the first map of the series, but I think even if they lose it, as long as Kleenex and Cammy get their confidence up, the later half of the series goes incredibly in their favor. So I love you, New York. I love what you're doing, but I think Toronto's going to get back in form.
By the way, you two look beautiful with those glasses on. But, ladies and gentlemen, okay, this casting pair should be excited as anything for this matchup, because we got Lando and Steady, and Steady being a resident New Yorker. Hey, yo, Steady, how hype are you going to get if they win?
Come on, man. NYSL so far undefeated this weekend. They just got to continue the trend. Like you said, Belly, we going to the finals, and it starts with this match here. Can't hear you.
We're muted. Hey, we're good, Jay. We're good. I was muted for a moment, but we're all good. Tell you what, man, this is going to be a phenomenal match. Like, I know you're obviously super stoked with the Subliners. They are unbelievable. Jay, am I still muted?
There you go.
I'm here.
There you go. There you go. It's all right.
Hey, listen, I gotta press like 4 buttons.
It's okay.
To make sure that I'm not unmuted. What I was trying to say to you, Jay, was I'm happy for you, buddy. Your team's doing great.
They're doing good.
Your team's looking solid, man.
Looking solid, baby. New York is repping right now.
How about this guy Kismet? I mean, tell you what, man, these guys have absolutely fried since he has been in the lineup. And then what, man? It feels like you got one team that's showing us that roster changes work, the other one showing us that maybe you don't have to make a roster change necessarily to see some success. A massive moment right now for both of these rosters as they look to try and make it into the finals, which will be going down later today. But folks, we also got to talk about it. Not only is it Championship Sunday, but it's also Mother's Day. A massive shout out to all the moms out there. If you have a mother-like figure in your life, make sure to let her know, obviously, that you care, that you're super excited to obviously have her in your life. And like, look at that, man. Take a look at that. You got my mom off to the left, Jay. I know it's a little bit of a different day for your brother, but I know that your mom is so proud of you, man.
Oh, yeah. Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful moms out there. I know my mom, she's looking from the clouds. I'm going to continue to make her proud. And I don't know. This is just hard for me to touch on. Let's bring it back. I don't want to see this anymore. It's going to have me crying. I don't want to cry today. No. I'm not crying today, but happy Mother's Day to all the moms.
Maybe some tears of joy. Maybe some tears of joy if New York is able to take this series. But I mean, let's get into the bones of this, man. I mean, like I said, it's an interesting series. You've got 2 rosters. I mean, really all 4 teams. I would say it's fair to say nobody really expected to be here, but specifically New York with the roster change. You've got Toronto Ultra that just came off of a top 12 placement at the Major 2 tournament. It's crazy to see that both these rosters are here. How'd they do it?
It's insane, man. Toronto Ultra, they get it done yesterday by winning 2 of their 3 matches in pool play. They lose that match to Atlanta Faze, but they were able to make that bracket. Now they went up against a tough team in Florida yesterday, who I thought before we even casted this series that Florida, they were looking way too strong in respawns for Toronto Ultra to stand a chance, but they were able to take that search and destroy, followed up by that control, and the biggest thing had to be the hard point. The fact that they looked so beautiful, so fluent, everything was connecting on that Berlin hard point yesterday. Florida simply didn't have an answer. And then for the side of NYSL, it's just been a smoke show every single series. They've been getting BOKAJ. We're going to have it here on map number 1. So far this weekend, they're sitting at 4-0 on that one. But when if they get to that Tuscan hardpoint, that's where it gets scary because they're 0-7 on that map, have yet to find a win there.
Yeah, it's like you have that trade-off, right? Where you're New York. It's like, okay, we do have the Tuscan hardpoint in game 4, but we do have the BOKAJ where we have been unbelievable on. Jay, in regards to the vetoes, I gotta say, are you surprised that we do see BOKAJ here considering how great New York have looked?
I am a little bit, but I'm also happy to see that New York did their homework and they did not want to play them on Berlin, because the way that Florida got handled by Toronto yesterday, it was clean. Their bad hills turned into their good hills. So the fact that they were putting in the work definitely showed on that map. You probably don't want to test it out there, but the fact that they got the BOKAJ, number 1, you see the records, 4-0. They're averaging, beating people by almost 90 points, and their overall KD is a 1.07. So this is a mixy map to start us off in this series. I think whoever takes this map number 1 is going to be the closer of this one.
Okay, well, there you have it. The statement is out there, and I'll tell you what, man, en route to what has been an unbelievable performance on BOKAJ hardpoint, it's actually kind of surprising, right? It is Crimsix, Porterhouse lead the way in KD on BOKAJ hardpoint. It's got like a 1.22. He and Paco have been absolute menaces here, but as you said it, you got to be taking a look really at the Toronto Ultra as well. They decide to play this. It's talked about whether it's kind of an ego pick, what have you. They're going to have to battle it out, and we'll see if they can continue to walk away with some hard points, but they're going to have to handle business. A quick 4-0 start there for Hydra as he gets dropped.
And this is good work from NYSL. They're going to be spawning on the backside. So neither one of these squads finding time off of this P1 is going to be massive. This game 1 is definitely probably going to come down to game clock. Not even hitting that 250-point mark just based off of what we've seen at P1. But that's going to be Toronto Ultra finding 3 kills in the feed. They're able to secure these spawns for that P2. And for this hill specifically, they have an 100% hold rate when they're set up properly. So this is a money hill for Toronto.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Money hill for most teams, and especially for the boys in purple. The nice shot from Cammy, ripping Crimsix off the head glitch as Hydra once more sees victory at the end of a gunfight. Now sitting at 7-2. Jay, I mean, obviously we've already seen it early. By the way, no team has yet to get over 5 seconds. Okay, there you go, Toronto, finally. But the amount of the Subliners players that you're gonna have to deal with if you're Toronto. I mean, what? It used to just be Hydra. Now it feels like it's everybody.
It's everyone because Paul X, he is not missing. I'm pretty sure when I was looking at the stats before today started, out of the players that are still in the tournament, Paul X is leading in the top KD with an overall 1.17. So ever since he's entered this lineup alongside Hydra, that trio of Crimsix, Hydra, and Paul have really just been turning heads. And then when you add a player like Kismet to the team, an S&D specialist, you can just tell that they've been finding a lot of success so far this weekend. 4-0, round 11s in Search and Destroy. Insane stat from that young man.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Toronto, they had the spawns. We entered into that hard point at 5-0. New York still with a, I guess, an advantage. It's not big by any means, but it is an advantage nonetheless as 4 get wiped away instantly there from the Ultra boys. Not only do they find the 4-piece, but they also will find the spawns to kick off Grandma's.
And that's a huge break coming in from the Ultra because now it's going to force all of NYSL to try to get the break on in. Kismet trying to do everything he can from the top, but Crimsix and Hydra are able to find 2. Cammy does get traded by Hydra, and Hydra's literally all over the map right now. One more player spawning in the back. They take care of him. Now with 25 seconds remaining, NYSL have the spawns. They should be able to at least get a good chunk of time over this remaining 25 seconds, but you see Ultra, they're still trying to put on pressure knowing that they had those spawns for P4.
And how often, buddy, did we talk about on BOKAJ? You know, you rely so heavily on the communication and little plays like that. You see Hydra, you see Kismet, you see Paul, even Crim getting into the mix to help support that break. And I tell you what, man, one of the biggest positives that the New York Subliners have talked about with this new team is the communication, specifically from the new guy Kismet.
Yeah, Kismet, he's a big answer because keep in mind, when you're playing a lot of S&D, it all comes down to communication. So when you can transition that into your respawn, it's not like Kismet is brand new to this. He was a pro before. When the very first year of the CDL, he was on Paris Legion, then eventually finds himself back with the NYSL. So now it's all about you're playing with the GOAT of Call of Duty in Crim6. You want to try to impress this guy the most, so you're going to do everything above and beyond, give a little bit more comms, probably be a little bit more aggressive, and so far it's been working for the team.
Yeah, it feels like everything really has just been working out for the Subliners, whether it's walking away with hard points, close search destroy victories. I mean, they're coming up clutch. They beat Paris Legion yesterday on Bocage hardpoint while getting outslayed. They also get outslayed in the series. The communication is on point. It just feels like that one move in particular has absolutely rocketed the Subliners into everybody's power rankings. I know while the Pro-Am isn't based off of points, you've got to look out for this team when it comes down to Major 3. A great start through our first 4 hills, as now we head toward River for P5. Ultra are going to be here, but could it be another break spearheaded by Paul? At least not for now.
Not for now, but Crim6 is at least able to find 2. So now it's going to open up that pinch to come in from Hydra as he's going to work his way into tunnel. Can he find the timing? But when he decides to hit the nade comes in, Kismet and Hydra are able to team up and get 3 down. Last player up is going to be towards back tower, but now Hydra, he has the pressure on. He knows that the spawn is still coming in from the backside for the Ultra boys. 30 seconds remaining on this time. Hydra not missing, already on a 3 spree.
Oh, what a great battle it was. What a great battle it was. He silences Kleenex. That'll be a fight to look out for throughout this series. The battle of Hydra versus Kleenex. Paco takes him down, and from there, you see the effects in the score so far. Toby, Tobias off to a 9 and 19 start. Thankfully, he's able to find a few there. But I mean, when we talk about these up close and personal fights, arguably, Jay, the reason why Toronto Ultra plays this map versus New York, despite all of the amazing stats, is because they rely on this man here.
Yeah, you definitely rely on Kleenex. He's your most aggressive player. I'm pretty sure on this map alone, he's sitting at a 1.02 compared to Hydra, who's like a 1.18. So you need this guy to step up if you want to have a chance on this map, because NYSL, they're just doing a great job of just finding kill after kill. They're not worried about picking up a lot of this time, and just pay attention to that game clock. 2 minutes and 44 seconds still remaining. NYSL finally are going to be able to shut it down, but look at the spawns coming in for New York. They're going to be full of setup for that P2 as long as they don't die off the rotation. Well,
yeah, this is, I was gonna say, it's a scary situation for a moment. Few kills start to come in. We'll be taking a look toward the far left side of your screen. Ultra do break into P1, but it still will be the Subliners with the advantage heading in toward that next hard point, which, as we know on Bocage, can be one that is decently fruitful. The nice long range shots come through from Porter. Crim nearly with 2 will help give his teammates the 2 pieces. It will be the overall trade favoring the side of Toronto, and maybe it could be time for the Great Dane to wake on up, barking his way instantly toward the base of the Subliners, trying to stay up and really just trying to keep this game afloat. Again, if this hard point, a full 60 of it goes the opposite direction, that could be game over already. Toby doing what he can, hands over that hill. Time now to Bance as the Ultra hold on and are nearly, what, 20 points away from getting back in this game. But just like that, Paul answers with 4 in a row.
Yeah, that was a great hold from the Ultra for the first 20 seconds there. But the only thing is they never tried to flip those spawns. NYSL were trapped in the back. All they needed was one clean break, and they find it as Paul X eventually does get shut down on that fry spree. But this remaining junk time is so massive for New York. If they can continuously get the ending 20 to 30 seconds on some of these hard points, this is why they're able to grow the lead that they do. You have one player who's only sitting negative in Kismet. This is new signs, because usually when you're watching New York, they're getting outslayed on this map. But when they are slaying, they're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, we've talked about it constantly, right? This new kind of trio, if you will, that the Subliners have got. And what a great addition. What a great addition that Kismet has been, setting up Hydra. Great work again from NYSL, and better on top of that, they also continue to lock down those spawns. Crim on 4 in a row gets met with the nade. Hydra still finds himself on the 4 spree as he and Kismet look to lock this one down. Nearly met with a 2-piece out of Kleenex. Down by 60. Toronto have got to dig deep and try to get some of these seconds, because NYSL are making them work for every single ounce of map positioning.
And right now, New York are playing this beautifully. They were able to start off with that initial time, but they were able to flip these spawns as well. A huge gunfight win coming in from Kleenex is going to flip those spawns right on back. So such a big play from Ultra. They're not going to be able to get this remaining 10 seconds when you run into Hydra on a 4 spree, but now you have to hold on this P4. This is another one of their money hills. When they're fully set up, they can hold it on a 100% win rate. But New York, they break in. They were able to flip those spawns just before the hell pops, and this is starting to get difficult for Toronto.
This is starting to get difficult to call as well, man. It was like Toronto makes a great play. Cool, they have spawns. 5 seconds later, New York makes a great play. Cool, they now have spawns. Oh, man, it's difficult to track, but right now, the chaos somewhat ensuing toward the bottom of the barn as Bant's going to give that call out to Cammy, and all he sees is just a sea of yellow. Kleenex trying to pick things up, but he gets dropped as well. Subliners break back in once again, and so far that has been the story of what is a solid 60-point advantage right now on Bocage. Hydra at 3 in a row has got 3 more players just in front of him. Tosses out the nade, dip, dodges and dives away, and sets up Kismet. How about the assist? The SMGs in tandem working so well together as the 200-point mark is going to be reached, and Krim once again playing for spawns at next.
And Paulex finds a huge kill to at least relieve that pressure off the rotation, but that's going to be 4 dead on the side of NYSL. Toronto have to try to hold this from the front. But you see, they're still trying to put this pressure on towards the back. Krim goes massive, finding a 2-piece towards back L. The last player is going to be on the point. All of Toronto now in the spawn out towards that stable side. And with 45 seconds left, New York cannot close it out here, but they can get pretty damn close.
They can get close. They can get close. Take a look at this setup. Shout out to the observers showing us exactly what's going on. But just in the snap of a finger, Toronto break on through exactly when they have to. And Bance is hitting beamers. He is hitting beamers from across the map. That MP40 is purring right now. 3 in a row. And again, holding off New York single-handedly. A great job done from him as that's 5. Has to reload, eventually shut down. Ultra starting to wake up, but is it going to be with enough time?
Yeah, that's the only thing, is that now we're going to our 3rd rotation on P1. Main focus for the Ultra is definitely to try to keep that side of the map towards that P2 by spawning out towards that back wall head glitch. But New York, their main job is just try to get to that 250 mark. Toronto Ultra need to slay. They need to keep them off of this point, but you also cannot let this time do it. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this game. Toronto Ultra finding a couple kills, trades going back and forth, and it's looking like they're gonna be able to get on the hill, but nope, trade comes in and they're off again.
Yeah, that's, I mean, what, man? That's the biggest issue as Kismet turns on to 2. Right now for Toronto, you got to be thinking about how, you know, again, you're trying to flip spawns, you're trying to keep the score somewhat close. You're also trying not to allow for the game clock to continue to tick away. So many jobs, so much management that you got to do right now if you're Ultra as they try to reposition for next. While that job is unsuccessful, they're at least trying to lock down the last few seconds of this hard point as Hydra is there to spoil the party. Slides in for 1, but the player to look out for most notably is Kleenex. He gets dealt with. The farthest pushed up player who's behind enemy lines gets taken down. Another nice 3 in a row there for Toronto. 1 traded out and they will stop the clock. So this is a massive moment right now for Ultra. They can turn their head and know somewhat of where everybody's coming from. Kleenex wipes away 3. And so here's the moment. This is the chance right now for Toronto, Jay.
Yeah, this is where Ultra need to get back in this game. They were able to flip those spawns right before this hill pop. So now they're fully set up for this P2. Only down by 30 points. You see New York, they're just going to straight on put pressure from the front. But that's going to be Kismet. Flies on in and finds a 3-piece to shut it down. Still the spawns coming in from the Ultra from the back. But what a break from New York. They can win it here. But good nades, good teamwork coming in from Toronto. At least get them off for that time. New York, their main focus now that they can no longer win it on this P2 is to keep those spawns for the back for that P3. And you already see Kismet early set up.
Yeah, man, Kismet's doing it all. I mean, he's slaying out. He's also got 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the hill. Had over 2 minutes yesterday versus Paris on the cage. And now he's also thinking about the long game. 15 more points left for the Subliners before they can call another Bocage their way. Are they going to make it 5 for 5? It appears that will be the case as Toronto desperately try to get into Grandma's, doing what they can. Last player alive is going to be Cammy, and he gets dealt with 1 more second, and that will be it. Another hard point victory and another W on Bocage for New York as they remain perfect here in the HPs.
Yeah, New York just did a great job on the first set of rotations of breaking the Swans whenever they needed to. Right there, Ultra, they were finding themselves fully set up for P2, but then New York break in immediately. And then right when they find themselves on the rotation to P3, fully set up, they're watching the back, they lose a couple key gunfights, and then they flip those spawns. That's the good thing about NYSL. When they're able to outslay, they can break hard points easy. You have Hydra, 40 and 30. Paulex, 37 and 35. But Kismet, 35 and 38 with almost 3 minutes and Hill. That's insane communication coming in from NYSL to get the job done. On the side of the Ultra, the one guy that we have to talk about has to be Kleenex. He's the guy that usually gets them through maps like this, but with him having such a slow start and only losing this map by 40, probably would have been a little different. He starts off hot instead of being like -10 off the rip, trying to bounce back, because at that point you're allowing Hydra, you're allowing Polex, you're even allowing Kismet to just gain that confidence, play super aggressive, and it worked out for them in the long run. New York take map number 1 and stay undefeated on Bouquets this weekend, now at 5-0.
I mean, Jim, we'll see obviously if New York makes it into the finals, but I'm just already going to say it now. Like,
don't play them on Bouquet.
Don't play these guys on the cage. I mean, come on. I don't get it. I don't understand. If you got Paul, you got Hydra, you got Kismet. Krim somehow is leading the entire team in KD coming into this map. My word, man. I feel like, I know we could talk about a number of different things, but I feel like one thing that we don't oftentimes highlight enough is the objective guy. I mean, that's always been a thing, right, in COD. The fact that Kismet is able to get in the objective as much as he has, I mean, all throughout the entirety of the weekend. Then he goes in back-to-back games, gets 2 minutes plus inside of the hill on Bocage, which is not easy to do. All the props in the world, man. He has just come into this team and made the ultimate difference, as now they find themselves up 1-0 heading into this next Desert Siege Search and Destroy. And I don't know, man, this is going to be a fun one as well. I know New York had a crazy round 11 versus London on this map. Do we know a whole lot of how Toronto's been on Desert Siege lately?
Toronto like Desert Siege. I'm pretty sure the only S&D that they won 2 S&Ds. They won one yesterday as well, but the one versus Atlanta Faze, that was a Desert Siege that they walked away with in a 6-4 fashion. So this is where Toronto usually find themselves in the majority of the series. We said it yesterday. They lose their opening hardpoint, but they always respond on the map number 2. So for them on this map, they're sitting at a 4-2 record. For New York, it's 3-2. For Toronto, the way that they see a lot of success on this map on their offense is just simply attacking A. They find a lot of success at 66% on that slow A push. And the opposite for NYSL. NYSL are super aggressive towards B and even slow towards B. Their main bomb site is towards B. They do not find a lot of success on that A site. So it's going to be a defensive map. Who can shut down the team on their better site?
Yeah, that's for sure, man. As you said, Toronto, they like A. New York, they like B. Let's go and take a look at our top performers in Search and Destroy, as it will be a fun one here on Desert Siege. Let's go and take a look at the season numbers for both of these stars, and take a look at that KD. Shout out Jamie Craven and Insight, a 1.08, but bow down to the Red Menace, a 1.39, Jay.
Yeah, Paul, is unbelievable. I'm pretty sure even better is that at this Pro M alone, he's sitting at like a 1.68. So Polex and S&D has been a man on a mission. And then for Insight, 1.08, you just got to think in mind of whenever you're watching Ultra, he always finds himself in a 1v2, 1v3 situation, and he is going to clutch it. That's why he's the only player over a 1.0 in this game mode for the Ultra, and he needs to go massive here, man. Specifically on this map, I'm looking at the battle between Hydra and Bans. Hydra on this map specifically is at a 1.38, but Bans is at a 1.17. Both of those guys with the SMGs in their hands are the playmakers. What I liked from NYSL before picking up Kismet was the dynamic duo when Hydra and Neptune used to just be super aggressive towards B. I'm hoping that Kismet, being the S&D phenomenon that he is, him and Hydra had that same exact impact here.
Yeah, and I know that they played a huge factor in that exact series that we were talking about earlier versus the London Royal Ravens. They were down 5-4. I think it was Paco or Hydra, who goes for like a 1v2, 1v3 sneak defuse to send it to a round 11. And then in that round 11, Kismet gets an ace. It's like, I don't know, man. Already, they are just absolutely connecting in a number of different ways. It is so impressive for such a new roster, but the same thing can be said for more of a veteran-like team in Toronto. How often have they come up clutch? How often have they been in situations much like this one and come out on top and just instantly made us think, okay, cool, Search Destroy is over. This series is now neck and neck. I have a feeling it very well could be the same case here. But here we are into round number 1 of Desert Siege. Toronto kicking things off here on the attacking side. Jay, you talked about how they like more of a slow A push, and right now it is really all out craziness. Is that bomb very well could be relocating now toward the B side.
Yeah, Kismet just pushes his way right through that A alley. Finds that first blood before he does get traded, but great team shots coming in from Insight to watch over his teammate as he tries to cross to that B bomb. So now in a 3v2 situation, you're gonna have Polex and Hydra. The PP duo, as the Deaths like to call them. Allie didn't like it, but I don't like it either, so I won't say it again.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, neither am I. So 45 seconds. Paul X is going to get sniffed out. Now it's all on Hydra in a 1v3.
Left up to Hydra. Not sure if Kleenex spots him there. Over toward the flower pots. And based off the instant Planet B, it very well could be the case. Kleenex decides to stay stationary, and with that, Hydra, not going to be easy, especially with Kleenex just behind the other side of the trains. If he spots him through the crack, definitely sees the top of the MP40. So one done, 28 seconds still to find the other two.
Just look at the control that Toronto have, though. They're literally spread across the map. Both of these players have an angle on bomb, and Vance lines up the shot before the sniper, so can't connect. And that's going to be an easy first round coming in from the Ultra, even after getting first blood. And it all comes down to that kill that Inside picks up on Krim. Because if Krim's at least able to turn it into a 2v2, it probably plays a little bit different. But then in the man disadvantage, you've seen that both NYSL players were simply trying to play for a pick. Once Paul gets picked, then eventually Hydra left in a 1v3 with the sniper pistol. He has a great shot, but Toronto Ultra know how to play those rounds out. They take round number 1.
They do indeed. Tone setter already. They grab the first and on the attack again, which, as we said, will be the story. Who can shut down what has been two great offensive teams on Desert Siege, while different sites, they still have seen the same success. Here we are, New York. Their first look at attack here on Championship Sunday, and it's going to start off with Kismet shutting down Kleenex. Krim not going to be aware of Bance's position. Without a doubt, on an orthodox one to even the man count.
That's a good play by Bance to find that kill and at least get out with his life. The pressure's going to be towards top Palace. Kismet and his duo in Hydra are able to find that kill and towards top Palace. So now in the 3v2, it's looking like they're going to transition this bomb over towards A. You want to probably take control of their spawn as well, because you have not a single player watching the flank or Paul X trying to do it from Palace. But now in the 3v2, 40 seconds left. Inside and Bance have a lot to do.
A lot of work to do. Looks like, yep, Vance is going to get handled. It looked like for a moment was not in the best of positions. Insight nearly gets the wall bang onto Paul. And so with that, a lot of work to be done. Quickly, just like that, even with the instant trade. Jamie Craven has got to put on the jets. He's got somebody just above him. He's going to have to handle first. Hydra is there to take him down. A well-replied round there out of the Subliners. Kismet starts things off nicely. It looked like for a moment there could be some chance. There was a chance for Inside to get something done, but great work there to New York to play the numbers and take the height advantage as well.
Yeah, I thought once Inside snapped on the Paul X to the wall, something was up. He preempted him beautifully. I was like, oh, if he gets
what are you trying to say, Jay?
He's a man.
You trying to say something?
Oh no, man, but he didn't win a round, so there's not really nothing to say, But tied 1-1. New York are able to win that offense and tie the game up, but back on the attack for Toronto Ultra. They ended up getting first blood 2 rounds in a row, but look at the aggression coming in from Kismet and Hydra on these B steps. Kismet once again finds that first blood.
Great work from Kismet early. Paul X, a few shots there into the foot of Kleenex as he'll be able to grab the bomb. No. Back and forth we go. Hello. Kleenex spots Krim. Krim wondering what just happened. Where's everybody at? And who is challenging me? A very, very confusing round. All I know is that Toronto won it, Jay.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Kismet finds the first blood. It gets traded. But then right there, Paul X, when he was challenging that player towards top Palace, he just runs towards the bottom side. Hydra unfortunately hits him with 1 bullet. And then eventually Hydra gets taken down. So what was a 3v3 turns into a 3v1. Crimson stood no chance. Ultra respond. Now up 2-1.
I'm glad you know what happened in that round, because I was just like, okay, we're here.
Funky,
okay, we're there.
That's frustrating on the side of myself for sure.
And Crimson's not a great start. 0-3. And that'll be the end of my analysis. Thank you very much, folks. Oh my goodness. Kleenex quickly through the trains. Takes down Paul, takes down Hydra. And also will help with the assistance there on to Kiz, as now it is Krim. Well, once again, left by himself, 1 versus 3. Can he at least get one on the board?
Yeah, just try to find one. If you're Krim, just take your time. You have an entire minute to work with. Toronto are not moving. They do not want to give him any one-on-one gunfights. Yep, you can't go through that window. But the bomb is still going to be down in towards Middle Palace. He is going to get spotted to the right inside. Great shots right there. Ultra, they're just not worried. It's a 3v1 situation. Everybody just hold down their lane. I got the right, you got the left, I got mid. And wherever he comes, we're just going to pounce on him. But what a break off coming in from Kleenex. He said, Kismet, you did it the first round. I could do it a little better. I'm going to find 2 instead of 1 before he does get traded. Big opening play coming in from Kleenex to take that round. Now Toronto up 3-1.
Yeah, just a great round. That's one of the scariest things about this Toronto team, right? Has been Kleenex, whether it's in the respawns or obviously in the search destroys. So unpredictable and so gifted in these unbelievably fast engagements. Already off to a 5-3 beginning in Kismet. Great work again, Jay. That's like his 3rd first blood.
Yeah.
I feel like of this Desert Siege. He has been the one so far at times to cut down Kleenex early. As we also say goodnight to Insight, it is a very fast 2v4 for the Toronto Ultra. Also keeping things in mind, they are on the attack, so job is not going to be easy. Not a whole lot of visuals to work off of. Bance and Cammy, we know they've got the potential to do it. Just a matter of finding that first pick, which Bance has attributed to himself to try to get done.
Yeah, Bance has to try to at least find one before working this bomb plant. As he makes his way all the way through the spawn, and still a lot of time to work with. He does spot Hydra. He's going to be able to take the shot. So he takes him down now in a 3v2, 30 seconds remaining. This is going to allow now for Cammy to start hitting that late flank because Krim thinks that bomb is going towards B, and this can work out beautifully. He can potentially turn it into a 2v2.
Oh, that's exactly right. Krim gets found out. Oh, and Cammy. Look at the door, Cammy. Look at the door, Cammy. Oh, he can't hear us. Oh, and right on the bomb. He's going to find Kismet. He's going to find Kismet all up to Paul. Just like that. Having to get out of dodge. He has made his way toward the top side of the market, but the way that Bance and Cammy have played this has been absolutely perfect. And with 25 seconds, Paul, the all to do. Spots out Cammy for the first, has to run toward the bomb, has no idea. The Bance sits just right behind him. I'm pretty sure that Benjamin did spot the young man. Decides to let him run on free. Because this defuse is not going to happen today. A 2v4 there out of Toronto. And how about the smile on Vance's face?
What a play, man. What a play from Bance to find that opening kill. Once he find that kill, you see Crim6 on the map starting to rotate, thinking the bomb's going towards B, and that opens up the lane for Cammy to eventually turn it into a 2v2. And then eventually, as soon as that happens, you work towards the bomb. Cammy's in a position to at least watch over him. They take down Kismet, and then in the 2v1, they play it beautifully. Even though Cammy does eventually get taken down, Bance is the guy with the big brains, does not use the shot until he needs to. And Toronto Ultra, clutch of a 2v4. That is complete momentum swing in their favor.
Great work there out of Ultra. My goodness, Bance having a great start to this search and destroy. Also played very well in the Bocage. One guy that we didn't get a chance to highlight too much. Kismet been so involved in these early fights this time. He has made quick work of. Kleenex will strike, and just like that, an instant 4v2. But there is Hydra, quite emphatically trying to get back into this one. Is it going to be a reverse 2v4 now? All on to Paco. Thankfully, he's got the bomb and 50 seconds to work with.
Yeah, sniper pistol in hand, though. And you see the buddy system coming in from Bance and Kleenex, and I think he was able to spot him as well. But does he know that both players are going to be in this position? Hydra could make such a big heads-up play, but they're both going to sit back. Hydra not able to win the gunfight on the Kleenex, and Kleenex picks up 3 on the round. Puts us superly aggressive through that B site. They find that first blood with the nade. He eventually finds one, then eventually finds Crim6 in the back. And then in a 2v1 situation, they're just playing to allow him to plant the bomb. If he runs into us, even better. Kleenex is able to close it out with the hat trick. Now puts them up 5-1.
Yeah, great plays coming in from Kleenex. It feels like everybody has had their moment in the sun. It did look like for a moment, right, that Krim maybe could set things up for another 2 versus 4, as that one kill was his first one on the board so far. But we will see as, I don't know about you, Jay, but my feed has disappeared.
Yeah, mine's disappeared, so let's just look to the right.
Yep. Look at the other monitor for a moment. Here we are. 5 rounds to 1. Toronto Ultra. Apologies, folks. Our feed has disappeared, but we are looking at another one now. Jay, take it away.
All right, so Bance is going to be the player that sneaks his way all the way through their spawn once again. New York are not going to read this. He's going to play towards the late flank towards A. He's going to find the first blood onto Hydra, and now this is going to force all of NYSL to turn around. This should open up a free A-bomb plant for the Ultra boys.
Should open things up quite nicely. Bance does get found out, so Paul there to drop him. Kismet and Co. Gonna try to rebound. Kleenex there to get on the plant. He'll get that one down. Also get out of dodge. Meanwhile, it's Insight looking over top. Backs up with the sniper. Now time for the retake, but Kleenex once more doing the dirty work inside of Desert Siege. The sniper watching over, ready and prepared. Krim and Paul all to do. As we say goodnight to Krim, Paul X now in the 1 versus 3. He gets dealt with, and it will be a commanding answer out of the Ultra and search and destroy as they take this one on Siege in dominant fashion.
Yeah, that was just clean S&D from the Ultra Boys, and that's exactly how we expect them to answer. S&D has been their bread and butter. We saw what happened at Major 1, 2, 3, 5, all the way to a top 4, and then even yesterday in that series versus Florida, they lose that map number 1, they respond in the map number 2. So now we are tied up at 1 apiece. Great search and destroy from them, huge clutches from them, a lot of mistakes on the side of NYSL, and also, when you got the GOAT on your team dropping a breadstick, it's not going to be easy to win. So now we're tied up at 1-1. Going into a Tuscan control. 5-5 on the side of Toronto, 3-4 on the side of New York. I think that one's just an all-out bloodbath. Whoever takes that map is going to take the series.
Okay, love to hear it. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, man, Krim, he's been talking a lot about cheeseburgers lately. I didn't know we were going to be having a breadstick. Maybe just a little appetizer, possibly for what could be a very interesting series, a tantalizing series as we progress through. But yeah, man, Tuscan for games 3, games 4. It's going to be fun to see exactly how this one starts to shape up. I mean, I feel like so far it's basically gone the way that we've expected. I know Toronto's been a little bit questionable in the search destroy so far, but tell you what, man, we've talked about it constantly with this roster so far at the Pro-Am. They've returned back to form. I mean, whether it's winning 50% of their hard points, looking so much more reliable in their search destroys, they've been able to do it, and they're able to do it here, folks. We find ourselves at a 1-1 score line. As we said, it is single elimination. Loser of this match, they're headed home. The winner advances on to the finals later today. It has been a great time so far at the Belong Arenas here in Columbus, Ohio, but it will be a great closeout to this series. Make sure and stay with us as we'll have control on Tuscan after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Championship Sunday here at the Pro-Am Classic. There you see an array of players. We got some amateur challenger players up in there. We got some pros waiting to get their chance on the main stage as well. We find ourselves in the middle of a fantastic series going down between the Toronto Ultra and the New York Subliners. We are 1-1 as we head into game number 3. Jay, both teams so far throughout the Pro-Am been pretty good in control. What can you tell us about this map, though?
This map is going to be scary because Toronto Ultra, at least when you look at the records, is sitting at 5-5 compared to 3-4. But Toronto Ultra, at least for both teams, on the defensive side, they're winning the majority of those rounds at 72%. But it's a little bit better on the side of offense for Toronto Ultra than it is for NYSL. 32% on offense and then 9% for NYSL. So it tells me one thing. New York need to try to win an offensive round.
Yeah, I would say so. You said 9, right? 9%?
9. Yep, 9.
All right. Okay. Well, that's not very good. That's something you got to improve on. But I will say, Jay, in fairness, all the things that we've been talking about, whether it's the communication, it's winning hard points, it's whatever it may be with the New York Subliners, it feels like this new team, right? With Paul, with Kismet in the lineup, they fixed all those issues. I don't think the New York Subliners have actually played. No, they have played a few Tuscans so far throughout the week. I think they're 1-1 so far here at the Pro-Am. But we're talking about those offenses. I mean, I'll tell you what, man. I feel like Kismet has solved basically a majority of the problems. If we're talking about somebody hopping on the objective, the communication side of things as well, when you're in a scary situation or in a big moment, whether you're at the A zone or the B zone, I feel like he could be the guy to turn around yet another fault for the Subliners roster.
He is definitely the guy, man, because in control, it comes down to just straight communication. And when your lead SMG player is going to be Hydra, just going in, finding kill after kill, when you have Kismet, a guy who's going to be super aggressive as well, giving you all that communication, that is what allows his teammates to get up, set up properly. We saw it on map number 1. He soaks for almost 3 minutes in hill, puts up 35 kills, but everyone else on the roster goes positive by just the dirty work that Kismet is doing. So I'm expecting that 9% offensive round win to be completely flopped here with the addition of Kismet. As long as he stays aggressive and does the dirty work for this team, then they should have no doubts on trying to take this map here.
Yeah, or you could also just rely on defense after defense after defense.
Yeah,
because
that too.
They did that yesterday versus Paris on Gavutsu, I'm pretty sure. 5 great defenses. They have 1 good attack, and there you go. So yeah, you have a myriad of different ways that you can walk away with controls. It's either you do win attacks or you don't. That's really all it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our top performers in this very mode. As we talk about it is the swing mode. We got to talk about these two guys in particular. It is no surprise the man who leads the way right now for the Subliners in control is good old Paco. I'm not going to even try to say his last name. A 1.08 on the other side for Toronto. It is the man of the hour, the guy that continues to be discussed for this Ultra lineup, Jay. It's Cammy.
Yeah, so Hydra, obviously, he's been leading NYSL in every single game mode when it comes to KD. But on the opposite side for Cammy, he's the guy that I was looking at for the Toronto Ultra to just turn everything around for them, because he kind of slowed down for Major 2. Everything was just not going his way, but you see him in the control sitting at a 1.02. He's going to be a big reason why they find a lot of success here. But then also, it has to be on Kleenex. We saw what he was able to do in that map. Number 1, not really putting up the best numbers. You need him to match that aggressiveness coming in from Hydra.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got to see that aggressiveness step up if you are the Toronto team. As this series goes deeper, we could talk about, map pools, how it does favor them slightly, but we brought up this stat yesterday when they were able to take down the Florida Mutineers in all 8 of the Ultras W's this season in Vanguard. It has all come from a control victory. So take that however you like. Stats, it feels like in the Pro-Am, you can just throw them out the window, but this one has stood the test of time. We'll see if it can remain the same. As we are into Toronto, starting things off on the attack, and once again, a nice little 3K to start things off from Hydra, making a sizable dent in the Toronto attack.
Kismet, he's going to be that player that goes on the flank. He finds that first kill, so now he's going to influence those spawns for a couple of Toronto players to spawn closer towards that B site. But Kismet wraps his way back towards middle. He takes them off A, even though they have 2 ticks of progression. Eventually does get traded. Now inside, the only player up closest to this A point, just gonna hop right back on it And Toronto Ultra should be able to close out this 8 capture, extend time by a minute.
And you can just see like a Ferris wheel of New York players just continuing to make their way through the spawn. Toronto, nice work to get things done, get that objective captured nice and early, and then start to sink your teeth into this B zone, which is going to exist at the bottom right of your screen. And go from A and then to B. Typically on Tuscan, there are a few rosters who like to change things up, but everything's standard up to this point in the early attacking phase. It is Toronto with 2 early picks, now making 3. Crimsix, the last player in the point. There you have it. And this is where Toronto begins to strike as they continue to find players off of spawn. Kismet gets wiped away. Stack the point. Stack the point. Toronto, 1 player could sneak his way through. That was player number 4. Crimsix gets dealt with. Vance as well falls from the front. Just moments away from Toronto. Can they hold this?
They almost do. They almost do. That was a beautiful setup coming in from the Ultra. They just let that 1 player come down from Church Alley and basically break it all. So New York are able to hold the line on the defensive side, but 2 ticks early for the Ultra boys. And they're up by 2 lives. So if you're NYSL, you have to basically play perfect control from this point on. You cannot lose these key come fights. Everyone towards top plat is such a big win if you can come out on top. You see Toronto and attack this through P5. They still have a lot of time to work with 13-13 in lives remaining.
Oh, and a great shot there out of Cammy. I thought for a moment he was going to make it into a 2-piece, but Kismet there on the reply. A great denial as Vance does make his way into the point. It felt like a nice attempt, but maybe one that you'd rather wait for your teammates a little while on. Still, does sacrifice his life, as right now we find ourselves even at 10 lives apiece and a minute on the clock. New York have done a great job up to this point of holding off that second wave of the Ultra players, but that nade very well could be the story of how this round 1 goes. That's 2 down. Krim trying to stay alive as he and Kismet through the back alley, trying to make their way through, but they get caught off guard. Toronto, they just stacked the point with 2 players left, and they grab our first.
That's good work from Toronto Ultra. Just be right there when we saw Vance jump out. We're probably thinking, oh, that's definitely a terrible play. You probably want to stay alive in towards top radio, but at least with him giving up his life, he allows his teammates to get pushed up on the map a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then eventually they win those 2 gunfights. Big open and nade, following by a second kill coming in from Insight. And then with Crimsix sitting in that back alley, all you need is 2 players on that point to at least close it out very, very quickly. And Toronto Ultra, they take the very first offense, and that's going to be scary going forward because NYSL do not find a lot of success on this side.
Without a doubt, partner, that 9%, you hope at least changes somewhat. Hydra instantly leading the way as he'll be firing his way forward toward the field. Gaming Kleenex do manage to handle business, but right now a major spot for the Subliners. As we talked about, Toronto, they get that dent nice and early into this map, into this series, with the offensive victory, with those 6 ticks now at their hands. But a big spot right now for the Subliners. Kismet trying to lead the way right now for the team as we'll step aside and go to the comms now with the Subliners.
I'm top with you, Paco.
I got stuck.
I'm holding this.
Yeah, 1 back left. Yeah, we should back up.
One's back left, one's back left. He's like back tank.
The plane's gonna be top fire and shit.
Then inside church. It could be back tank. Yo, back tank, back tank. Oh, no. Inside back left. Inside was back left. He's on the tank. On the tank.
Watch on the tank. Watch on the tank. I'm absolutely. We could be on church.
I spawned roof side. I'm working roof slow.
Yo, nothing top church. Oh, I'm nading back tank.
At the bottom.
Well, stop.
Inside,
Oh, yeah.
Inside the bullet. Inside the bullet.
No, fire alley.
Inside dead.
Fire alley bands going maps.
Yo, we don't get the back.
Spawning bottom church. He's spawning bottom church.
Weak elbow.
I got 1 top church.
Nice. Yo, Bance was maps.
Yo,
top green, Cammy. One top bike, coming back to you. I'll come back to you, Kiz. There might be 2 on you.
Play my life here.
Top church. You're dead. They're leaving you at the back.
Yeah. I'm gonna look top church.
Yo, bottom P5 when you come up the steps.
Yeah. Dead.
Hold on. I'm repinching top church.
I'm stunning for you. I just stun him.
Yo, one went out mid. Whoa.
I have it. Right corner, Bance dead.
I jump. 3 dead.
Nice.
That's true.
Yo, last guy radio. Cammy radio. Nice, good job.
One's back ramp, I think.
Short and top green.
Top green.
You jump down a point.
Watch out on point. 2 guys.
Both absolute guys.
Make sure we cool
go right.
Yeah.
Stay left.
Yeah, hold maps.
Yeah.
Let's land over. I'm landing right now.
No, top radio, top green, Cammy. You push up, maps. He's close left.
I need one.
He's close corner. I'm gonna go left.
Watch out, top green dead.
I'm gonna go left here. One guy was close maps.
He naded me.
I don't know about you, Jay, but the way that I would describe those comms is healthy. Like the way that we used to hear the Subliners when we'd go to listings was Krim and Clay. You know, we obviously had those number of different feeds that would go back and forth between the players. I mean, you heard a lot of the time the younguns, Kismet, Hydra, Paul X stepping up in a major way.
Yeah, right there. I barely heard Crimsix. Only towards the very end of that point, of the very end of that listening, it was just the young gun stepping up. Like, even when Kismet is dropping, he's calling out where he dies. He's calling out where they're going to be spawning. He's doing all the little things right. The only thing is they do not have any map control. Toronto have been able to control down this P5 the entire time. And then even when they found that 3 down, they just not hold the proper cuts. They let one person slip through top radio, and then that breaks their entire setup. This has been a struggle for NYSL this entire year. And Toronto Ultra, they're just doing what they need to do to capitalize on it.
Oh, Kleenex. Great shot. Ends the streak at 6 in a row. Yeah, I feel like that's what we could kind of take away from this round. Great comms from the Subliners, and even better play out of Toronto Ultra to play so well on defense, despite what was a very well-communicated team on the other side. But Ultra do lock in the defense, and a lot of that was based off the S&G play. A few moments, right, you did see the NYSL players getting toward the back tank, making their way on the flank. Oftentimes we saw Crim in the backside of the arches, but always dealt with. And much often, you know, when we go to the comms of the Ultra, very well describes their gameplay. Nice and collected as they find themselves up now 2-0 in this control. And with that 3-tick advantage, that will be the story as we head into what could be the final round. Hydra on the prowl once more. Not a great game statistically so far for him, but Gammy's able to handle him, and that very well could be the A zone nice and early in the hands of Toronto.
What a big read coming in from Cammy, because you know Hydra, he's going to try to slip his way through and try to sneak his way through your spawn. But instead of committing towards that flank towards A, he tries to go towards top fire, and Cammy reads it. So 2 ticks of aggression have already been done at this A point. You see NYSL still trying to put a lot of pressure on it to at least not allow them to have it so easy. But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Toronto Ultra now up by 6 ticks. If it does go all the way to that round number 5, but they have just been playing beautiful, beautiful control. Just keeping the mind games on the side of New York just stagnant. They cannot figure out where they're coming from.
Yeah, they absolutely cannot. And well, every time that they do find Toronto with his Vance, it is Cammy lighting them up every single time. Cammy fires out of green like a shot as he now finds himself on 5 in a row. A great connection there. Unfortunately, does get taken down by the team native Kleenex. So bad on Toby, but hey, he'll just pick up right for where Cammy left off. Jumps from the top rope and takes another one down with him. Toronto have made themselves all kinds of comfortable in the backside of the base. Kleenex finally handled. New York able to get sweat off the brow there and take a moment to breathe, take a moment to collect themselves, because they have had to sprint everywhere. Keeping track of these Ultra boys has not been easy.
Yeah, it's just difficult because they're just trying to fight for this plat control. Every single time Toronto Ultra always having someone fill this gap. They cannot allow for any NYSL players to sneak on through and potentially put themselves in a spawn trap. I don't know how Insight takes down Vance, but he does so. Now you have one player in Insight gonna go for their attack onto Hydra in the back, and Hydra's in a great position to at least pick up this kill. Great work from him. Now a minute to work with Ultra, down by 1 life.
Ultra down by 1. Pollock still continues.
Look at Insight again.
To linger over at P5. Insight. But he had a moment there. Still trying to tag up these players from the backside. Great work up to this point. Kismet enters into 5 kill in a row territory, and they will combine for the 3rd. How about the pounce out of the Subliners? A P5 push that had been brewing for such a long time quickly gets canceled out. And this looks to be a Subliner round 11v6 in terms of lives. One last go at it if you are Toronto. Kleenex in the back lines. He gets found out. And New York look like they could stay alive. Toronto, they have a visual of it. And they actually could slide in, so they will get here in time. You gotta be careful not to feed streaks. Cammy goes on a heater as he goes away, but take a look at Kleenex. Take a look at Kleenex. A 2 versus 6. Kleenex from the front. Vance gets wiped away as well. Some nice little heroics at the end from Toronto, but as we said, a round that looked to go the way of New York ends up going that way.
Yeah, it just comes down to the hold that New York were able to hold out towards that top plat. Like right there, you had 3 Ultra players trying to attack from church, trying to attack from top radio, and basically set up Insight, trying to push through P5. But they were able to win that first initial gunfight. Paul Lex turns, read the pinch onto Insight, and then they just got a clean 4 dead, took back control right away from the Ultra. and stay alive in this control. Now they just have to figure it out on the offensive side. We need an offense to at least force around number 5.
Gotta have it here. All hanging out toward you. He ends up getting taken down. And nice work again from Toronto just to cancel things out, get the job done over at A. And that tick did not go in at that A zone, I believe. You still have a little sliver there that is yet to get captured. Meanwhile, it is Kismet and Hydra doing some work on the other side as they will complete that tick over at B. So 2 ticks already through, 1 at B, and rather not actually all the way at A up to this point, but it looks like just a matter of moments that one will be there. So once that one goes through, 4 more to go. A tall task for New York, but it could be this moment. It could be their time. Cammy having a great game, eventually gets dropped. Nice double there out of Paul and Krim.
Big 2-piece from them. Allows them to take map control and now try to close out this A capture, but a big one-on-one from Kleenex onto Hydra to secure that P5. Now it's time to hit through the middle of the map and potentially take him off A. He might get great timing on this flank. You're gonna have one player that's gonna sit in a corner, take him down. Exactly. Hydra said, yo, I do the same exact thing. I ain't gonna know what you're gonna do. Reads it beautifully. NYSL are gonna be able to close out that A capture. Now only need 2 segments to force it to that round number 5. And if they're tied in segments, it simply comes down to kills. And I'm pretty sure with the way that it's looking, Toronto Ultra are outslaying. Yeah,
they absolutely are. Well, you got Bance 25 and 18, Cammy 26 and 17. The other 2 basically even, if not nearly, around that position. So Toronto look good for it, but still, you got to work hard if you're NYSL. You got to put your head down and just try and focus on these next 2 ticks. Minute 30 to do it. And so far in the feed, it will be a stalled push from the Subliners as Krim is at least able to find one over toward P5. We'll have to have Kleenex to deal with, and really Tobias wants to stall some seconds out. Kismet once more on the flank is going to drop. So all of New York quickly combined for a 3-man push toward the top side of the plat, and Bance really knows that they're there.
And Kismet was a huge one-on-one in towards the middle of the map as well. So now they can attack this from top radio. They can fight for top plat if they can win this huge gunfight onto Bance. But they're able to sneak on that point. It's going to come up right behind Bance. So now they have plat control, and this can get scary if the Ultra cannot find a kill. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is going to be Cammy. 1 player coming off spawn. But the nades come in. They're able to relieve the pressure, and Ultra, they hold the line.
Oh, man, you have 3 fights there for NYSL. Obviously, the nade cuts down 1. You got Kismet who needs to win an engagement. Hydra as well. If he slides in toward L and wins that gunfight, that could be New York all over that B zone. But instead, they're now for the back of P5. Here we go. Another push brewing, another push laid out and ready to go. And Bance, he gets dealt with. All 4 players of NYSL hand in hand. Hydra again toward the top has wiped away 3, and that will be the 4th. Now make it the 5th. Toronto is down. Toronto is down. 1 player inside of the zone as the Ultra desperately and surprisingly try to get out of their base in just a moment's notice. New York are hanging on. New York are staying alive. Paul X eventually falls. Hydra goes away as well. A 2 versus 3. Kismet for 1. 2v2. They gotta hop on the objective and stop this time. Kismet and Krim versus Bance and Cammy. Does the control end here, or are we headed to a round 5? Kismet dancing around. Has to slide on through. Cover fire from the top. Cover fire from the top. Cammy's last one alive. A 1v1 in NYSL. Stay alive somehow, some way, and send us to a round 5.
What a round it was. I thought when NYSL were picking up every single one of those kills, they just needed to get a stack going. They just had 1 person on that time the entire time, and that's why you allowed Ultra to set up that raid properly. The fact that it comes down to a 2v2, Kismet does a great job at just playing his life, drawing that first opponent into Crimsix's pre-fire, and then in a 1v1 goes massive to at least keep his team alive in this game number 3. But now you got to respond once again by winning another offense. Paul X and Krim are able to find 2, and look at the pressure already from Kismet.
Kismet applying the pressure. Great work off the start from New York. That first tick us through, and Kismet is hot on the heels of Toronto off spawn. And this is just what we talked about, right? He could be the difference maker, as he was dramatically in that last attacking round. He and Krim went big for the squad. He wins the 1v1, and he has not stopped moving since. That 9% attacking record is starting to be improved, but a tall task on Tuska to win back-to-back attacks. New York, though, finding the formula early as they'll now send Paul for information.
Now with 2 minutes to work with, they're going to be able to take down Insight from the back of their spawn. So they have full back control. Huge one-on-one comes in from Crim6 as well, and Kismet finds a third, so this might be the collapse. You have number 8 in Kleenex. He's going to be the player, and he gets red on the flank. Such a beautiful play coming in from Hydra. This is going to allow NYSL to get on that point.
Kismet there to halt the time. He gets dropped there from Bance. The nade also weakened them quite heavily off of spawn. Toronto do handle business, but one player that's still going to be at the back of the base is Crim6. Oh, with a great shot. With a great shot. Goes prone. Winning out on that affair. While Paul stays alive, unfortunately, the rest of his teammates do not.
So now when Paul gets taken down, all of New York coming off spawn, and just look at the positioning of Kleenex. He's just waiting to time this flank properly. He's just sitting in towards top fire. NYSL are going to attack this from field, so it's going to be on Bance. What kind of information can he give to his team? And a huge one-on-one. Kleenex is able to win it across the map, so that's a huge kill to shut down that potential pinch coming in. Bance finds the second. 2 players remaining from NYSL in the back of their spawn, and now you're going to allow Kleenex to just potentially cause some havoc in their spawn by getting some spawn kills.
Oh, and Bance, he's handling business on the other side as well, Jay. It's not just Kleenex, but it's also Bance. Kleenex does get taken down, so Bance will have to reference back, and New York have made a decently sized push here. The trades, though, continue to favor them, but they've not read Hydra. They were not aware of his position. Crim6 still is hanging out to the backside of tank. Hydra gets dropped, and with that, Crim6 does as well. Another very well played position from Ultra when they didn't know where everybody was. They remain composed, and Bance, with that information, quickly gives that info over to his teammates. They're ready for what could be another P5 frenzy. Kismet with the shot, but thankfully Kleenex is there. The back watched there from Toronto, and the same thing could be said for Krim out of New York. 20 seconds to go.
Now this is the last push coming in from NYSL. They have to try to fight for P5. If you're Ultra, all you have to do is hold down radio and plat for this final 15, and this map number 3 is theirs.
Can they have another break? They were able to do some magic in the last round. Can they fight it here? Can they fight it here too? Make it 3. The break is in for NYSL as they find all 4. A full team wipe right when they have to find it. Is it magic again for the Subliners? Or will Toronto finally be able to break on through as they run out of respawns? Hydra for the first takes him down. The last 2 begin to funnel out of green. Kismet has got to stay alive. He's the last one here. He gets found out. Paul has to slide. Paul halts the clock in a minute. Or in a second. 1 second to go, and they hold. They hold again. The Subliners win back-to-back attacks in the most wild of fashion possible.
I'm literally holding my hands on my forehead right now. I cannot believe that NYSL just got that done. Not 1, but 2 offensive rounds in a row to close it out. And it's not like they were both easy. Like, they went down to the final couple of kills every single time. 15 seconds is all the Ultra needed to do to hold that setup to close out this map. But New York, they set it up beautifully. They attack through P5, they win the initial. Then they eventually allow their teammate who's going on the flank to find the second. And at that point, it comes down to the trades. Ultra could not find a single kill. They get 4 dead. And then at that point, NYSL, they stack the point. They have Toronto Ultra just frantically trying to attack this from church. They try to go from top radio. Cammy opens it up by finding 2 kills. But then once they eliminate Kismet from that position, Paul X, in just the nick of time, slides onto the point, wins that huge one-on-one, and then has the team fire to close out the second. That is a devastating loss for Toronto Ultra. Now puts NYSL up 2-1 in the series. Insane, man.
What just happened?
I don't know.
How does that happen?
I need a replay. Bring it back. Bring it back.
All right.
Scott, play it again.
Scott, play the game. Roll it, Jay. Let's roll it. Let's see how they were able to do this. I mean, tell you what, explain. What do we see here?
So right here, you see the opening kill comes in from Paul, but then they also find a kill towards top plat. And now they have the pressure coming in from the front and the back, and that's a clean 4 dead. So now the first tick comes in. There's still lives where Toronto Ultra can get back on this point. None of their nades come in, none of the tacticals connect, but Cammy finds that opening kill towards top radio. So now this allows all of Toronto to flood it. But when Cammy finds 2, Hydra does a great job at least keeping the kill stagnant. Then it turns into a 1v1. Kismet does a great job at least stalling a lot of that clock out. But just in the nick of time, Paul is able to slip on, wins a huge one-on-one, and then gets assistance from Crim6 to close that one out. That was a complete breakdown on the side of the Ultra. They need to completely forget about this map and just go on through the rest of the series, because that's a tough L to swallow.
I don't understand that, Jay. That's gonna turn into a gift, by the way. I don't know how that happens. I mean, you just broke it down, but the fact that they do it twice, they do it 2 times in a row in similar fashion, that was crazy to me, man. That is absolutely wild. The fact that they were able to pull off something like that, man. That's crazy.
9% offense, dude. 9% before that map even started.
And they went 2 there.
Insane, man. That's
crazy. And as you said, that is that's a tough pill to swallow, right? If you are the Toronto Ultra, obviously, you felt like you were in that game. I mean, I was already kind of thinking about the next hard point coming up, just because, I mean, how often, right, do we see a team who is up that big in ticks, up 2-1? The opposing team is not gonna have to win 1, but they're gonna have to win 2 attacks. Does not happen at all. No. Incredible stuff, obviously, for NYSL, but I mean, you see the face. I mean, Kleenex looks like he has a pop. He just got surprised by a pop quiz. Like, he has no idea what's going on right now. They're gonna have to be incredibly composed. They're gonna have to instantly get rid of what was a breakdown in that last game.
Yeah, they gotta let it go. And the good thing is that these next 2 maps for them are a little bit more favored on their side. We're going into a Tuscan hard point where New York have yet to find a win. They're sitting at the James Bond 0-7 on that map. And Toronto Ultra, they're sitting at 2-7. Not a lot better, but at least they got a couple wins underneath their belt. They just have to completely forget about that last map, because momentum is heavily on the side of NYSL. The way that they've been winning a lot of their series have been 3-1s. It comes by winning that first hard point. If they drop the search and destroy, which they haven't, besides today, they usually come back and always respond in that control. But I'm still at a loss for words for that bat, man. Like, Toronto Ultra, you gotta feel bad for the guys, because that's 2 rounds away where they could have just closed that one out.
That is, dude. And at the same time as well, like, we're looking at this New York team. We talked about it. You know, Hardpoint, there was issues. They've worked on that with this new team. Kismet has come in and done wonders for the roster in Hardpoint, in communication, in winning search and destroy. I mean, whatever it may be. I mean, all kinds of different things. And then we go on to talk about how they're only winning 9% of their attacks on Tuscan. They win 2 because of his unbelievable plays along with the rest of the squad. Well, now they've got an 0-7 record on Tuscan, and I feel like, Jay, this just could be another check off the list, really, if you are Kismet and this new New York team.
Surprise, well, it can't get any worse, right? So, like, it can go 0-8, but you can only see the upwards from here. So far in this series, Kismet playing so well at 1.03. He is the objective mind for this squad, and he's putting up stats like that. So you got to tip the hat to this young man. But here we go into the map number 4. NYSL trying to close it out here. Toronto Ultra trying to force the game 5. You can already see it. NYSL, 3 early kills in the feed. Fully set up for this P1. Kismet whips out the AR, making it look easy. This is not a good start for the Ultra.
This is not at all. This is not the greatest start that you could ask for from Toronto. But again, as we said, it is early. It's early, Krim. It's early. Okay, finally taken down. There we have it. Toronto do hop on the objective. I gotta say, I'm getting maybe a little worried there, Jay. I'll be honest. You got me quickly terrified of what could be a very fast Tuscan hard point, but we do expect it obviously to be entertaining one. Right now, Ultra thinking about those future spawns where they haven't had the best P1 performance. This band's trying to turn that performance around. Finally does get dropped, but it is NYSL with the early advantage. Toronto now prepared for P2.
Yeah, so when you take a look at the stats for this map, obviously NYSL sitting at 0-7. They do not have a favorite hill on either one of these setups. From P1 through P5, they do not like a single one. Their best one is going to be that P3, but for Toronto, it's P1 and P2. They find themselves off the rotation, winning this a majority of the times at 66%, and it gives them a good chunk of time here. But the only thing that they do struggle with is the P3 through P5. Once NYSL allow themselves to get set up for that P3, that's where it can kind of get scary if Ultra cannot cannot stop the bleeding. You can already see it now. NYSL putting a lot of pressure from the front side of this P2. They're getting a good chunk of time. They're controlling the spawns for that P3. And Toronto, they need to break out now.
No, Jay, you're talking about P's. I'm seeing Paul, I'm seeing Porter, I'm seeing Paco, I'm seeing everybody go off, and now it's Kismet's turn. Doesn't start with the P, but I'll tell you what, now it's time for the rotation as we head toward P3. Toronto, I know means rotation they would have wanted, but now it is P for Paul. Paul X. Now hanging out toward the back. I believe player 8, Kleenex, does not know that he's back here. Well, he'll never know. He'll never figure it out. The rest of New York glides throughout the remainder of the map, and they now have got control over Fountain as well. A great start to this Tuscan HP, and it could get even better from here unless Toronto can make something happen.
Yeah, Toronto just need to find an opening kill, or at least try to attack this from top fire. They have one player there, but Hydra and Kismet doing a great job with the SMGs, finding kill after kill, relieving the pressure. And here comes Hydra through the middle alley. He's able to at least assist Crim6 on the end, and that's going to be another 3 down in the feed. Ultra all spawning out towards the middle of the map. Hydra's not slowing down, sliding and gliding before he eventually does get taken down. Inside tries to do everything he can to at least contest it, but this has been a great hold from NYSL. 75% win rate on this hill, and it definitely showed with them having that rotation.
And that's another great gunfight victory there from Hydra. So a 40-point advantage as we head toward Church. One that Toronto have got to be rock solid on. Because if they're not, things could start to get dicey. Hydra made his way in from P5. They knew he had to be somewhere near. Trying to lead the way as Kismet toward the bottom. He's got his belly on the Church floor. Thankfully, Toronto were able to sniff that snake on out. So they will have some time to work with and an opportunity to get back. And what has been more of a one-sided hard point throughout our first 3. Gammy doing a great job, though, toward the field.
This has been a great hope from Toronto because, like I said, for P4 and P5, they have a 33% rotation win rate. But when they are set up off the rotation, they find a lot of success. Good early work for them to get back into this game as Kismet finds 2. This remaining 20 seconds should go in favor of NYSL, but you know Toronto, they still have the spawns in toward the back. They're probably going to not try to give this up easily. Now it just comes down to this rotation at P5. Hydra's going to lose that first gunfight. Paul X here trying to do everything he can. He takes down 2, but Bance at least comes out on top now. Ultra should be set up early.
Yeah, this is where you talked about, right? P3 to P5. These have been the primary struggle points for Toronto. They hold decently well over at the Church, and now they've got themselves a, well, the best setup that you could possibly have at P5. I'll tell you what, Command Center is a bag of tricks. I don't know exactly how you're able to hold this, but we'll see what their attempt can look like. And okay, that's how you do it. Some great work off the start. Paul gets found out through the door. First wave cleared there for Toronto.
Now Toronto only down by 20 points, 34 seconds remaining on this P5. You have one player in Hydra who's going to commit towards the flank. Potential pinch coming in as Insight does hit a team kill, but they find 2. So now the pressure's in from NYSL. They're going to have control, and Kismet goes massive. 17-8. Finds that 2-piece on towards lower steps. Still going to be pressure here. He does get traded, but New York just keeping the game stagnant. Not keeping it clean for the Ultra. Now it comes into this rotation, and New York are going to be fully set up for P1.
And this is what we talked about, right? This is the discussion point on Tuscan Hardpoint. It is the second set of rotation over at P1. NYSL recognizing the importance here on this very map and mode. They prioritize P1, and right now they're seeing the benefits of it. You got Ultra coming in from every single direction, whether through vines, whether through their side, your side, or the field. They're coming from every direction. And right now, Krim is doing a great job at locking things down. Despite the multiple locations that Toronto are coming from, one's able to sneak their way through. Krim does fall off the little spree, but Paul will answer with 2 of his own. Great work there on a Mr. X.
Toronto Ultra currently down by 30 points. They have to try to get back into this game or their tournament lives are over. So let's step aside and let's listen to how the comms sound with the Ultra boys.
Okay. I'm helping Jimmy here. Right side close, Toby. I'm deep. Give me that top. It's still Church. He's still challenging. Yeah, one tail on me. Close right, Cam. Not 5 seconds. One deep on me. Flip. Oh, Crim's still there. Challenge. You want me? Wait, back Church. He's going arches to the back, Jimmy. Right here, Ben. They spawned in. One shot. I'll play. Back tank. They spawn there close. Yeah, Hydra and Crim the back tank. Nice. One more. Church alley beat. One more back. He's low Church. Put it on mid. Someone wrap me. Got the grenades as well. Yeah. Ready? I'm nading time now. Church. Kismet. Really weak. One more peek in Church. Church ramp now. Church ramp Paul. Weak on time. Weak ramp. Let's get time.
In the close corner. Weak in time. Already church. This is good time. This time.
Could be church. I'll give you
Yeah,
plat, Ben.
already church.
I got my ramp.
I'll get you top maps right now.
Nade me. Could be close to me.
I'll try it for you, Cam.
Yeah. You get time, Jamie?
Yeah, go, Ben. Go, Ben.
Nade is still, by the way. The
All X mid. Okay, they're rotated.
Alright, come on. Big
One
right.
mid out,
Oh, he's
mid out.
close. Hydra, P5.
Last guy. They only got pushed out right now, I think.
There's two on me. Two. Kiss and Hydra, one shot. They backed up, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. They ran away.
Okay. One's mid alley.
Two gonna be left, and then we're looking for people mid.
One shot in P5. Absolute P5.
Oh, a pretty mixy hill, but overall it ends up favoring the side of Toronto. They flip spawns nice and early. New York has their moment in the sun, but overall it is the boys in purple having their last laugh over toward P2 at the column, but now it's time to head toward the fountain. The money hill here on Tuscan, at least the biggest of all of our 5. We'll see how Toronto can look to break this. A massive moment in this game, in this series for them. Cammy, the soul man toward the fountain, eventually gets handled. NYSL with the close spawns are going to have many bodies here, Jay, but Ultra got to be careful. At least keep these guys off the last 20 seconds of time.
Yeah, Ultra doing a great job of just keep not allowing NYSL to get a good chunk of time off of this P3. So now they're right back into this game, only down by 20 points. Huge one-on-one. Krim is able to win it, so that remaining 10 seconds should go in favor of NYSL. But now it comes down to the rotation fight. They take care of Kismet, but now they have to worry about the positioning of Hydra. He's going to be the guy towards top church, just waiting for his teammates to get into the play. Cammy's holding down the overextension from P5, but here comes Hydra as he strikes for 1. Kismet with the second. Gonna try to push towards the back and potentially play some spawn kills. And this is a beautiful read, but Kleenex, a huge one-on-one, comes out on top in that gunfight. He finds 2. Last player in for NYSL is Paul and Toronto. They hold the spawns, they hold the setup, and now they can get back into this game, now only down 20.
Yeah, man, this could be their chance. A great opportunity. Just like that for Toronto. You see how quickly games can start to turn. Here on to Tuscan. They've held that rotation and they've locked down the first wave. 25 very valuable points still left. As Insight is able to find 2 toward the field. Great work as Bance will handle business toward the bottom. Toronto teaching right now toward the bottom side of church. Taking New York to Sunday school, whether they realized it or not. They have got the advantages. Now we head toward P5, a rotation that means everything. Both teams hover just under 200.
And Ultra here first. Cammy has to try to go massive. He wins that huge one-on-one and then Insight with the second. So now the pinch coming in. I don't know if they're going to read this as Kismet is controlling towards his top roof. Teammates all coming from the opposite side of Plat. You see all of Toronto. They're just trying to attack this from the low. Bance does find that opening kill. Bance finds 2. And with Kismet staying alive on that roof side, he's influencing those spawns for his teammates. It's going to allow NYSL to break in and continuously grow this lead.
Going to grow the lead for now. Continue. Take a look toward the middle side of your map. Players are going to eventually break off and make their way toward P1. But as we said, these seconds are everything. These seconds are still huge. Spans doing great work toward the bottom. Kleenex accidentally nades himself. Thankfully for him, many Toronto teammates are still nearby. Paul, hey, not a big deal. You missed the window. Doesn't matter. You got the rest of your teammates, but unless Insight is there, that's where issues could start to be caused. Last few seconds, gonna go the way of New York, but it's Toronto off of spawn. But take a look at the plays. Take a look at the plays. Coming through from Kismet, the soul man eventually gets found on out. A new hard point, P1. Here we go. A neck and neck game, Ultra in the HP.
And Bance finds 2. Such a big, massive kills. But look at Crim6. Makes his way in through you. He does get traded by finding that opening. So now it's going to be a contest fest. Who can come out on top? Cammy with great shots on the Kismet. Paul X going to be the next line of defense for the NYSL squad. Just going to stay down, try to contest, have your ARs look over you. But Cammy and Kleenex causing problems. Cammy with 2, but Kismet with 2 of his own. NYSL have control for now.
Kismet wins the last fight inside of the hill. They've got the opportunity to win the game here, Ultra. They've got spawns for next, but they are going to have to break. They're going to have to contest for at least a few, and they're calling upon Bance to make the play. He finds 2, and just like that, Ultra have got their chance. They've got their opportunity to get back in this game. They hold the spawns, but here comes Kismet.
Kismet, he's going to be the player. He sneaks his way through the back. Such a close game, 243 to 235. The pressure's going to be here from Plat. Now this is going to allow Kismet to set up that pitch. This is going to be a beautiful break coming in from NYSL. The spawns do flip. New York needs 7 seconds.
They just need a few. They just need a few. Hydra gets dropped. And how about the plays again? Out of Toronto is Insight. Sitting on 4 in a row, makes the play toward the top side of Plat. The spawns do flip. New York are going to have bodies. quickly off of spawn. Hydra to deal with one. Crimsix falls. The gunfights are going to favor New York. They're going to favor New York, and they will walk away with the game. Another crazy game here on Tuscan as Crimsix will channel his inner Doctor Strange. My goodness, what a performance. NYSL once again come up clutch and have got their ticket booked for finals later.
I just gotta tip my hat to Kismet, man. What he is doing for this team is insane. He's putting up 30 to 35 kills a map. He's soaking in 3 minutes in hardpoint every time, and he is the guy every single time off the rotation early, making the play to win the game. If Kismet does not sneak his way into radio through that church alley and eventually sets up that pinch towards the back, New York do not get those back spawns. But such a heads-up play from him to allow his teammates to be aggressive through the front. They eventually flip those spawns, come out on top in the trades, and close out that map. That one's got to be another tough pill to swallow on the side of Toronto Ultra, because they were set up to win that. They were able to break into that P1, get the final couple of seconds there. Then they were fully set up for P2. They just did not have the radio cut watched at all. They let Kismet sneak through. He makes the play to win the game, and NYSL are continuing to move on.
They are, man. They will continue to move on forward, and as you said it, man, Kismet, Hydra, great work from them. Krim has a phenomenal game as well, but we've been talking about it a lot, the hill time. I know I feel like this entire series, this has been like a Kismet stand type of commentary, but I tell you what, man, he has made all the difference for this roster. And Jay, their record coming into this Tuscan hardpoint was what?
0-7, man.
0-7. They win it. They had a 9% offensive win record on Tuscan Control, and they win it. NYSL, every single flaw that they have had, this shaky start to this CDL season, all of those issues, all of those woes really just seem to be wiped away as we take a look through the highlights again. And really, what a masterclass type of performance it was from NYSL down the stretch, and what a masterclass performance it has been at the Pro-Am in hardpoint. Jay, they're still perfect in this game mode. That's wild.
That's insane to me, man, especially with only one change coming in, because obviously when they make the change for Paul X, they go on at the end of Major 2, win like 6 hard points in a row. Then they go to the Major and they just shut down. They basically could not win a hard point there. They fall very short in their first series by getting reverse swept by the Thieves. But then after that, picking up a player like Kismet that's going to do the dirty work, that's going to put himself in the best positions. And it's not like he's just doing that. He's also leading a lot in the vocals. Like, the guy is a Mr. Do-It-All. Big shout out to Kismet for entering this roster and completely changing the dynamic of this team. Now New York are championship contenders and move on to that final.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And obviously we'll see who ends up meeting them there, whether it's OpTic or the Thieves. But I mean, either one of them are going to have a major test. I think you could absolutely make a case for NYSL possibly being the favorites, maybe even coming into that game. Again, this tournament has been absolutely wild. Like, the top 4 for Major 2 are not the top 4 here. It is unbelievable to talk about. But I mean, tell you what, man, 7-0 in hardpoint, 15-2 in overall maps here at the Pro-Am. Unreal stats. I know you've got to be stoked about how your team's playing right now.
You know, smiling from cheek to cheek, baby. New York is repping right now. Looking good. You know, after such a terrible performance throughout Major 2, even though they get the winner's bracket, they still weren't able to contend. They make a lot of roster moves. The team with the most roster moves is here to try to make that final. I mean, to make the final and try to win it. Insane from NYSL. Got to give a shout out to all the players, all the coaching staff, but just sticking through with it, finding the right formula, and right now it's showing for the Subliners.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Obviously, commiserations to the Toronto Ultra as well. I don't know how many people expected them to get top 4. They're able to do it. They're winning hard points. The team looks to be in such a better form right now, but it is NYSL's day as we'll go ahead and bring back in the desk. Guys, I don't know. I think it was difficult to call who was going to be the favorite of this matchup. I was thinking Toronto. I know Jay was thinking New York, but NYSL.
Who gave you the way?
That hard point, man.
Have you ever seen Steady get this hype before after a win commentating, man?
It's been a while. It's been a while, Belly. This guy, you can tell whenever, Kismet's making plays, you see Hydra making plays, there's an elevated moment there. You can tell it in his voice for sure.
You got that right. Hey, thank you guys so much for the great commentary. And let's talk about the individual play as well. Ali, this team, piece by piece and step by step, they're just phenomenally better, and now they're in the finals because of so.
No, absolutely. We knew what Hydra is capable of doing, right? We saw him. It was all help Hydra. He's outslaying everybody. And then we saw what Paul could do when he had to sub in for the Line Royal Ravens. They pick him up. He adds so much to this roster, but then they put in Kismet. That last final little piece, the places that he plays in hard points for rotations, for time, when he's added the S&D and, across the board, it looks like a new team.
Yeah, and let's dive deep into it. Like, the plays he made on the final 3 hills on that map were absolutely phenomenal. Like, on P5, he goes out to the roof, runs back, gets a kill for his team so they can actually get into P5. It's a scrappy hill they end up spawning out. On P1, he's first on rotation, lays down behind the statue, gets the first blood. They eventually get control. And then moving on to the next hill, he flips the spawns. If he doesn't take that long route all the way around the back and get to radio, they do not win that game. So, like, literally, it was all Kismet in the final moments of that hard point. But I also want to talk about that control. That control on the side of Toronto, absolute breakdown. Krim gets a kill, right? Wraps around the back, and Toronto forgets that Krim was behind them. They played a setup like all the way pushed up towards Ruggs, and they turn around and they don't get the kill in time. And then Kleenex gives up the ramp, and New York, they just jump on that opportunity to win. And that's something New York wasn't doing before. They weren't jumping on the mistakes of other teams. Or right there, Toronto completely got punished, either miscommunication or error. But that is the Toronto that we haven't seen throughout this tournament. It comes back in the clutch moment.
You're right. We also have a Game Field Post victory spotlight with the one and only Crim6. Get Mr. Porter on the screen right now. Yo, this one's got to be short. F1's on.
Okay.
It's got to be short. Ant, what's up, dick face? How's it going?
Whoa, what's up with the diss, man? Krim, listen, I know F1 is on, but you guys
you acknowledge it. You acknowledge it. He failed the test. Failed.
All right, listen, Krim. I want to talk to you about the game. Talk to me about Call of Duty. Talk to me about the control at the very end, because you guys tried to hit like a triple flank. It didn't work out. And then you went on like a solo flank at the end, which ended up winning you guys the round.
Yep. What else to say, Ant?
I want you to talk.
That's exactly what happened.
I want you to talk to me about that round. Like, talk to me about the comms in the round. Like, what was happening? Were you trying to coordinate a pinch there?
Real question. No, screw that shit. We don't care about clutches here. How was Kleenex getting behind us on Desert Siege? Tell me. Where?
Just running.
Well, first of all, you guys have nobody watching train side.
Nobody watched train side. He just ran straight next to the wall.
He pushed through train?
Yeah.
Watch the lane.
Right through
He pushed through train?
Yeah.
You had all 3 players looking at mid-building.
Was supposed to snipe it.
Yeah,
I'm over at Castle, right? Literally just ducking and diving, right? Watching out for a sniper because it's terrifying. And all of a sudden, in our spawn.
Well, wonderful.
Oh, train?
Yeah.
Train. Anyways, Ant, nice shirt today.
Thank you.
That was a good win. Give me fucking Scumpy. I want
Yeah,
it.
that's what I wanted to do.
That's what
I
we're
was
tearing the
gonna
fucking
say.
shreds. I'm gonna tear him to shreds. And Rambo? Yo, Ray, fuck you.
All right, that's it for the Game Field Victory Spotlight.
Thank you so much, Crim6. Hey, listen, man, we'll see you in the finals. Good luck,
1.07, beast mode.
Well, the best interviews in the road, by the way, but then you have a Crim6, so...
1.07?
What do you even say after that? Go
beast
ahead.
Mode. That's all you say. You just say beast mode at the end of that. Crim's great.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have one team in the finals right now at the New York Subliners, and the changes are absolutely working. Shout out to Kismet and the rest of this roster. But you know what they're going against? We're going to find out for the next series. We're going to have OpTic Texas facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. Today has been phenomenal so far. Mother's Day has been an absolute blast. But the way the New York Subliners are taking games into their own hands, who would have even guessed it? CDL Pro-Am Classic has been surprising us game after game. And hey, we have a great one coming up next. We'll catch you guys soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we walked into this day with 4 teams until Crim sent Toronto Ultra into another dimension after that amazing win. Shout out to the New York Subliners for making their way to the finals. This has been great so far. Once again, happy Mother's Day to all of you tuning in. And for all of you beautiful people, I hope you're loving the show so far. But here on the desk, we're breaking it all down. I'm your host, Belly. We got Nameless, we got Allie, and we have some more great CDL Pro-Am Classic matches. The second series of the day, we got OpTic. We have the Los Angeles Thieves. And, yo, Allie, I mean, today is the best. That was the best way to start the day, basically.
It was a very hype, exciting way to start the day, and now we get to eat even more hype because it's OpTic versus LA Thieves. And OpTic, after that hot win yesterday, who knows?
You got that right. And speaking about OpTic Texas right now, nobody expected them to be here. Illy had to sit out due to a thumb injury. In general, their sub came in and led the way in a big way after day 2, right? And now they're 1 series away from the finals. And Nameless, do you think the boys have gas in the tank to do this? I mean, if they're able to pull this off, man, cool.
Yeah, OpTic Texas definitely have gas in the tank to do this. Search and Destroy, a game mode these guys have been dominant at since the beginning of the season, and it was no different adding General to this roster. I mean, these guys look incredible. Their shots, he's so active on the map. He's getting up close and personal, playing by himself, getting those first bloods, and then managing to get away with his life and regroup with his team. They're comfortable giving up bomb sites and retaking. We saw what Scump was able to do there in that game 5. Like, these guys look like the real deal right now, and they look comfortable in Surge.
Yeah, most definitely. When it comes to the game field keys of victory, 1 series away from the finals, by the way. Allie, what does OpTic have to do?
Well, Dashy continue his MVP performances. 1.17 KD so far this weekend, and that's even after he dropped 9 on a Berlin control. So he's been piecing across the board, and get on page and control with General. 41% round win rate this weekend, 11th and number 1 this season prior to Pro-Am. They are heading into a Gavutu as well, which is not their strongest. Excuse me, it is one of their strongest. They're strong control across the board. They're 6-0, so that's a good map for them in this series. And strength on strength in the control. OpTic's number 1 offensive win rate on Gavutu. These number 1 in defensive win rate. So these teams are both going head-to-head on their best control map.
Now, this team is phenomenal, but it goes even deeper than that. We saw some of the biggest collection of impact kills from these individuals yesterday in order to make it to this point. So OpTic Texas, let's see if you can hold up against Los Angeles Thieves, who have been tearing things up lately, okay? A lot of people thought that this team was basically done and they needed a team change, and now they're 1 series away from proving just about everybody out there wrong. Allie, LA, let's see if they're the real deal.
No, I'm really on board with you when it comes to that. They are very hot and cold for me right now. They'll start doing incredible things, and then suddenly something insane happens. But the mental fortitude for this squad has been incredible. So OpTic Texas really need to watch out for that. It's giving a little bit of ROKKR Minnesota. They will not give up at any point during the series. And what we saw from Keddy yesterday, should he bring that today into this matchup, I'd be worried if I was OpTic Texas.
And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless?
Yeah, Kenny needs to get back on track with the new role. He's played great yesterday versus Boston. He's 1.09. He was making plays with the SMG, especially in this series. Like, OpTic, obviously not the same respawn team that they've been when they had Illy on it. So for LA Thieves here, big opportunity to go up in this series. If they win that first Berlin, they're going into Bocage, which is their best search and destroy map, sitting at 5-2. So that's a huge opportunity for Thieves to, get ahead in this one, then continue that hot S&D form. They're 59% round win rate this weekend. They rank 2nd only to Seattle, who didn't even make it out of groups, right? So for LA Thieves, it's been better there. Their 2 losses are round 11 loss in search, and then the reverse sweep full sail that they lost. So they have looked a lot better. Then lock down the Tuscan Hardpoint Thieves on a 4-game win streak on Tuscan Hardpoint. We know how great they can be. We've seen Sam go off on that map, Octane, plenty of times. So another opportunity in this one.
And speaking about Octane, a guy who went through some bumpy games this season, Allie, you told me about an incredible stat line he has.
Well, yeah, we're heading into Bocage S&D map 2 versus OpTic, and Sailor, who had a 3.5 in that specific map and mode yesterday against Savasa Breach. So I'm surprised OpTic let that slide through, but I guess they're going to play for late game in the series, but that's a lot of confidence to put in LA Thieves' hands.
3.5 is a godlike stat, but it's about time for godlike predictions on this end All right, this is very difficult, and you know what? I feel like we're at the point now where we don't even make an excuse of General being a sub right now, because this team, they're playing lights out right now, especially with that major win over the Atlanta Faze. This is hard, but I'm rocking with OpTic Texas against the LA Thieves, and I'm thinking we're going to a Game 5. Allie, all right, what do you have?
This is definitely one of the hardest predictions I think I've probably had to make this weekend, just because we don't know what LA Thieves we are going to get. Are we going to get the full sale LA Thieves, or are we going to get the Beat Boston Breach and make it in the Sunday Thieves? I don't know, but I know what OpTic we're going to get, so I'm going to be going with OpTic Texas.
All right, 2 for the green. Hey, are you seeing red right now?
Yeah, I am. I think LA Thieves take this. I mean, they've played twice this season already, and it's 4-6 map count where LA Thieves have played well in these series. And then I like the maps for them as well. Starting off on Berlin, that's not a great map for hardpoint for OpTic, even when they had Illy on the team. So I think Thieves have a lot of opportunity in this one. I think they take it in 3-2 fashion.
I didn't hear any wrong answers here on this desk at all, because the last remaining 3 teams here are all phenomenal, okay? But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to see who's going to meet the New York Subliners in the finals. We have OpTic Texas versus the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's go ahead and get this going.
There, less than 30 seconds, and that one goes to boom. Scuffy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure out from mid. Shotzi wins a big one. Shotzi's got to stay alive. Shotzi tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashi all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Here we go, Joe. It is Sunday Fun Day. We're ready to have a great time. I'm with a sexy substitute math teacher today. What do you think?
Yeah, you're like, yeah, math teacher? What are you teaching, huh? What, geometry, maybe?
Calculus, Joe.
Calculus, yeah, there's no way you remember anything from calculus, because I do not either.
No, nothing. Yeah. But we've got a fun one today, and this, maybe we didn't expect OpTic to get to this point. Maybe we didn't expect Thieves to either, but the fact is we are here, and it's who's going to be playing NYSL in the final, and I'm all about it, baby. Let's get after it. This is going to be a fun matchup.
No, it should be. I mean, listen, like, you look at the semifinal today, both of them. I mean, Toronto, New York, they've been struggling this year. LA Thieves, they've been trying to figure out who they are. And the fact is OpTic has a sub, right? But I guess subs just give you some buff, as we saw at the Minnesota Major, with Spart. I just thought that this was Atlanta Faze's tournament to win based on the bracket, but throw it out the window. I don't know what to predict anymore. People keep asking me, what do you want, or who are you going with today? I don't know, because it really, I really don't. This game has just been insane to watch. I mean, it's been a lot of fun, but it is difficult to predict.
Well, when you saw the maps as we were getting ready for this, it's difficult to predict from that standpoint, just because this small body of work we have with General in the lineup. But was there anything that maybe jumped off the page?
I mean, we saw it yesterday. I don't know if I want to play OpTic on anything Tuscan, just because of what Dashi and Shotzi, heck, even Scump can do on that map. But they do let they have Tuscan Search, they have Tuscan Hardpoint in. It's still very good records for LA Thieves on that map. I don't know if I would play them there. I really don't. But we're starting off with that Berlin Hardpoint map #1.
All right, let's get right into it. Our second semifinal. Who will meet NYSL in the final? But it's Shotzi. Loves to make the map his playground. Unfortunately, it'll be Kenny shoot him in the back, and that's a nice start there from Kenny to get 2.
Yeah, just don't allow Shotzi and Scump to make plays, on that pinch, as we head into P1 and already 18 seconds on the board for LA Thieves. So you're able to deal with this. You're going to have Shotzzy hitting connector stairs again, setting up that pinch. Both the submachine guns are trying to make it. It doesn't happen on the break off, but they're able to do it on their second push. Draws is trying to do what he can, right? He's running the flex now, using that second AR for this team. He's had some big games throughout the weekend. You're going to need him here to step up.
So I know there were some disappointing results for Thieves kind of to kick off the weekend, but what did you see and like from them last night?
Well, I think Kenny just having a very solid series throughout it. Octane and, you know, he basically won them. Bokai, Search and Destroy, and then draws. I guess that the fact is everyone is having moments. It's kind of what we've been waiting for this LA Thieves team. But I think the biggest thing to me has been Kenny, right? After the first series, everybody's freaking out, but he's not, right? He had to get comfortable, take a little bit of time, but he's back with that sub. He's looking good.
Well, he's got a very tough matchup here, that is for sure, and that'll be a tough one as well as Octane goes to challenge Dashy, but Dashy gets the better of it. That'll be 3 kills through on the feed for Texas, and now they look to bring some time. Down 25, about 25 left on the hard point as well. We'll see if they can retain the rest of this. In general, I mean, he's 5-2 off the start, but he's been doing what you wanted him to do. Like, go in there, have around a 1 KD, just, you know, don't get dunked on, just be a stable force, and he has been.
Yeah, he has. And I mean, shout out to, you know, well, to all the mothers for Mother's Day, but his mom had a great tweet yesterday. Like, they've been waiting so long for this moment just to see him playing with this OpTic roster on the stage. It's been awesome for him. It's been awesome for them, all these OpTic fans who have known General for so long. And yeah, he stepped up. I mean, they're at a semifinal. They're top 4 this weekend. It's a big deal, and he's been playing great.
Well, OpTic will have the spawns and the setup in the hard point at least to kick this off. It's Kenny with an entry, Octane with the team kill, and then Octane with a kill of his own. So a little pressure here at the front, but still work to do. They're at least able to contest and clear out OpTic for a little bit of time.
You're not giving him a ton of clean time, but that's going to be 3 dead as General's able to find Octane, and then with the wall base, Dashy trying to find Draza. Draza just kind of waiting for his teammates to come off spawn. Middle of the map, it's going to be Scump. Takes down Envoy. This is a good time here for OpTic. Still some pressure, but look at Shotzzy, number 3. He's going to try to get all the way across the map as we're going to rotate over to P4 towards this train yard. And yeah, the scrap time is still being fought for. And here's the big one-on-one. And Draza, he's got the AR. He's going to win it. So now all of OpTic, they're going to spawn at an ult. Draza's going to deal with this rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you love the heads-up rotation there from Shotzzy, but that gunfight, not much of a chance. I know we've seen the MP40 melt at range, but Draza ready and waiting, and he has been a beast for this Thieves team. 100%. Now, what other damage can he do here? As they start to layer the map and layer around the hard point, Draza, a little bit of peekaboo around the edge, able to get 2, trying to finesse his life. Chow for the 3rd. Just didn't have the help there, but does some damage to at least get them away from the hard point for a moment.
Yeah, still just buys enough time for his teammates to come off a spawn, right? OpTic's not in the hill. Scump, he's going to have the auto in hand for this hill. Kenny's able to work all the way towards back train. So he's just locking that power position down. And you're just keeping this messy, trying to, as Dashy's going to find that kill. So now maybe some time, an opportunity for OpTic to get on this hill. General is going to get on it. And I think LA Thieves, they're just going to try to hit some nades and try to set up for P5.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been like a super clean hold, right? It's been pretty solid breaks on whoever's needed to, battles back and forth for scrap time, and part of why you see just 11 points separating these teams currently. But now let's focus on our 5th hard point. I still find it so weird. I know it's not that big of a deal, but as Octane's lighting it up and he's on 4 in a row, like, it's like in the history of COD, every time
P5 is.
Yeah, every time there's a central hard point, it's like the first hard point, it's just so weird to me it's the last one.
Yeah, well, while that was all going down before P5 actually pops, LA Thieves, they won 3 gunfights, but the one gunfight and one for OpTic was by Scump, and that was Fireside. So he actually flipped the spawns. But Octane looking for 6. I don't even know if I should have said it because it's been so elusive. It's been so elusive. There we go. He broke our curse. Now he's looking for number 8. He's got the glide bomb in hand, locking down rotation shots. Yeah, I know you love to do this. He's just watching the window.
Yeah, Octane popping off right now, absolutely taking over. It's going to be a double-digit streak now, 10 in a row, and look at the kill feed. The teammates picking up the rest of the scrap. Everyone was kind of around even. Like, there wasn't a lot of separation, no one taking over the map, but Sam LaRue getting it done.
Yeah, you know, then you can see the spawns are actually to flip out. So they have a 40-point lead. That is a ton of time earned at P5. Plus, now you are set up at P1 behind this man's streak. Is OpTic going to have to break on through? You do have Shotzzy trying to work Fireside, but Octane right now is not missing. And Octane, I mean, he's always liked playing against this team for just years and years. He loves playing them. I mean, he played for OpTic. but he's always played with such confidence. But Shotzi trying to make that break happen, and he does it once again. Just so patient at the right moments.
You get those players that want to play OpTic, don't mind the crowd against them, want to shut them up, but they kind of thrive off of that. I know it's a little bit different environment here, but yeah, I think that mental play still exists, certainly, as it was a hell of a sequence from Octane. Now can Scump do it himself? They're able to take down 2 as he gets the 14 and 13, and you're just trying to answer back with a solid chunk of time, but we just have 5 seconds on the hard point remaining, and we're taking a look over to the other side of it. It's Scump's POV and fire. Person right outside the hard point will be General. And you've got everybody here for the fight to the next hard point.
And think about that break, though, right at P1. I mean, with about 30 seconds left, that would have been a 60-point swing. Let's call it 60, 70-point swing. LA Thieves, they would have been at 180 maybe, right? They get the rest of that time, probably a 100-point game. But behind that break from OpTic, they're still within striking distance.
Yeah, like how many hard points have we casted like just this weekend where it's been, they're down like 80 to 100 throughout the course of the game, can never just get it back to where it's manageable? They have kept it manageable. You absolutely can still take this. You can bring the swing in your favor. Just going to need some clutch moments, and they're finding the kills around the hard point right now.
Yeah, big moment right here. 20 seconds left over at P2. We're going to rotate to P3. You can see Draza, he's playing pretty safe. Same with Octane. They are basically playing not to lose these spawns. They're going to give up the time. Octane's going to find 2. As you can just see, he is just centering so well right now. Dashy is kind of playing on the outside of Docs, trying to find picks. And now I think that's going to be go time. Scump, he's going to go right through the middle of the map. There's going to be early pressure here. Can LA Thieves hold on?
Well, it's OpTic now. They have to try and rally. You're down approximately 30 points. It's Thieves in the hard point. Let's go to a listen in now with OpTic Texas.
They're still spawned there. Draws is still there.
Yeah, he's close range.
He's triple.
Yeah, we gotta work fire here.
Trying to time.
Back door 100%. Let's get fire.
I'm working fire area. Back door, back door. I don't see anything fire side.
Yo,
Fire.
Fire weak, Dylan, bro. Fire weak, top 5, top 5.
It's only 3, yeah.
Actually,
One stop fire.
We can hit this. No. Oh yeah, we should hit this.
I have 2 triple.
Yo, he's behind you.
He's secret Dylan. Oh, he's outside of secret. He's gonna try to flip us. We're gonna get flipped. No, we didn't flip.
He's already close. He's already close.
Outer might have streaks. Watch out.
There's two here. Envoy is the guy out.
Yeah, rotate back in a good row. Yo, he's close to streaks. He's hella close to streaks. I'm holding out. Just hit outer. Outer Dylan. 2 outer.
They're all there. There's 2 of them hitting it.
What shallow fire? Literally blow it.
All right, we got this. Listen, we gotta go through left.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a route left.
We gotta go left through mid.
I'm taking a route left.
Yeah. I'm gonna help you guys through mid right here.
I'm gonna go outer.
Yeah, I don't see anything secret area.
Joe, it sort of seemed like in that listening, like Thieves were just a step ahead. Like they'd make calls. Oh, they're already there. Oh, this person's here. Then Envoy's able to get streaks. We saw, the massive one earlier from Octane. It's now 10 in a row before he drops, but they seem a little flustered. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, I think it's flustered because they're allowing these players to find these streaks, right? You're hoping for fast trades. When you're quickly trading, it's a lot less frustrating because your teammates are finding those kills. You heard Scum time and time again. I'm pretty sure Outer's on streaks. He was, as Octane was able to find that. So one glide bomb was used for LA Thieves as they're up to 230 points. And I think it's just a little bit of the individual aspect that LA Thieves are showing here where that frustration started to kick in.
Yeah, you have what? It was 11 streak for Octane. It was 10 for Envoy. And those sequences are really where you're finding the separation right now for Thieves. Is they're up 80, 18 more to secure the W as we get into 5th hardpoint, our 2nd set of rotations, prepping for 3rd, but will we get there? And Kenny, who had the hot start, his teammates have really gone massive around him. But there, I think 2 for Scump, Dashy threw on the feed as well. OpTic getting some time. And this is where last time, Thieves got a solid amount of time.
Yeah, and if you're like Thieves, for me, I think you're just trying to win the game here. I don't want this to go to P1 because you're not going to be able to use that glide bomb. Even over towards P2, maybe you could help you find one of the players on the outside, but you don't want OpTic to chain these two together for things to get scary. We talk about those closeout moments. This is one of them right here.
Well, they can do it. They can close it out here. But I think it was Kenny in the hardpoint. He's going to get picked. That's now going to be 3 down. Not enough time left to close it out. So we are going to get to P1. And now if OpTic Texas are going to rally, they're going to make this run. It's got to happen here. The General has been a monster, soaking up the objective. He's got nearly 2 minutes, and he'll be in the hardpoint once again. Pressure to Thieves to try and break.
Yeah, 2 times in a row over at P1, it was on OpTic to break. They were able to do it. Can LA Thieves now do it here to win this game. Number 1 Envoy. After that 10 spree, he has heated up. He has found another 2-piece, 33 kills from Envoy. Octane in the hill. They just need a couple of more seconds. That is going to do it. They find the break in Los Angeles Thieves. Able to win Berlin hardpoint.
Yeah, it was like, for the most part, you know, you talk about 80% of the hard points, it was relatively split, but the massive stretch from Octane and then from Envoy, you dominate just a couple of hard points and you find your separation there. And I know it's a team effort, but some brilliant individual moments from Thieves.
No, I mean, that's the separation. You know, OpTic needed a couple of breaks and they found them. I think the scoreline could have been worse if they didn't have those P1 breaks, but you can see it there. Yeah, Envoy, he was pretty quiet at the start. Then the second half of that game, him and Octane both have a double-digit streak. On the other side, I mean, you know, it's nothing crazy, nobody terrible. It's just some of those moments, right? You heard the frustration in those comms.
Yeah, it felt like, I don't know how to describe it other than it seemed like Thieves were like a step ahead. Like, I think, what did he say? Scump was like, I think we're gonna get flipped out. No, we're not gonna get flipped out. No, let's push this. Oh, they're already there. Do this. Oh, someone's already there. Like, it just felt like they were a step behind for that sequence, at least during the listen-in.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what's going to happen when you don't have your in-game leader, right? Your comms guy in Illy. There is that. Maybe he's the one who's answering those questions like, no, we should be good, right? He knows that situation inside and out. But they don't. And they've been able to deal with it all weekend. It's just one map. It's a hard point. Where have they been so darn good? It's been the search and destroy. Yeah, to me, it's kind of the same thing. Can you get it to that map number 5?
Yeah, the search has been fun to watch. It has been decisive, and you're gonna absolutely need to hear, because it's not been, I don't know, there are times for Thieves where searches look good and then it's looked so bad, sometimes within the same map. So we don't know what we're gonna get. You hope that you still are just that consistent force that Texas has been, and you're gonna make this a series through the search and destroy.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I think you know, we're going to a Bocage search, and it's not a map that they've played with General, or if they have, it's been during pools, and it's a map where we've seen, you know, Octane take over. We saw yesterday 14-4, but on the side of that, there is VOD prep, right? If you're a coach and you have your squad, Rambo saying, all right, how can we counter some of their plays? We know what they like to do, and well, what, they got a couple of games to go over with it just from this weekend.
If you're OpTic now, just brush off the hard point. You've had to do it a couple of times. Focus up down the search. Scump kind of, you see him talking through with the guys, and you know, he was big vocally. You heard in that listening, and maybe yes, there is a gap that needs to be filled when you think about Illy not being there. But he was trying to make the calls for the guys. Now with search, the tempo changes, right? Things slow down a bit. Maybe not as much on Bocage, but
not too much.
Yeah,
pretty fast.
No, 100%. But maybe I'm hoping if you prepped last night, you knew you were going to play, and you saw what Octane was able to do. Whatever spots he was getting to, whether you're avoiding that or trying to isolate him. I mean, how do you deal with something like that?
Well, yeah, I think kind of what we didn't see in map 1 was trading, and we know Bocage, as soon as that first domino falls, typically it is just boom, fight, trade after trade. Can someone find 2 kills? If someone usually does, or someone can stay alive a little bit longer than they're supposed to, that's when that round usually shifts one way, towards one dynamic. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's just some hard counter strats coming in from OpTic. But you know, we're going to take a look at the top performers for search and destroy so far for these two teams. But yeah, I mean, you should have the edge over to LA Thieves because it's been some of their map picks, one of their go-tos.
Now, Bocage is funny because it is like, it feels like search for a bit, right? There's a build up, you know, everyone's trying to look for that pick, but then like once the first engagement goes down, it suddenly shifts to hard point. And it's just insanity, like from that point on. But Shotzzy, how good has he been? Regardless of the mode, he has been a beast. I mean, when we talk about the game 5 yesterday, what was it, 10 rounds? He had 6 first bloods. He
won them the game 5. Yeah, no, he won them that game 5 with the impact he was making.
He was exceptional, but you know, that was a map in something like Berlin where you can find maybe openings a bit easier, right? Be that playmaker. That can be tough to do at least early in rounds on Bocage.
Yeah, I can. But in a way, there's an element to Bocage where if you are playing with a sub, some of that strategy is a little bit out the window. Like you're going to have some of your breakoffs, make sure there's not a lot of openings. But as I said, once those fights start, they kind of start, and or they get going, and maybe that's kind of what OpTic's looking for.
Yeah, the gear just shifts so heavily. We'll see if that's how it is at the beginning of this, but just like, you know, everyone kind of buying their time, trying to hit some wall bangs, trying to hit your nades. And more often than not, once it starts, we're just trying to keep up.
His nade does hit. There was no second one to follow up. I don't know exactly what it was. I think that was going over towards Shump. You see, they take middle of the map, does LA Thieves. They're trying to work towards this B bomb site. Envoy, he's not spotting anything, and he's going to find an opening. To find one he would think. He's going to take some long shots. He tries to find one kill on a Scump, but there is a trade on a General.
Now you've got 2 players set up by B, and then 1 just lurking. That's going to be Draza. Just lurking right under Dashy, and he's hearing him stomp around. He's able to get 1, tries to finesse out. Dashy does get the headshot through, so he gets the kill quickly. Scump trying to just scurry away. Not going to happen. They'll track him down. Look at the first round on the board. But that's one where, I mean, it's, I guess, effectively a first blood for OpTic, but the trade is there pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you know, Draza able to find that first kill. Kenny looking over him. And then, you know, over towards B, once you get that B bomb down during that retake, usually the offensive team gets pretty active because it's just, I mean, there's a lot of power positions where they can get you off the bomb. It's also just difficult to check it. So usually you have a player hit the tunnel, and that does happen. But because it comes to the last player alive, doesn't expect Envoy on the flank.
All right, let's see what OpTic want to do on offense now. As they're building this up towards A. Kind of a 2-2 split for Thieves, at least for now. And they've got the plant wide open. Just now the lethal's going to hit. And how's this retake going to come through for Thieves?
That's very slow. How many nades did they hang on to, does LA Thieves? Maybe they're going to try to nade out one of the tanks or one of the positions there. Kenny's going to find one nade go out. Nope, nothing in the feed. So still in a 4-on-4. Shotsy middle of the map, but it's Envoy. Finds the first blood. Now here we go. Where's the trade? There it is from General. He's able to find one, but Octane takes down Dashy. We're into a 2-on-2, and just like that, it's a 1 versus 2 for General. They know his position. They're just trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, that was a good example of what we were talking about. It just, once it starts, it just goes crazy. 1v1 now.
But now they don't. It's a 1v1. He's just got to play time. He's just got to play time, and the super sub has done it again, General, with the clutch.
Beautifully done. Yeah, I mean, you've got about only 15 or so seconds once he gets that first kill. And yeah, I mean, you seem confident that they might know where he is, but the fact he gets a freebie, I guess not the case.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2-on-1, right? He finds one kill right around P1, but nobody goes through barn. He just kind of stays up top, watches the cross. Boom. And yeah, he saw a little, that's what we were talking about. Oh gosh, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, 100%. But that's got to feel good for General. I mean, I'm sure for some of the OpTic players, you're not playing with a lot of pressure right now, just considering the circumstances. But you know, General's feeling it. He doesn't want to let the team down. He wants to come up and go huge. And I mean, he's got 3 of their 5 kills right now. So General getting it done in the map too. Now back to offense for Thieves, and Draza, like Hulk, just smashing through walls. There's one right on the other side. Knock. Who's there? It's King Scumpy. Can't get away from it, but Shotzi's making the plays on the other side. That's going to be 2 for Shotzi.
Yeah, I mean, he was so fast on the flank, and that is done. That is similar to what we were seeing yesterday. He just takes the chance, takes a route. As they were starting that attack, he's already in barn. He's already in the offensive spawn, and he found 2 kills on players over towards the site.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I was kind of saying it's a little bit maybe harder to find those routes sometimes on this, just due to how small it is and how you can watch everything at times. But when you find those openings, kind of the flip of that, like it is so small, you can get in position so quickly, right? Like it's just so fast. It's not you have to take a route around Berlin.
He's just so confident doing it, right? Just goes for that play call. Able to execute in similar, pretty aggressive position here for Kenny. I don't know if he was spotted quite yet. He's got 2 players right below him. Draza pretty close to him. I mean, if they just go through the defensive spot, right, Draza's going to peek it. He's going to peek it now. He's going to give that information over to Kenny, you would think, and he's going to pop on up. But look at where Scump has gotten to. He's behind enemy lines now. He's found an opening. What is he going to pounce?
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to think Octane is dead to rights. They just lose track of Scump. Ooh, I thought maybe hits the slide cancel and able to do it, but as Envoy gets the kill, Dashy does have the angle for the insta trade. Now General will work the plant. Now up to 4-2. Shotzzy with another one on 3 in a row, and it's all to Draza now. 1 versus 3. Bomb planted for OpTic.
I'm gonna find the first, and he does get an auto, and that's a pretty okay. Well, never mind. All right, Dashy's watching that.
Yeah, I was thinking the auto might help. He only like 10 in the clip, but I mean that's enough to at least get 1. But yeah, the second he gets to the half wall hop up, he is just gone.
And well, that's 2 rounds now where just a player sneaks through, and it's a kind of an odd round, right? Because Kenny, you would think, is in a really good position. I don't know if someone saw him from OpTic where he's getting shot at, right? We weren't on his point of view. But I thought as soon as Draza saw the players towards that lower tank side, he was just going to peek and find a kill. But that doesn't happen. It's almost just like everybody kind of stopped. He didn't move. And during that sequence, that's when Scum was able to find that first blood.
Yeah, it seemed like he didn't feel like safe in popping up and checking it. Like he was getting a shot from another angle. Or, I mean, he just kind of stayed prone for the most part. But it leads to probably a frustrating death for Octane and a round win for OpTic. A tag in for General. Draza, so you chase that, you might get punished. That's an absolutely. Dashy will get the first blood. Draza, a kill he should have picked up.
He's just on it. He just goes right for it. This is one of those rounds, and there we go. It's done. It is done. He sneaks into the position, immediately hops it, and there we go. Another Shotzzy play. But yeah, Draza. So the reason that you should see LA Thieves, they take over P1 control because they just hop down to B. If there's a player playing up top castle, right, watching the ravine, they do not see that drop down. That is how Draza got behind the OpTic team. But it's like he wanted to shoot one, then he saw the player inside of Grandma's. He's taking shots at Dashy, and then that loses them the round.
Yeah, and you just want to finish one, so you start to chase it. Then it was like, am I going to? And then you're dead.
He wanted to win the round, instead he lost the round. That's how that goes.
Yep, but it's 4-1 now for OpTic. The S&D continues to be stellar. And it's a big win there for Dashy. He's up to 5 in a row, now to 6-2, and it's another first blood. As they continue to be so good in that regard. Another one for Shotzzy as well. Not a ton of kills, but he has made the plays. And Thieves are in trouble. You just have Kenny and Draza down the 2v4, but okay, you see one bullet through for Draza and then the explosion as Kenny's nade hits and maybe gives them a chance.
Yeah, bomb's being planted, but General's in a really good position over there, outside of L. Draza's gonna try to read this. He's gonna have one gunfight, but he loses it to Scump. Scump's able to take him down. And you know that there's kind of a suspicion that there's one player back there. He's giving that call out, but Kenny's gonna get picked from the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think the entire time in Barn, it was General just sort of waiting, lurking, biding his time. And he is able to pounce. Now a 5-1 edge. They are just smoking him right now.
I mean, look at General, right? Just constantly communicating how they're making those mid-round adjustments, finding the openings. There's been some chances for LA Thieves, right? If there's one or two players watching the flank in some of these rounds, or even Draza finding those kills on offense, this looks a little bit different. But I'll tell you what, they have shut down this man Octane, who put up 14 yesterday, only 2 through 6 rounds.
I just love seeing General so vocal there. I mean, I think it just speaks to his confidence filling in right now. Like the fact he is just speaking so much during it, but as I'm talking, Shotzzy is a fire and takes down 2. Last one up is Octane. Blow them off the map. 6-1 with the swiftness. They just get torched. The S&D continues to be so strong for OpTic.
And what's huge there is now we're going to at least get into a map 4, right? Towards that Tuscan hardpoint, where they have been just lights out. Well, both Tuscans, if they get into a map 5. But yeah, they're search and destroy. With a sub, with Illy, it doesn't matter. OpTic fans, this is a great showing for them.
Well, yeah, because you had 10 years. You had 10 years of OpTic winning map 1 and getting smoked in the search. I'm sure this is a welcome change. I mean, yeah.
10 years ago, I was still on that team. We're a very good search team. So
I'm exaggerating. You know what I mean. Yeah,
I do, but I just had to correct you because, all right, I'm old 10 years ago. Just saying.
I hear you. But it's a lot different than we've seen from this team, at least, the past 5 to 7 years. But the maps and modes, just to show you how it's going to play out the rest of the way, it was a solid win from Thieves to start it off. They controlled it for the most part, but then the search, it just wasn't real close. I mean, whether you're talking about the quick flanks from Shotzzy, the great play in the defuse, General being in his spots, it's just, as much as I think I said the map 1, it felt like listening to the comms, they were it seemed like they were a step behind at times. The exact opposite in the search. The exact opposite in the search.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 rounds. There's the Shotzzy flank. There's the Scump flank when Kenny's over towards A plat. And then there's the draws round. That's a 3-round swing where that could be a 4-4, right? We're headed in around 10 right now. Instead, it's OpTic with a blowout.
Yeah, no, it just was fast. That was quick. But we are tied up 1-1. We have control coming up next, and I think you just kind of nailed it. You got it to map 4, right? That's what you needed to do.
100%.
100%. You guys get it to a map 4, but the control coming up next. Tied up 1-1. Who will take the edge? Octane looking to bounce back after the lackluster search and destroy, but do not go anywhere. We are trying to find our second team with a trip to the grand final. Will it be OpTic? Will it be Thieves? The battle continues on after this quick break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
We are back and we're tied up. 1-1, Texas. Thieves. I want to go the whole way, Joe. I need a game 5, round 11, something epic, something spicy and sexy on this Sunday fun day.
I'm thinking we're going to get that. Yeah, something very spicy. I mean, we already had a crazy series between Toronto and New York. Is New York able to make it to the final? You heard Krim, he wants Scumpy, so that's who he's rooting for. But this should be a fun Yavutsu. I mean, a very strong map for both of these teams. I think it's 6-0 for OpTic, 6-2 for LA Thieves. It's like the #1 offensive team versus #1 defensive team. It's a little bit different, obviously, because you have General. They've been trying to get on the same page. They've been doing it in Search. Now can they do it in Control?
Yeah, I'm sure Krim does want that because I don't know how much was public during everything and how that merger happened between, you know, the two squads, but I'm sure it wasn't Krim was on the team anymore. So yeah, I imagine he wants to play him real bad, real bad. He's got some extra incentive there for sure. But now to Yavutsu Control, and Joe, what are we looking at for this map as we take a look at Dashy's stats?
I mean, a very, I mean, you know, lots of ARs is what you're going to expect. We saw it there. It's a very defensive favored map. 22% of the time, the offensive team wins. I feel like that trend has been changed a little bit. I feel like at the start of the year, it was very defensive heavy, but teams starting to figure out a little bit more on offense. But we'll see. Can the slaying from LA Thieves keep up from game #1, or was that map #2 just a huge momentum shift for OpTic?
Well, we shall see, but it's Kenny top vote for now, just kind of spotting for information. And the information he finds is some bullets to the chest of General. Now trying to take a nice little angle against Dashy, but he's getting pushed out, trying to get out of it, able to take it, but General's there for the trade. But Kenny with some nice kills. Might allow them to at least get on this point for a moment, but we've only got 50 seconds left on the clock, and they've got to start thinking about the objective.
They kind of just kept Envoy on this, and then they're slaying around it, which we have seen before, right? You don't want to get done with A. If you have to, you can stack it if you find the kills. They're just worried about really just eliminating as many lives as possible for OpTic, so when they have to rotate over to B, they should find that offensive round win, and they're sticking with that strategy right now. Estraza, he finds 3, he finds 4 in a row, snaps on a shot in the middle of the map. Looking for another one, but yeah, just slowly building this up as they slay around.
Well, yeah, it's just one of those things when it is defensively favored, like the second point can be so hard to get. It's like, how efficiently can you get that first point, right? Like, you'd love to take a nice lives advantage over if you can. We're even now, but it's a philosophy there. Yeah.
There's a risk to it, which is this. If you don't get done with that point early, you can get put in a spawn trap, which is OpTic. They've finally been able to retake boat control, and now there's only 18 seconds left, so you only have 2 ticks complete, and this is the risk. Can LA Thieves get onto the point, but General locking down cliffside. He's got Scump looking over him. That might be it. That might be the round. LA Thieves are gonna, I don't even think they can go for this. It doesn't look like they can do it.
No, so that's a great defense, and yeah, that's kind of the risk reward, right? You focus on the kills. You just think in your head, you know, kind of we're gonna get A when we want to. Unfortunately, when you need to flip the switch, it's OpTic doing the switch flipping.
Yeah, switch flipping meaning they choke slammed them into the ground. Yeah, that's pretty much what they did the rest of that round. As OpTic, they control the map, so only 2 ticks earned.
I've never been choke slammed, but it doesn't sound great. No.
That sounds like a good time. I mean, maybe it's very good, but who knows? Everyone's got.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Joe. But it'll be a 4 streak for Scump and 3 for General as we head into our second round now. OpTic's turn to try and get something rolling on offense. You're gonna have a 1-on-1 here towards ringside. It's a nice win for Dashy. It's gonna help him try to get angles, support his team on the point, and they're gonna get on it now. It shouldn't be that hard, you think, to get a slide advantage in this one. Is based on the struggles from Thieves early in the round.
Well, they kind of go over the same strategy. They try to get Shotzi pushed up. He gets taken down. The nade hits onto the point. And, well, they're able to find 3 kills, and then no progress done today.
I mean, the one thing throughout this, though, is Dashy has stayed alive and continued to win fights ringside. Just to, like, help prevent them from getting pinned in too bad. He gets another one now onto Kenny. He's just literally been ringside winning one-on-one after one-on-one. He's on 4 in a row. And I think due to his success on this side of the map, they take the pressure to B.
Sorry, I mean, Clint, I was being attacked by a spider. I got it. All right, I'm good. I'm back in. Sorry.
Time to burn the house down, Joe. I know you lived there for a while, but time to burn it down.
I'm not in Texas. I don't have those giant things, but I looked down and I was like, all right, hold on a second. I had to regain. I'm back.
I got chills just thinking about it. Spiders can F off. Not a fan.
Yeah.
But 5 in a row for Dashies. He drops right after it, but his presence known ringside, that's for sure. But now, I mean, relatively similar situation, except you have no points of progress if you are OpTic. You have got to get to A, and you've got to be efficient here quickly. There is one person there early to be the disruptor. That's going to be Envoy, and he's just kind of biding his time, getting ready to pounce. The nade's going to hit, and that's going to help him out a lot. It's actually to the connect, as Kenny will take them off top. Now, a contest on the point. Draws ripping him to shreds. Not a whole lot of offense yet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, props to LADs with their nades, because it's been 2 points now where, you know, there's been a player on A, and the nades have connected to get them off it, but they're just going to shift over to B. Now, LADs are going to have to respond. Getting Envoy fine, kills in the attacking spawn. The nade's very close again. Scump is weak. He's going to stay down. He's got Shotzzy with him, but the wall bang comes in, so Shotzi's got to go. His presence is known, and he's got a lot of work to do as his teammates come up off his spawn. They're trying to get to him at P1, and now an opportunity here for OpTic.
Yeah, Octane's pushed up so far cliffside. They're all spawning top, and it's like, what do we do with this much time? Well, we got to funnel towards B anyway, and thankfully our teammate has been going clutch. The read is there, a little bit of flinch, and Dashy can't find another. That'll be 3 down, but you get what, 3-2 progress-wise?
Yeah, they get 2 ticks there from that play from Scump and Shotzzy, then the spawn ups. So you take that advantage.
I mean, it ends up being better than you thought it was going to be. You rewind 30 seconds, and it seems like they are screwed. But yeah, some clutch plays beachside.
Yeah, I mean, really the key was when OpTic got pushed up, I think it was General who was cliffside. He found multiple kills. They really couldn't deal with him. I think at one point it was Octane before over at Cliff, and as soon as he died, that opened up A. So they're able to get to that A point, then the transition goes on over. So OpTic just had a number of players who were able to stay alive middle of the map, so they get to B.
Well, a little fight there at range between Octane and General, and Octane, he is up to the task. And now he's going to get right on the point, start the progress. Okay, Scump just murders the entire team. He wants the rest. He's looking for Octane. Now up to +6. Because I thought they had a decent setup, but now look where Shotzzy is. I mean, he's dancing around, and the Thieves spawn. Scump finally able to get the 4th. He takes out the entire team. Shotzzy still has shots of the cross. Dashy's winning one towards B, and oh god, you've got 50 seconds left, and you are just getting bamboozled right now by OpTic.
Yeah, that was a huge win by Dashy over towards B, because the clock would have paused, right? You would have had one player. This setup wouldn't have worked, or it would have had to rotate on over. But Scump right now, double positive, does snap on it, Kenny, but he was so weak with a sub on Yavutu control. That is not easy to do. It is so hard on this map, but he's playing his points to perfection.
Well, Scumpy's just naturally gifted. Everything comes easy, Joe.
You are wrong. Yeah, he's been doing it a while. Yeah, I tell you what does come easy to him. It's Call of Duty.
Yeah. Well, there's the first point of progress. 23 seconds it'll be paused at, and they're trying to finish this if they can. Weren't able to in the first round. It's really just going to take one big retake here from Texas, and you're good. But Draws is getting beamed and trying to get down. His teammates getting kills around the point. It's Kenny that's going huge with 2. And now they're going to stack onto this. They've got 3 on it.
Change up.
3 on. Let's just get this done this time around, and that's the first point secured in this matchup.
Yeah, they need some ticks. So they're like, all right, we got to get on this. So now they have what, a 4-3? No, 5-3 now. So 2 tick advantage if it heading into the next round if they don't get anything done at B. Starting that push on over is going to be Octane beachside, but he's got 2 players to deal with while the rest of his team is fighting middle of the map.
And you're down, what, 5 lives now, so it is going to be tough to do, but they've gotten pushed up green. Well, they did until Kenny just got zapped by General, so we'll show his POV now as he's just trying to hold that lane and spot for what information he can. Envoy's trying to work all the way around. Scump will be the one holding that, and Scump is ready for it.
Man, if you were Draws, I think he stopped shooting at, earlier at Dash. You would love to have that kill because he would have had ring control And maybe you can get General out of that spot, but that doesn't happen. And now since that moment, so much time has been wasted off the clock. They're finally able to get over towards P1, but you gotta deal with this man. Able to switch over the pistol, but does enough damage where the trade is easy in OpTic. This is the reason why they're so strong on this map. You're seeing it here.
Scump is having a map now up to 21-11. And that'll do it for the round. So all defense, you get your first point captured, but effectively, I mean, you get three ticks, basically same as OpTic got last time. 3 seats, what, up 2, you said?
Yeah, up to 5-3 overall.
Which seems more than manageable for OpTic, but with the way this has been going, yeah, you want defense real bad in round 5.
Yeah, the way this is going, yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's been some chances, I think, from both sides if they shoot it maybe a little bit better.
Not many, though.
Just tough. Yeah, it's just tough. It is.
Nice shot.
Tough on this map.
So they win all the fights at A, but it's really going to be Octane kind of getting isolated now towards B. What is he going to be able to do? Well, he's going to drop it. I think he bought enough time that Kenny was able to wrap back and help. So we just saw it on the mini-map, but it seemed like a while for them to try and isolate Octane and pick up the kill, and that time might be the difference.
And really, that just stems from the breakoff. Draza finding that first kill, right, Cliffside, because it's a 2-2 split for OpTic. They're hoping to maybe fight one player over towards P1 and then get 2 players on to B. And then the pressure's on LA Thieves to have to figure it out. But because they're able to deal with one player, that allows Kenny an easy transition over towards B. And now they have control of the map as the OpTic assault over towards A.
No, that's a good point. I mean, you get one pick before the fights even started, basically. But look at this. I mean, Kenny is just so deep side. I think one player is going to wrap out to try to deal with that. I think it's Dashy that was going to try and pick it up because they are pinned. I mean, Octane is holding Cliffside. You're about to get pinched on the other end from Kenny. Kenny is going to get evaporated, though, so not really going to get involved. Octane, we saw have a massive streak in the hard point. He's on 5 in a row now.
Maybe an opening here.
And they're close to getting defense. There's 9.5 seconds. Remember, 2 points to tie. If you're OpTic Texas, you're on to B.
Yeah, they do have a lot of presence over towards Ring. Only one player on a B, so it's going to go slow, but all of OpTic are here. Kenny with the first pick.
Number 7.
Octane, he's going to slide on in. Shotzi and Scump, they're doing it again. As Shotzi finds 2, and now Scump's going to get with them, and there they go.
Yeah, I mean, you should be guaranteed to get the second. Oh, God, watch it. It's getting so close, but the streak is coming in. It's going to hit. The second point is not done. You're like a centimeter away. But now they've gotten over to A. Where are they going to find this little bit of objective that they need, as it is just chaos now around the map, trying to wrap back towards A as Thieves. And they find all the kills. They wipe them off, and that second bit never gets done. You get close at A, you get close at B, but the streak, right? I mean, that might be the bailout.
Yeah, what a glide bomb. I didn't even know Octane had it, honestly. But yeah, he's able to hang on to that, and well, it is at a perfect time.
Yeah, he got it through that stretch, like right before he, I think, accidentally mantled as he was ringside. He got number 7 right before that. And that was just enough. I mean, look how close you are. Look how close you are.
90%, yeah.
Another couple seconds. But that means defense now for Thieves, and what has been
the break off, though.
So defensive heavy. And they get an opening kill. That's Dash. You're still playing deep by spawn, but now you're right into the Octane blender. He's just chopping them up.
Yeah, he's just watching that cross. And just, I don't think they saw anyone off a cliff, right? Droz is going for that jump spot. He's seeing if there's any pressure over towards A. And as soon as they don't see anyone on A side, they immediately transition. The nades go over. Octane gets into a spot, and they deal with that.
You've just found no success on offense, really. If you are either team, it's how do you shake it up? How do you do something here offensively if you're OpTic? They've had some crazy miracle plays throughout the course of this weekend. Can we find some more? Now on to B, trying to work the harder point first, but Shotzi, a good deal ahead of his teammates, but they're rallying over now from Ring.
And this is when they have had their chances, right? You have the one-player cliffside, that's Draza. So it's really a 4-on-3 in this area. Draza is going to rotate on over and still take their time. LA Thieves just trying to find the picks with the nades. Shotzi doing an incredible job staying alive. His teammates have just not been able to leave ring, but they're finding kills. Dashy in general with 2 more.
Okay.
Another tick done.
Okay.
On the cross, General was trying to get there. He's not able to do so, but Kenny with a beautiful snap on a Dashy inside a ring. Maybe that allows him to steal with Shotzi, but you just can't take him down. You can't take him down, or can you? It's on boy.
Oh my
2.
God, he survived for so long there. But at least you get 2 parts of progress. Now, can you efficiently get A? Give yourself hopefully a minute plus in which you can work it. Lives department, we're good, because when you need 1 point, I mean, you get a decent sweep, you stack the point, it's done.
Yeah, well, they're gonna get A first. That's it.
Yeah.
And really the lives, I mean, it's still pretty close. General trying to do what he can.
I mean, A hasn't been easy throughout the course of this one, right?
No, and not with the nades we've seen from LA Thieves as well.
And you
Draza and Kenny gonna find that kill. Draza just lurking, trying to find when he is going to pounce, and there it is. And LA Thieves, they clutch on up in that round number 5. And that stems from that defense, just making sure they don't get that extra tick, making sure they have the defense in round 5, and it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not everything. There are a lot of moments that decide this, but you get the 7th kill, you get the glide bomb, and I don't know if someone gets the angle to get that kill before you get the second part of the objective. If the glide bomb doesn't hit, it's just enough. You're about 90% there. The glide bomb comes through, they clutch up, they guarantee a defense for round 5, and they hold on. I mean, if you're OpTic and you get B there, if somehow Shotzi stays alive a little bit longer and the help comes in, things got real interesting, but you couldn't close it out.
Yeah, it's just a really tough map. I mean, obviously, you know, General 15 and 27, but you know, Envoy 17 and 25. This is a map, I think, especially with a sub, it's going to be tough to win because there's so many things that have to go your way. And LA Thieves, they have that advantage. I mean, those are 2 of the best control Gavutu teams that we have in the league.
Well, it's like,
but it's just a couple of small things, and that's a difference maker.
Yeah, when you have a sub and you're fighting around A and you're finessing, you're finding kills, it's like it's manageable. But like the second you have to make that shift, you still got sub in hand, you're going towards B. It's like if you can get through past green and find a flank or find some opening, great. But for the most part, it's just autos locked down, holding every angle. I'm sure it's like bashing your head into a wall.
Yeah, we've all been it, right? Playing range play, you know what it could be. It could be the blender, but. You know, if you're OpTic, you win that map number 2, you get to a Tuscan hardpoint. LA Thieves, as we talked about, I think they've won the last 4 Tuscan hardpoints. But I think this is well, it's always been a strong map for OpTic throughout this year.
Well, the fact is, I mean, I talked about the stats yesterday for Faze and what their average margin of victory for hardpoint was like 98. They've been lights out at the event. That Tuscan goes down to like a 5-point game, but the fact is OpTic are able to clutch up and get it done, which, I mean, if you can beat Faze and hardpoint on that map, sure, you can battle against anybody. So they got the shot here to push this to a map 5 without question. Just not going to be easy because depends what Thieves you get, right?
And we were talking about right in the last series with NYSL in Toronto. It just feels like it always goes to that P1 after a couple of rotations. It just comes down to the wire time and time again. Someone's got to make a play. Yesterday for LA Thieves, it was Draza. He popped off on this map. So look out for that guy. See if he can do it again. But if I'm these, I'm trying to close out here. I don't want to get to Tuscan S&D. You know, they lost 6 rounds in a row, but also just knowing how strong OpTic is. Well, how strong they have been in S&D, but also Tuscan. So I'm not trying to go there at all.
It's like, I swear, hardpoint in this game, it just feels like it's either somebody's got a 60 to 100 point lead throughout the course of the game and kind of cruising, or it is just a nail biter. Like, it's just probably, you know, the spawn nature of this game and how hard it is to get outside of like a Vutu or something where you can get really good 45+ second holds. It's just very scrappy, right? You're hitting scrap time a lot. It just leads to these close games, and Tuscan's one where, yeah, I hope we get that again because it was fun as hell yesterday.
Now, well, this is a map. I mean, listen, you know, I'm not a player, but I'd love to just see at least one trophy. But I really would, because I think that does kind of help you kind of have those larger holds where if you do have a break, you can turn it into those more traditional hardpoint, sort of chaining multiple hardpoints together, blowing out a team 100, 150 points. But, you know, not up to me. Not up to me.
Look at our top performers now when we're looking at hardpoint. This is excluding the map 1 from this series, but Dashy, you know, it was funny because when we were talking before this series, we were saying Dashy, for the most part, when we've been watching, at least once we got the bracket player, maybe like final match of pools, is not, you know, he's been struggling. He had a series, he had like a 0.89, but he's been kind of up and down. He's either been frying or not having the greatest series. But well, statistically though, statistically though, it's like he's been great though overall.
Well, I think it just speaks to the squad when, you know, we were really talking about the Faze series, you need your superstars, and he didn't have that great of a series. It was just these team moments where they clutched on up. And I think that's what it's going to take once again.
Win as a team or lose as a team. They got to get the dub here to get it to a map 5. The hero of map 4 yesterday, though, to get to this point, that was Draza. I mean, on Twitter, everyone is kind of popping off about Draza's performance, and we'll see if he can have another one here. But he's animated as he's chatting through something right now.
I think he just likes playing this map. But no, again, I'm going to give props to OpTic just coming into this, right, dealing with the Illy situation. They are taking teams to the limit. They're beating some of the best teams in the world with a sub. I mean, there's two ways to kind of look at that situation, right? It was the same with LAG, but you can either just be like, all right, this isn't, you know, it's $250K tournament. It is what it is. We're going to try our best, but they have been playing with some confidence. The teams have had to play their best against them.
Well, let's see what General is going to be capable in this last match. I'm not entirely sure what that is on his chin, but I'm with it.
It's a new style. Maybe you should grow one.
Yeah, I'm
actually just grow that at the top of your head. It look like a unicorn.
I might be able to pull off something like that, like a little patch somewhere.
Little piece, just a little piece.
Yeah. All right, I'll look into it.
You got like a little ponytail?
I could probably do. That'd be horrific.
You remember the old Tim hairstyle? Do you remember him seeing that where he just had like the little man bun on top? Yeah, maybe you could pull that off.
That was horrible though. Oh,
yeah, it was. He looks much better bald, actually. Yeah.
Well, we're just waiting to get started here. I imagine we're getting ready to load up as the fist bumps are going out. OpTic believing in each other to get this to a map 5. Thieves desperately trying to close this out. They know what this OpTic team is capable of search and destroy, not just from watching them over the weekend, but they felt that wrath in game 2.
And then if you're OpTic, right, don't allow those individual moments to happen. Heck, even in that game 3, it was a glide bomb, right? It was the streaks in map number 1. It was Envoy. It was Octane. Make sure those trades are efficient. You can see Octane right now, 1.17. 76% of those kills are non-traded. Probably because he's beaming with an AR across the map. Dashy on the other side doing his thing. Very similar in the non-traded kill percentage, but a 1.32.
Yeah, those ARs, they are putting up numbers right now, but who's going to get the edge now? Into map 4 we go. Reminder, it is single elimination. Winner of this series, you are into the final. And General, he gets one, some tags into another, but not quite able to finish the second kill, but it's going to be OpTic soaking up the time early.
I'm just waiting for those nades to hit. That's how LADs are able to break multiple setups in control. None able to connect off a spawn. Draza trying to do what he can, but it's the SMGs who are taking over at P1. Nice start with 26 seconds, but still some time for LA Thieves to earn. As you can see, number 3, Shotzi trying to make his way through over towards P2. And off a spawn, he's able to take down Kenny. And look at that. They got to worry about this man. It's the scrap time. So they go over to LA Thieves.
Yeah, just that one kill makes it so much trickier. Deciding how you want to deal with it, and now he continues to pick up kills. Another shot comes in. Shotzi gets some help over the top to at least alleviate one.
And now look at where they spawn. I mean, you had spawn control if you were LA Thieves, but it's a couple of gunfights that Shotzi's able to play. You have control of the hill, but OpTic now trying to work their way through the back. Is Shotzi through the pinch towards radio's side? Is it a start off this push?
Yeah, I mean, Draza, after that sequence from Shotzi, it was Draza, I think, got 3 in a row, and he was doing such a great job. But now that you look at it, it's Shotzi that's going to get the final laugh as you've got OpTic back into the hard point, trying to build this lead even more. And Scump just patiently biding his time inside a church. He's going to take that fight as we get ready for third. The rotations will be coming in soon. Spawning left side of the map. It's Thieves for now. But look at that number 1 in Dashy. He's starting to wrap top side.
Yeah, chance here for LA Thieves. They can trap them in. I lied. They can't trap them, actually, because, yeah, he said, no, I'm not going to get trapped. I'm going to beam you off this heady.
Yeah, Envoy's face just got smoked. But you still have the spawn there, and what? You have one on the deep route bottom, picked up by Draza, in towards the hard point. will be Kenny. You've got a solid setup here. You're spawning out pretty deep if you're OpTic.
Yeah, through the middle of the map they go, though. Shotzzy with the jump up. Dashy gets them out of that trap. He does not want to be put, you know, be put in that position. But Kenny able to deal with Shotzzy. But behind Dashy's kills, OpTic is going to be able to put pressure on.
It looked so good for a moment, and then Dashy got two. Like, they're all spawning church side. You've got basically everything watched, and it's been nothing but OpTic since. They are finding all the kills in the feed. And even if they're not going to turn this into a bunch of time, the fact is you got Thieves out of the hard point.
Yeah, they're hanging on to the lead. That's really it. It was a chance, the money hill for LA Thieves to take the lead. Instead, still going to be OpTic in control. Kenny's on the rotation already to church. He's going to have a couple of players to deal with. Scump is just beaming right now. Him and Shotzzy finding so many important rotational kills on the map.
And this is like a similar situation. Like, you're spawning out pretty far for Thieves. You have a lot of work to do to get to the hard point. Can you find the openers quickly? And it's Envoy. It's able to get one nearly instantly, and they're like flying right into the hard point.
I actually love that play from Thieves. They just leave Shotzzy out here, right? He starts shooting free fire. They're just like, all right, we're out. Peace later, dude.
Yep, they literally just beeline for the hard point. And now the battles will go down around church, and it is going to OpTic. Shotzzy now back into the mix, and he's on 3 in a row.
Yeah, as soon as I give props to the one team, that's when Shotzzy's like, I'm going to just rotate back and fry your whole team, and that's what he does. It's now LA Thieves trying to get right back in. Still right around that 30-second lead. OpTic just hanging on. You can see, you know, in the scoreboard, all of them slaying well, all contributing.
You just have 10 left. They've rotated deep. If you're Texas, you'll have 2 people inside for Thieves. Envoy and Octane trying to get set up, but they're not going to have the numbers here. They're going to have to pull this from man down. Okay, well, it's not going to happen because they're both going to get fried quickly right into the hard point. Go OpTic, Texas. Now, can you survive the nades? Can you survive the flurry? So far, so good. And they've just, the lead's only been like 15 to 30, but they've continuously held on to it.
And on rotation, again, who is it? It's Shotzzy and Scump who end up finding the first 3 kills that allow them to get into a comfortable position in the hard point. You know, it's not going to always show in the scoreline, but it makes the game that much easier for the team. And now they're fighting.
Well, it's like
punch after punch as General pulls out the MP40. Envoy trying to do what he can, and now that lead's starting to grow.
I mean, their success is what allows Dashy to get to his spots, right? and get set
100%.
up. And this, yeah, the lead. I said it's been 15 to 30 for the most part. You now push it up to 50 plus. Shotzzy kind of on an island over here, just getting ready for the next hard point to pop, and that's a one-on-one obliteration as Strasha just gets fried. He's dropped before he knows what's happening. And you can't really do a lot more there if you're Shotzzy, as the entire Thieves team is rotated. But now maybe a hard point here, and with the spread, where you can bring this back if you're Thieves.
And on one side, you talked about Dashy because his SMGs are winning the rotation. Look at the other side. Octane 6 and 15.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten into the setups. They had one setup over at P3, and that got broke instantly, right? So you can see what happens when your subs are winning those early gunfights. Now, finally, a good hold here for LA Thieves.
Yeah, this is exactly what you needed. They're starting to bring it back into it. They're making the rally. 25 seconds left on the hard point. They can basically tie the game up here. Let's go to elicit him with Los Angeles Thieves.
Hey, we hop back.
I just played the plat.
He's in church. Play your life.
Okay. I'm playing the plat spot. Plat. After the plat. After plat. He's just sitting on plat.
Hey, you're by yourself.
Good job, Dill. Respawn on deep. I can nade over time for you, Dill. Hold your kills. Yeah, I nade over time. I'm doubling
I
to
can
do
use the
that.
mouse in a second.
Okay.
Back, Ellie.
Nade over time.
I did mouse.
I didn't hit anything now.
Mouse.
Yep.
Mouse.
Maps?
Maps dead.
I stunned him. I stunned him. Stun, bro. Kill this good. Another pinch.
That's deep.
Irish short. Nice. Good job. Okay. I got Tom, Sam. You can tell out. That's fine. They can pull up here.
All four here. I have your low deal.
Okay, here. All three there, guys. I got it. Tell him back.
Low me set. Dead. No, watch out, set.
I went peep out, bros.
I'm gonna still play.
One's gonna be
I hit him Tom. I'm peep up.
Here.
I'll peep up.
I got one more.
I'm weak.
Let me throw one
Last stairs, he went Tom.
And I spawn out right. I spawn out right.
Give me time, guys. Tom, Brennan. I got Tom. All good. I have a glide. Go. I got Tom.
I'm in P5.
Reset. Play mid slow, Zach.
It could be low well. Could be low well.
Nothing maps behind us.
And we're close, dead. I'm one shot.
It's top amp. One shot.
Slid out. Fuck.
I'll plan on mid with Zach. One guy's spawn back to Zach. Okay.
Through the respawns, it has been some points where individual streaks have been huge for Thieves. Envoy able to earn one again. He goes on an 8 spree. We'll see if that'll be the difference, Joe.
Yeah, are they going to use a glide bomb here? I don't think they need to. It looks like they're able to find this break. Oh my, Dashy! He gets 3-2 with the pistol. How does he pull that off? And OpTic are hanging on.
Okay, maybe you're thinking about the streak again. Bit of movement, bit of flash. Dashy just making the plays. Now to 23-12. Next big gunfight is up, but he's able to take it. General through with 2 of his own, and they build a lead again. They're back in front.
I was gonna say before that, I mean, Shotzi was the reason they got the spawns for that. I mean, I think what, like 22 seconds left was hits the long route, got them the spawn flip, allows them to set up, but LA Thieves fight for the scrap time once again. So we're almost to a tie game as Kenny this time talked about rotational gunfights, wins 2 of them.
Yeah, then you get 2 players in church for Thieves. You spawn right on the top side of church if you are OpTic Texas. So they are just there with the quickness. And I was sort of waiting to see if the arrows would turn, but they get caught for a moment. They're now going to fight back in. 5-point advantage for OpTic. General making the play, stepping up huge in the sub role for the team. Not with SMG, but, you know, the sub.
Well, he's using both.
Yeah, he has. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, just they don't read the spawns. We know that can happen on this hill. And well, since then, OpTic, they are taking over now with a 20-point lead. LA Thieves, can they find the scrap time once again? Of course they will. That's what they've been doing, keeping this game close as possible. It's going to come down to one of those moments. I think you still have that glide. If they can get it over to that P1, that's where they found majority of the time, but they have to survive.
Yeah, it's like, can you get it there where the glide's going to make that impact? Now we get to the mixer, whatever you want to call 5th. Just it seems terrifying to be set up inside of this point at times, but who's going to go big for this squad? It's Octane trying to find his rhythm. As he's not having the greatest of maps, but he's starting to find kills here. They get 3. Last guy's going to be Dashy just outside the point, trying to buy his time before his teammate gets there, but Envoy's able to push it out. And now Octane's starting to heat up.
And LADs are very good at this, at trying to push out both sides to give them a majority of the time, and they're doing it right now. Zoppy's trying to find control over towards roof. The nades, the stuns, Dashy's just like, all right, I got to deal with all of this right now. Towards the middle of the map, Kenny, he's going to get taken down by Shotzi.
This has been an incredible holdout. I mean, they're back in front now. Thieves have locked this down, absolutely dominated, and Octane has gone huge yet again as he gets a pair. Now the race across, just look at the arrows. Everyone just trying to sprint across.
Right? You should have the streak on Envoy to try to seal this. They should be waiting for Envoy to find this kill. After he takes down Dashy, what are we doing? Are we just going to go for it?
Yep,
all right, here we go. Glide called in.
Bow! Scum taken out. Now, does this lead to the win? They need 11 points. 22 needed for OpTic. Thieves are in behind the streak. They can close it out here and move into the grand final. But Envoy's going to get dropped. You got another chance here. You got to go if you're OpTic, and you have to go now. No one can get close in the streak. Yet again, massive for Thieves, and draws on his feet quickly as he is pumped up.
And what an event for LA Thieves. I mean, just coming into this with the role change, there's been just so many question marks about the squad throughout the year. You know, and even at the Kickoff Classic, you know, they had that semifinal against Ultra where they probably felt like they should have won that, right? Got to the finals. Since then, it's been pretty much downhill. But they're able to fight back here as they're going to take on NYSL.
And just think how reminiscent it was to like yesterday, right? Like you had that Faze versus OpTic. You get to that point and like Scump is able to make that great play, right? It's to open it up. This time he doesn't have a chance. Glide rips him off the map. I mean, he doesn't have another chance to get back to it. Like there's no chance for heroics. They close it out there.
I mean, really, if you think about game 3 and that, it was the 2 streaks. You know, I wouldn't say it was, you know, glide bombs and streaks in this game have the biggest impact like we've seen in the past at Call of Duty. But that's 2 examples where you can see what they could do.
Yeah.
Dashy puts up 30, General with 28, a solid game out of them. But LA Thieves, kept fighting for the scrap time. They kept it close, and then they had their moment at P5, as you said, where they were able to swing it into their favor.
Well, it's always weird to talk about, like, you know, a streak like winning a game, because, you know, a game is a culmination of a million moments, right? There are so many things that could have gone differently. But I just think in those two examples, to your point, like, you're about 2 seconds away from getting a second point of progress and maybe having defense when you talk about the control, and then they probably win the map. And then here, you know, not the easiest point to break at times, but, you know, it's a lot easier. All the information calling in for the streak, and then the kill behind it, they don't give it up after that. I mean,
I think it's just 2 moments where you have the advantage, and that takes the advantage away from you. And props to LA Thieves to securing those streaks, because you and I, we haven't seen too many of it. It felt like we were cursed, but map 1, it was a glide bomb, and map 3, it was glide bombs. Envoy, again, after that first rotation, just starts taking over to secure it.
And yeah, it's just streaks have been a different conversation, and so many titles. Yeah, that was nuts. Just the little slide cancel out, then the fact he gets another one, like, Dashy went insane. But this is where it all goes down. And once they get in behind the streak,
insane.
It really is. It really is. We've had some wild ones over the years.
Oh, that one's up there for me, based on what we have seen.
I just always think back to, like, what, Black Ops 3, because you had, like, the full auto one. You had, what, the RK5, RK3, whatever it was. You had the Strife, which you could shoot as fast as your finger would pull. you had like 3 god ones.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play games with Kimbo auto pistols. It was absolutely horrendous. But yeah, we don't have to deal with that anymore. And on the other side, you know, again, for OpTic, you got to the semifinal top 4. You're able to beat Atlanta Faze. I'm sure that's a huge win for them. Obviously, as the players wanted more, I don't think we thought they were going to get to this spot with a sub. I mean, we think a team was going to win a major with a sub, but it was a tough situation. Hopefully, Illy can get healthy, and then for a major 3, they could, you know, be back with their full squad.
Yeah, I think you have to, even though it's disappointing to lose there, you have to feel pretty good about it. And I'm just curious, kind of what I'd love to hear, kind of Illy's thoughts, just kind of watching this. I wonder how he's feeling going through it. But then now for Thieves to get to a final.
I'm sure he hates it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he does, but I wonder if it's like, I don't know, any notes, like, he's seeing, because it's a little bit different perspective when you're sitting there and watching it with a sub filling in. But then for Thieves, like, considering how it started, like getting full sailed and losing in the fashion they did, now to like turn around, maybe things are starting to click, Joe.
That should be a fun fight. Both of these teams, NYSL and LA Thieves. I mean, talk about who would have predicted this? Not me.
Oh, what? Yeah, that's last event too. But here we are. It's been fun for Joe and I. But now to break it down and talk about that crazy match, we'll get it back to the Death Valley. Take it away, pal.
Hey, yo, Maven, it's not about how you start, it's all about how you finish, baby. And shout out to the LA Thieves for making it to the finals to play against NYSL. But also, yo, we gotta tip our hats off to OpTic making it this far with General, man.
Absolutely, and a valiant effort in that series. I mean, there were multiple moments, literally like one moment in the last 2 maps that if it goes OpTic's way, they end up winning it, and namely that control, man. Like the glide bob comes in, we'll get into that a little bit in a second, but wow, that has to be tough for OpTic Texas.
Actually, let's get into it right now. This gonna play the game is obviously that glide bomb, and Nameless, it came at the best timing possible. You had OpTic stacking up, and it just eliminated him easily.
Dude, that was a wonderful push out of OpTic Texas. They get control of that B point, and you saw they had so much progression. They needed to get this point completely, right? And then going into the next round, the glide bomb comes in here, stops them. Then going to the next round, they tried to push B off the rip twice. They got some very good pushes over towards B, but then that left them with not enough time to get over towards A. And what happened to LA Thieves? They chanced it. They stacked A. They get the full wipe in the spawn trap, and it was Octane who was playing Cliff perfectly, picking up kills left and right. He went on like a 7 streak as well in that last round. Like, LA Thieves played flawless on both of those last defenses. Go back and watch that. That is world-class Gavutu.
And at the end of the day, we also, like, LA Thieves, the amount of criticism that this team got, Twitter, Reddit, everything, they shut everybody up, and that's the best way to do it, right? Yeah. And Ali, when it comes to these players, Envoy finished that map 31-22, but not only that, Draws had a field day. Octane was on fire, and even Kenny showed up. I missed Kenny.
For me, yeah, I did too. Trust me, everybody at home knows I certainly missed Kenny. But honestly, just a huge win for them under their belt. Again, like I said, this team's their fortitude has been incredible. And not only that, for them to get those streaks, but the time that they use them as well, the usage of the streaks, it was never a panic button. It was never, oh my God, I need to call this now. We're down and out. You know, it was always planned for that last streak to get them that P1 in the end there to close out the game. Great out of LA Thieves.
Right, and also what's been going on this event is more than just what you see in the Pro-Am Classic with the games and the matches, right? We also had the Aim Lab Skills Contest where we had 24 pros and AMs take place in a timed course where they're rated by their damage and accuracy. Nameless, you were able to get your hands on this. Well,
yeah, I mean, these guys, we'll see who ends up coming out on top, but every time we've been going to commercial break, we've been seeing a different pro player or one of these challengers players coming in, try to beam these red dots, and everybody just looks so turned, like they're dialed in. And I gotta say, I think when I was watching these, at least from the eye test, Sib looked like he was the most locked in when he was in this range, but we'll know soon who
like
takes
a Sith Lord, dude. He had his hood up and everything. It was like, that's terrifying.
Look at the crowd behind Priester right now. Actually, we have a leaderboard, and we're gonna find out the winner right now. Production, lay it on us. John from Paris Legion.
That does not surprise me, guys. Like, look, John is an absolute legend. We're talking about an MVP from a world championship. Listen, John still got it. Put some respect on his name.
Wait, Sparks in top 3 though? That's insane to me. And then Thomas following close behind, near up there as well. I thought it was gonna be Celium, to be honest. He's not even in the top 12.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Denza as well, the only AM to make this list. That's incredible.
Who we got in the rest of it?
Oh, we're still going.
Arcades, come on, brother.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Well, hey, there you have it.
Under fire 42?
I didn't expect that at all. But, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. We have a finals matchup now. New York Subliners and also the Los Angeles Thieves. Like Merc and Maven were just deliberating and talking about, nobody would have ever guessed it. Nobody would have ever predicted it. But coming up next, we're going to come down to the grand finale of the CDL Pro-Am Classic. This has been amazing so far, and it all comes down to this. Go ahead, take a small break, grab a drink, get a snack. But when you come back, let's go ahead and see who's going to be the victor of that game. We'll catch you on the other side of this break.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. We
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're taking a look at the Belong Gaming Arena right there in Columbus, Ohio. Shout out to them, by the way, for throwing a fantastic event along with Esports Engine and also the entire CDL staff. And also, happy Mother's Day. We've all been gifted today with amazing games, and now we're going to have a phenomenal finals that nobody ever expected to happen, right? We're talking about two teams that, one of them, when it comes to New York, start off the year extremely rough, and now they're full sell and they found their way in the finals. Fantastic, right? Best interviews, by the way. Also, the Los Angeles Thieves start off the year as pretty much a championship contender and lost their way there. But now they're back on track and, man, they're hitting full throttle. But when it comes to New York Subliners, this team has been impressing us nonstop. When it comes from the veteran Crim6 along with the young gunners like Paul Lex and even Paco, shout out to Kismet as well, this team is looking good from top to bottom.
And they keep challenging them a bow cage hardpoint. Thankfully, LA Thieves learned their lesson from the absolute terror New York has been going on that map and game mode. But the thing is they aren't stopping, right? Even on Tuscan, we were able to see what Kismet does for this roster. Across the boards as well, they are an incredibly aggressive squad, and that's something LA Thieves is going to have to be prepared for heading into this series, especially because there's going to be a Tuscan S&D. That is what they got full sailed on versus New York, so they are ego challenging it in this map veto set, and Crim is ready to roll.
But hey, they were up 5-0 before them 6 rounds in a row came in, so they still know what they're doing on that map, and for LA Thieves, they've gotten a lot better at search and destroy. But let's get into the game fuel keys to victory for the New York Subliners. I mean, this team has just been rolling. They need to continue that hardpoint dominance. 7-0 this event in hardpoint. Bounce back and search and destroy. 6-1 loss on bow cage to Toronto. First L this event in that game mode. So they definitely need to step up there in this series, as LA Thieves have been playing a lot better in that game mode. And then take advantage in the SMG battle. Kenny 0.91 KD this event. Hydra 1.1. We saw what Hydra was able to do, but also I think we need to throw Kismet on that stat as well, because he has been frying. He's been putting up so many engagements, but also having like 2 minutes in the hill every single time and being the route man. So keep up the communication, because you have to keep track of these players on this New York squad, because they're behind you, behind enemy lines from time to time.
You're right. Shout out to Carson for those stats as well, because he pointed out something really important. Now, you've seen how LA Thieves have been looking ever since Kenny has found that fire, right? His hands are warm now, but the thing is, can he do it against NYSL again, especially against the likes of Kismet and also Paco, a.k.a. Hydra. But when it comes to LA Thieves, they're looking red hot right now, just like their logo. And when it comes to Envoy, he's definitely leading the way. And this team, I don't really know what their biggest weakness is yet.
Yeah, it's probably still search and destroy a little bit. Even in that last series, like, they still need to work on some things. At times, they were letting players get behind them. The round where Scump just kind of walked up through B, got behind them, and got the first blood. Like, it just feels like at times they're not adjusting mid-round, and they're just trying to stick to their strategy. So that will be the primary focus for them. And then obviously, as they played New York, they did get full sailed. It was 6 rounds in a row. They're playing great when everything's going their way, but as soon as that adversity hits, sometimes they fold. So that's going to be the key to victory in this series.
And I'm going to have to definitely show love to Drowser, because, I mean, silently, he has just been killing it with the 2Ks and all. But when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Allie,
get rid of bow cage hardpoint. I mean, NYSL
it's gone, baby.
I've been over this week on a bow cage hardpoint, and they did what they needed to do. There is no bow cage hardpoint in this series, so props to JCap on that one. And OpTic continue the hot slaying. 1.10 KD this event, 0.9 coming into it, and that's been a lot in the S&Ds, right? Especially when it came to that bow cage. Unfortunately, we don't have a bow cage S&D until map 5, so they gotta make it all the way to the end and ride the momentum on Berlin hardpoint. They just defeated OpTic 250 to 178, so a very convincing fashion. They take that one up early in the series. I'm worried about the Tuscan search and destroy in game 2 though, because arguably bow cage and Desert Siege are LA Thieves' only good S&D maps. Tuscan, yes, they did go up 5-0 on New York Subliners, but then they got full sailed, right? So there's also a little bit of a mental block there, but we've seen what their mental has brought them to. It's brought them to the grand final and championship Sunday. So see if they'll be able to do it.
That mental block is definitely going to play a case if LA Thieves cannot close out against a team that seems to be taking wins from other teams. I'm talking about NYSL, but it's going to be time for pick'ems for the grand finals right now. I'm going to say it. We said it Major 2. I said it Major 2. We really don't know how good NYSL is, even when Neptune was on the squad. But bringing Kismet in, this team is an entirely different animal, but the same beast, right? I think NYSL definitely takes it. This is their best placing, and I don't think this team wants to slow down at all. I hope it's a close one. Allie, LA, New York, coast-to-coast battle. Who you got?
Wow. You know what? I'm going to go with New York. I love the terror that they're on right now. I think LA Thieves are looking gross, but what I've seen out of the likes of Paul, Kismet together and Hydra doing what he's always done, I think that aggression will just be a little bit too much.
Nameless, my man, who do you like more in this matchup?
I got to say, this is Crimsic's 50th finals appearance.
Holy.
Wow.
He's going to hold the L, though, in this series. I think the LA Thieves are going to take this W. They've been looking absolutely phenomenal. And honestly, really, New York's been getting by in a lot of these series. Paul's been frying. And I don't think he's going to be able to do it against Octane and Draza, especially how they've been playing in the last couple of respawns. So LA Thieves 3-1.
Okay, now the game field feature player, by the way, is going to be none other than a French phenom, by the way. Let's talk about Hydra. Hydra entered this year, Ali, dropping 40 bombs. I think a 50 as well, like nonstop at the beginning. And he's just been on a tear ever since then.
I completely agree with you. It was free Hydra the entire beginning of the season. He was doing everything he could possibly do on the map for his team, and now he kind of gets to relax, right? He was trying to pick up rotations. He was trying to pick up hill time. He was trying to pick up the kills. He was trying to do literally everything, but now he doesn't have to do that. Now Hydra can get comfortable, play his game, knowing that he has the duo and Kismet by his side, and Kismet doesn't need to pop off. He just needs to get his ones, but Kismet has been going above and beyond. So this duo looking terrifying heading into
And what's nice is that, like you said, Hydra can kind of just do what he wants now.
He does.
He's an intelligent player. He is a route man at times, but now he's allowed to just be a little bit more aggressive. He can throw his life away. We see Kismet, the guy who's on the rotation, just making it easier for the squad, and that's honestly what you want. You want to set Hydra up to be that super slayer, and it's been working out tremendously. Him and Paul, the two slayers on this squad, have been lighting it up, and that's why they've had so much success, especially in hardpoint.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Because we sure as hell are here on this desk. We have the grand finals now for the CDL Pro-Am Classic. New York Subliners versus the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's go ahead and get this party started.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. Off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's finally time to get the grand finals of the Pro-Am Classic underway. And whoa, baby, what a journey it has been to get here. Amateur teams didn't quite make the single elimination bracket, but it has been one hell of a treat thus far. We have been treated truly, Chance. There's some wild upsets, some crazy moments. And now we get to run it back in the grand finals. LA Thieves taking on the New York Subliners, and a massive happy Mother's Day to everyone who's watching this, hopefully with their mothers who are raging Call of Duty League fans. Chance, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Shout out to all the moms out there. They truly hold it down like no one else. Honestly, they need to be the anchors in hardpoint. I think is maybe a problem some of these teams are having just because of how solid they can be. But I think this tournament has lived up to sort of the expectation. But Miles, maybe there's more important things.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. That may or may not be me with my mother many, many years ago. As you can see, the beard transplant worked very
so
well.
Young. What the hell?
Took it all from the top, put it all on the chin. It's a simple procedure. I think you can get it done in Turkey, lads. So all those folks who are asking about beard tips, that's the secret right then and there, friends. Takes about 25 hours, but in the end, you look like Chewbacca. Here we go, brother, though. This is going to be a lot of fun. And let's talk about the journey. Of course, the New York Subliners have taken to get here, mate. It's been a weird one, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, they've already played against, LA Thieves once. They beat them in the pool play, but all of their wins are, let's say it this way, they have not beaten a single team that placed, beyond top 6 at Major 2. Even to get to the grand finals, once we got to the single inland bracket, they had pairs who, make no mistake, looked so much better than they did at Major 2, but still were towards the bottom of the league. And then even after that, they had to beat, Toronto right after. And Toronto is still a team that just maybe they're winning hard points a little bit more, but still are struggling in the game mode. So New York, I think, has had the easier path to get here. Again, haven't beaten a team that plays top 6 in Major 2. Meanwhile, Thieves, I guess, a similar-ish story because they're beating OpTic with a sub. They did have a very nice win over Boston, obviously, who were top 4 at the last event. So I think if you were to look at this series, and if I were to make a prediction, I think I would be thinking Thieves. Like, I know they got full sailed and bullied out of the Bocage, but now that they've seen New York play, they banned the Bocage hardpoint. We're right now in this tournament. New York were 5-0 on that map and had it in every single series, but you banned that. And now it's sort of a mystery for New York after that. We have to see them on different maps that we've only seen them maybe once this entire tournament on. So I don't know, Miles. I think it's a long-winded way to say I'm thinking Thieves.
Yes, you're certainly thinking Thieves indeed. And of course, if you are watching this, Mum, happy Mother's Day. And of course, the UK Mother's Day was a slightly different time this year, and we hope you enjoyed yourself then and there. But if you are watching this right now, who are you thinking, Mum? Let us know via the Twitter, via the Bluebird. Subliners, no chance. First time we're really going to see them go for it. Again, against, I think they've had interesting competition, but you get rid of Bocage, you get rid of a more favorable map set for them. How does this go? Is this going to be, the moment we get to finally see what they're made of? Here are the maps and most, though. The veto's already done. Berlin, hardpoint. To start the finals off, Tuscan, Gavutu, Tuscan, and Bocage. And again, you talked to me about this in the break briefly. You said, if we have to go the distance, which I certainly hope we do, that game 5 is going to be electric.
Yeah, a game 5 would be a banger if we get there for both of these teams, absolutely. But just looking at the breakdown, only from what we've seen at the Pro-Am, not even taking into account the full year, York have only played Berlin hardpoint once. It was a close game, and they did win, but it was against War, an amateur team. Meanwhile, Thieves are having to play both OpTic and London on it, and they got fairly dominant wins. Then you have the Tuscan SD map too. I mean, this is Thieves just, looking for revenge. Because, this is the map that they got full sailed on. It was against the Subliners. And even just for narrative's sake, right? Their story was they're making the role swap, trying to make those adjustments. They've had a month of practice. And when these guys were talking about, scrims that they've had, they've, made the claim that they've been performing much better than they had before. But as soon as they lost that series to New York to kick off their tournament, everybody started jumping up and down on their necks. Kenny's getting roasted into oblivion. And, here they are in the grand finals looking for revenge.
Orlando summed it up best. From full sails to finals, the LA Thieves have managed to pull it back, but now we put the coasts against each other. East Coast versus West Coast. It's the New York Subliners, it's the LA Thieves, and our grand finals now gets underway. This should be an absolute treat. We'll kick things off on Berlin. Let's get it.
And just for what it's worth, because I know I've been thinking Thieves for quite some time, I will say for the Subliners' sake, they have also had the special sauce for so many of these maps. They have 4 round 11 wins. When it comes down to the wire, they have the miraculous clutches in the control. So they've had the juju on their side. And on the opening break, Krim, well, that final one-on-one engagement looks like it gives Thieves that early control for the hill, but albeit it's a little bit scrappy.
A breakneck speed from either team racing in towards that hard point. LA Thieves, anyone would really find time so far, and for now we'll take it. Kenny putting the sub to good work. Again, we've seen tweets all across the board. I think Enable giving a lot of love against the LA Thieves. He's obviously very biased, but again, seeing them make their way into a grand finals after a tremendous role change, it's been a little bit back and forth, but hey, they're here now. 30 points now to the good. They've yet to get the Subliners on the board, but for now the LA Thieves looking fine. Rotation over to P2 is going to be all good, and for now you see those yellow arrows on the minimap. It means it's all New York's.
Yeah, and you see when Krim gets that pick in the middle of the map, pretty much all of those yellow arrows turn their attention over towards the docks. And I mean, this is stuns and nades abound, coordinated well, but it only drops Octane to 39 HP. And you see Thieves trying to take advantage. All that utility gets burned. They're trying to swarm inside the point, and the pinch is certainly in. Thieves for the moment coming out on top of the gunfights, and it looks for the moment like they've got the break. The clearance is there.
They'll find those kills though still. One more member of the New York Subliners. That's it. Taking care of Paul on the outside now. Octane finding kills all over the place. 6-2. Whoa, baby. Makes it a 7-2. Nice shots indeed out of LaRue. Time now taken away once again for the LA Thieves. 25 remaining here on P2. Eyes on towards P3 in about 5 seconds. We'll see how the players go. Spawns though, gifted to the LA Thieves.
Oh, that was a 5 spree, by the way, where Draza gets shut down. He certainly had that glide bomb in the back of his mind, but now you turn your attention to the rotation. I just got inside a fire, but there you go. The comms are clean, and Thieves make sure they take care of business. They will have the free and clear, nice and easy setup to try to make P3 happen. Kismet may be thinking about a long route, but I'd say for him, the Subliners, to break this hill, still got a long way to go.
Yeah, this is the Thieves of old, man. They run a tight ship. They don't take no, and they're hitting hard right now. 60 plus seconds nearly. Well, quick contest through the front door from Hydra. Trying to find a couple more seconds here. There's a contest has now come to a close. Over to Draza now on the hard point. Shots at him looking good. Keeping the kills going, keeping the hard point time flowing. It's now 35 on the clock. Thieves still in control.
Oh, now you're going to push out fire. I mean, this is Draza starting off his grand finals with 10 kills to his name already. It's not quite a full 60, but damn, does it look good. Those final 22 seconds assuredly going to go the way of Thieves. And I mean, it's already, what, a 50-point game lead that they have right now. It'll jump up to about 70, and obviously, you have plenty of time on this rotation. Envoy leading the charge while he gets chopped. It is still a P4 where it is incredibly difficult to stay alive. These are in a situation where, hey, you just make things a little bit mixy here. You retain that lead. You will be in a phenomenal spot through the first set of rotations.
First set of rotations nearly done now. Next up is going to be P4. This is it already in the hands of the New York Subliners. Setup is now abound. Crim trying to keep the eye on the backside. Good shots. Keeping Envoy at bay. Time still ticking at the front side. Kenny gets snapped onto, but the kill's still there. Good stuff out of Paul now on the front line of the hard point. Trades are there, keeping the hill alive. Great awareness on a Envoy. Beautiful stuff out the Subliners, keeping the hard point in their hands. More time here to be found, and Paul on a 5. Awareness was there, shots were all good. Subliners still in the fight.
Yeah, massive kill by Octane just to shut that down. But funnily enough, you've been able to hold this P4 without necessarily the preferred spawns, but they have put that team in the blender. But now Thieves, actually, they do get to spawn outside trains, and that'll just turn into a free beat for Kenny and make it a 4-man wipe. Subliners finally start to claw their way back in this game, but with a wipe like that, well, now you have to cross out from these players posted up on the tower. Octane's already swung out over towards docks. You can set up a blender on this P5 hill. It's not easy to make happen, but Thieves, they're knocking on that devil's door.
And this is that great awareness, that map control that you've got for the LA Thieves right now. The battle going over towards the next point. Our Mountain Dew featured player Hydra was alive for a moment, but your boy has been silenced thus far on Berlin. LA Thieves walking away with this one so far. 45 left on P5, the final hard point in our first set of rotations. And as you can see, the Subliners struggling to get close. It's a 5 spree now of Octane finally brought down. Again, shots, the killing department, all good now for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, no, Subliners truly on the struggle bus, right? You have all 4 players negative. On the flip side, Octane and, well, Draza as well, pretty much feasting. You get the spread across the board. You get a player pushed out into P2, and maybe train side will be the first thing that Subliners are trying to open up. But even still, this has been a P5 where Thieves not only win the majority of the time, but are set up on this rotation as well. Draza, the cutoff man, of course, is able to pick up the 2-piece. I mean, look at how much pressure they have on this map. P1 is a money hill when you get the setup, and frankly, this might be the hill where Thieves truly run away with this game.
Still getting it done. Hard point time going their way. Second set's up. Hydra on screen now. A Mountain Dew featured player can barely get anything going. Can't string much more together as Octane and Draza keep the kills going. And Draza 1 bullet away from putting Crim down. Here come the rest of the team, though, somehow managing to find that. Envoy on the flank finds 2, and it's a delight for the LA Thieves. Time still going their way. And man alive, Envoy. The 3 spree keeps going.
Yeah, I have to say, though, the play of this game was just banning Botage again. It has blown my mind it ever got through, because this is just not a map where Subliners have really been tested. We don't know if Thieves are running the show. Envoy on the 7. The victory lap is he cannot be killed.
What? He's still going? This is 9. There's no one identified him. Is he not appearing on the minimap? How did the man stay alive for that long and find that many kills? A sublime performance individually from Envoy at 19 and 15 overall. We're over the 200-point mark. And you know what? Just get us into the Tuscan. Chalk it up right now, the LA Thieves. They are running away with this.
Oh, dude, maybe it's Kenny started to try to make the big play, or he gets shot in the back to shut it down. But Thieves right now taking turns on who wants to pop off until Paul X. I mean, maybe the mystery of him is he always wins gunfights. He shouldn't. He literally won 80 World Stars Draza, but right now you're just trying to fight out and make sure you don't end up in the 100-point club. But if we're thinking about how this is playing out, Thieves, not only do they just break this hill as well with the AR showing up in the feed, but they got the rotation as well. I mean, there is simply no way New York will be able to get back in this game, especially not with that glide bomb still in the back pocket of Envoy.
A saving grace for Envoy if you'd want it. Kenny, patience pays off as he's starting to get real cozy with that submachine gun in hand. Sees a little shadow of Hydra go by. A Mountain Dew featured player. Can he do something truly miraculous to try to save his squad here? As P2 comes to a close, the last minute contest is going to help. And yeah, I did get real excited saying chalk it up, load the next map up. But we're still rocking and rolling. The Subliners fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. Octane's going to keep the backside of the spawns all safe. Now Kismet through the front. Can he find anything? The answer is a resounding no. The door has been slammed in the faces of the New York Subliners as their fingers have been caught right in it, and this is only getting worse.
I mean, funnily enough, Thieves have actually sort of let the docks open up at the start of the hill both times around, but neither time it has made any bit of difference. Two brand new teams to the grand finals, and it started off LA Thieves with one of the most dominant maps we have seen this year. Oh, how good it must feel.
Jesus, son, what a scoreline to start us off here. The Subliners, they were desperate to touch grass of ROKKR, but Coach Cap said no. We're going to ban that one out. You're having to play Berlin, kids. Suck it up and let's get on with it. Man alive, what an opener. The Subliners, their spree and hardpoint comes to a close, and in an emphatic fashion as well. Lordy, LA Thieves, they take the first.
And again, I mean, if they're looking for revenge against this New York Subliners team, that is the best possible start you can have, especially with all that momentum going into Tuscan. Now, make no mistake, right? Subliners, they have been in dogfights in pretty much almost every single one of their S&Ds. I think they've had 1-6-1 blowout win. Everyone other than that was pretty much a round 11. And they have come out on top of the close games, but it is also very much the case where Subliners, I mean, the very first series they had was against LA Thieves. Outside of that, it's just, you know, they're still having close games, but not having to play against the overwhelming best competition. And again, as we have pointed out time and time again, they don't get that ROKKR bread and butter in the mix either. So that ends the hot streak of hardpoint that New York was on. I think they were something like 14-2 along those lines in their past 16. They were 7-0 in hardpoint at this Pro-Am, but they got Berlin for the second time, and obviously not even close.
Their bodies and minds battered and broken across Berlin as this one comes to a close. You see the highlights. Paul, nice runs again. I mean, I think the highlight run for me was Envoy on that 9 spree, somehow keeping everyone in the Subliners truly trapped. I believe this was the beginnings of it. They could not get anywhere near that hard point. This was absolutely mad. One thing is getting the kills. The next thing is the position to stay alive in this spot, 9 HP, whatever, but keeping the flow going. It was just untouchable here, man.
Hey, dude, even looking at that mini-map, by the way, they just leave Octane in the hill, who, by the way, is helping out with those gunfights from inside of the hill, but every single player from Thieves was pushed forward into their spawn, and Envoy just became the collector in that moment, and obviously it just pays off. The teamwork on point right there in that moment. And I mean, again, there's only so many things that can be said about a blowout like that, but for both of these teams, welcome to the finals.
Over to the finals, Tuscan Search and Story coming up next. And hey, it may be Mother's Day, but your daddies, the LA Thieves, just went 250-85 on that map 1. Now we run it back here on Tuscan, which is gonna be a lot of fun I think for New York Subliners fans, it's like, cool, this is where we got to see that full sale, that full 6 rounds in a row when the LA Thieves were sitting on map point, a historic thing that happened in Call of Duty. It doesn't happen often, but can that happen again, Chance? The odds of that exact scenario unplaying are unfathomably low.
If that were to be the case, I think the Subliners should, I mean, honestly, it would be more profitable to go and play the lottery. Because if you pull off 2 back-to-back full sales, 100% you're going to win whatever the jackpot is going to be. So I would do that instead. But no, outside of the full sale, not expecting that to happen in the slightest. But I'd say the bigger question is sort of like the mental resolve of both of these teams. I'd say for the Subliners, obviously it's the bounce back to getting 100-point club in map 1 of the finals. And obviously for Thieves, it's just saying, hey, we were up 5-0. We were dominating on like these guys, these exact same 4 players on this map. We just can't let it slip. We have to be quicker with the adjustments we're making. We got to make sure we have absolved ourselves of any curse that might have been placed on this team, because certainly that's what it felt like just a few days ago. But the revenge story, the redemption arc, fully intact right now for LA. And for Subliners, again, just looking for that bounce back. You know you can beat these guys on Tuscan. You've done it before. Make sure you try to tie this series up 1-1.
Yeah, because we want to get to that ROKKR final map. All right, Cap, you just knocked Octane's mono out of place. Chill out, brother. He's too turned. Get him off the stage. He's too twisted. Get him out of here. He's going to walk across camera as well. Oh, Cap, come on, man. You're 2 for 2, brother. 3 strikes and you get kicked out of the Belong Arena in Columbus. Here we go, though. Map number 2. Search and Destroy on Tuscan. This should be a lot of fun. Subliners, again, we've been here before. You can do it. You called it, Chance. You don't want to go down 2-0 in a series like this. The grand finals, best of 5 as well. Tuscan S&D, here we go.
And speaking of Cat, by the way, I mean, I think we mentioned the fact that, Kenny, there's so many players jumping up and down on his performance. The first time we had to see him with an SMG, and I think he dropped like, a 0.6. So obviously did not perform well, but people went crazy with that narrative. It has been the same for Cat. People have been calling for his head for whatever reason. I guess, I don't know. They equate the team success purely on the coach, but whatever the case may be, he has a smile on his face, at least for the moment. The series is not over, but again, right now, LA feeling good, playing with confidence, and off the rip, trying to get that mid-map control as well. Hydra gets out 1 HP. The question is, can these nades connect? But I think Hydra playing the close corner gets him out with his life.
Here goes Hydra. Mountain Dew featured player here in our Pro-Am Classic final. His shots were good all week long. He's yet to really get anything going here. But that mid-map control is very much in the hands now of the LA Thieves. Hydra trying to make something happen here on the flank after Kenny's first blood. I think he might have spotted. He did. Nice shots out of Hydra. Stays alive. Ooh, slips into the cover. Maybe able to get a second out of this one, Chance.
Yeah, it was good teamwork, by the way. Number 4, Crim6 making the appearance, because if Crim wasn't there, I think Hydra gets traded straight away. And look at that timing. The freebie kill, and he gets out. And I think Envoy might have the trade towards the middle of the map, but Envoy is in between everybody. And Subliners with the quick round that they needed. Get it underway off the back of some aggression from Hydra. Nice plays on the outer A portion of the map. And I mean, I suppose technically, if we're keeping track on Tuscan S&D, that would be 7 rounds in a row. The Subliners have won against LA Thieves.
Technically true. Very true indeed. Round 2's on its way. Smooth moves out of Hydra as he stays alive. The old hit and run. Very challenging thing to do against professional players, and he made that look relatively seamless. Stay on board. Ooh, Lord. The snipes are up. Hydra makes it to cover. A bomb site is within reach now for the New York Subliners, but that sniper overlooking the A side of the map could get real dangerous. Pressure is on, though. They're testing Octane's metal. He has been forced back once again.
Well, I think the play call is what? Back that sniper down and then just get the bomb down. You have Paul X in a deep corner of the map to watch the flank, and I mean, more or less. Well, I suppose you don't have it for free because the fire side has actually been left open by New York. So this is why they're taking their time, trying to play for picks. But while they're waiting, Kenny with the nade is able to even up the odds at 3-3. And right now, Thieves are making a pretty big adjustment. 2 players rotating all the way around through P5. And Octane up top of the snipe, trying to catch him on rotation.
Here they come. Octane might be able to find at least one here. Oh, no, Sonny, that sucks. But he stays alive. He gets away with it, and he is running, son. The rest of the team making the way forward now as well. Spread across the map right now, the LA Thieves. Octane's got to get 1 kill out of this to make this a fighting chance for his boys. And a bloody plant pot has cost him their life. He's dead. He's down. Time's still ticking. The bomb's still going. And now the players are on point, and oh, my God, it's fallen to pieces. Subliners take the round.
Oh, that, I mean, just a tragic round right there and misstep from Octane. I mean, the first part of it is he actually reads the rotation coming around, but gives up the pre-aim when, I mean, that was looking like a guaranteed kill. And not the fact that he got caught on that plant pot towards the end, but he was actually trying to not mantle exactly, but strafe up and catch a really nice line of sight to actually watch the full flank from. But it just took him too long. He wasn't quite able to get it and then ends up getting caught. So little misstep and a little bit of unfortunate timing from Octane, but Subliners happy for it. Got that 2-0 lead.
Back over to Hydra. Sniper hand now. Oh, howdy doody, mate. That's an angle and a half. Teammates going to be in position to maybe catch this one out. Great stuff out of Kismet. 4 spree now for him. Explosive entry into the roster he's had this week. Remy Studies looking to get his jersey signed, I think, at some point this week as well. We'll see how that goes. Shots out of Krim as the old goat stays alive. 4v1, all on Adraza. This should be impossible.
This will also, assuming Envoy does not, or Adraza, excuse me, clutch the 1v4, 9 rounds in a row on this map that the New York Subliners have won, and maybe a freebie for Draza, and yeah, he connects with that one, but not too free. Paul X always makes the gunfights interesting, but yeah, now you're just caught 3 players there for the trades, and an outright dominant round from the New York Subliners, who obviously are not feeling the pressure, right? You have Hydra flying in towards Welt with a sniper rifle looking for the picks on the guy crossing a P5, so they right now are happy to play aggressive.
Interesting new angle as well. I've not seen too many players try to hit that one from Hydra with that snipe. Definitely possible. We'll see how they go, though. Another round's up. The Subliners, when they hit hard. 3-0. Will the LA Thieves potentially be able to turn the tide here So they've got 2 players out through mid now, under the watchful eye of Kenny at top church side. Draza's got A covered.
Yeah, Envoy, by the way, at the angle, but he's already down to, what, half HP? But these players haven't challenged us yet, and Draza is there to support Envoy if he needs it, but he gets the first blood. The trade's trying to come through, but there you see the help is in. Draza finds the next one, and Envoy gets the call out. The perfect setup from the LA Thieves and the perfect teamwork between Envoy and Draza. The young guns getting it done.
That was a sublime turnaround. Great positioning again. Nades are all there. Teamwork's on point. You name it. LA Thieves brought it there. Subliners going to be scratching their chinny chin chin somewhat after that, but we'll see how they go.
And you got to imagine, nice to break the mold as well, right? And again, 9 rounds in a row you've lost to this team. I think Envoy and Octane were both on the donuts. At least Envoy gets a little bit of breathing room. And now playing aggressive towards the outside of the map on offense. It's not easy to get it, but you can handle it. The opportunity's here. Hydra does get 1, but it should be an instant trade, leaving us in a 3v3.
3v3 straight up. Envoy's tagged, backs up, right in the mouth of Kismet. Eats him alive. Paul's now still bottom church. He may have caught wind of someone there. No shots were fired, so that player stays secret for now. Draza, the reposition of top fire. Bomb recovered. Could be a plant here towards A with less than a minute on the game clock.
And I got to imagine just a mistake from Envoy, right? You know you've given up the middle map completely, and he just comes out a little bit too wide and gets caught. Octane can get this bomb plant, but keep in mind, they are going to be in a pinch. Kismet is on the full flank, and for the moment, Thieves have not read this at all. So it's man disadvantage, and you're in a pinch.
Kismet's going to work this one slowly. All through the front. Crim now making his way. Dead Silence activated through that field side. Shots are on. He wins the gunfight against Octane. That's massive. Now Kismet can spring into action. Draza's backed up. Here he goes. It's an easy win. It's a great read. Crim's already on the bomb, and that's going to be 4-1 New York Subliners.
Yeah, just easy reads, too perfect of a play call, and obviously with the man advantage, if you find a route to get through, just play it smart. You see Paul X just feeding the intel to Kismet. He plays it perfectly, checks if he's fast wrapping through well, then just says, not there. He'll be doubling back, and it'll be a freebie of a gunfight. And again, I think the really most important part of that round is Envoy. He gets the trade on Hydra, but while he's still weak, he just exposes himself to mid, and obviously if his team isn't there to cover it at all, it just gives away a free kill. Not a fun mistake to make in a grand final.
Bombs in the hand of Kismet now, making their way back into the fray. New York Subliners, the 2-2 split now. 2 towards A, 2 towards B. We'll see how it goes. As the stuns all connect. It's all connecting, friends. Information passed over. A heavy stack towards A on the defense for the LA Thieves. Now they're getting antsy. They're getting aggressive. And the Subliners chance they've backed up. The trap is set. We'll see if anyone takes the bite.
And Thieves right now, I mean, they just have complete and utter dominant map control. Even if you're trying to push through P5, you now have both Kenny and Octane towards the back of the map, and they'll be able to see you if you ever push out towards this plat area. So the information game is there, but Envoy, again, just gets picked, and now the Subliners have options. If you want to rewrap this, you can do whatever you want. Maybe just 3 fly out P5, because for the moment, it's just Kenny that'll be seeing this.
The LA Thieves are already moving. Kenny's been the lone man on B. He's seen it at least, knows the play's on. The rest of his team still waiting for something to happen on the other sides of the map. Draza's now getting his goods going through mid. Octane loses the gunfight to Kismet, so Kismet now alive and well still, 7-1. What a search he's having. Kenny completely caught unaware. Paul X lying prone, finds the easy kill, and it's a 3v1 now for Draza. A very tough spot to be in. And Paul X, once again, the old drop shot, nails it again.
Drop shots, OP. Be it like laying on the ground, dude. The number of years we've had in COD where like the drop shot hasn't been like overpowered, so it happens less and less over time. But you're exactly right. Paul X just getting another one, another feather in his cap, so to speak, going prone. But whatever the case may be, another round where Envoy just gets picked in a freebie, and after that, Subliners don't make any mistakes. The swarm is perfect out towards the actual bomb. You get it down and make sure you have coverage on all the gunfights. Which, by the way, Octane still yet to win one.
Envoy flying through mid. Got a lot of clearance here.
Oh,
that's an interesting nade. Get out of there, son. Safe and sound. Aggression from the New York Subliners. They've gone the scenic route, let's say, and they're about to land themselves in the spawn now of the LA Thieves. Will they catch anything here? As the LA Thieves, they're looking all over the place. This much time has passed, surely. You know something's up. Here we go. Kismet on the 4 spree. Gets the party started.
Just such a big first blood as well, because now you have so much more map control. You got a couple players wrapping around through Church, and gunfights in there. Envoy wins a big one, but now to the actual A point. It is trades on trades. Draza staying alive as well. A big moment for the moment, and well, there you go with 2 versus 1. Crim last alive, and 20 seconds on the clock.
They're fanning out. They're moving through mid. Crim's in trouble. Draza's got the eyes on, but wait, he doesn't land the shots. Crim nearly punishes him, but the teamwork there. LA Thieves stay alive as another good round comes to a close, and maybe a spot of good luck there. That 1v1 Kismet versus Draza, he hit the drop shot. He's no Paul X, to tell you that. He came out of ADS, and that definitely cost him in the gunfight, man. That could have been very different had he gone his way.
And the success that these have been having, it really seems to be off the back of Envoy and Draza working very well together, staying alive. The bait and switches pretty consistent, and maybe Envoy especially is just sort of that player. Like when he gets picked, the round falls apart. If he even just wins that first one, they'll have success. But keep in mind, if Thieves lose here and Octane does not get a kill, he will be James Bonded.
Well, he's technically...
There we go.
He ruined it. Technically, Alec Trevelyan. We've covered this chance. 006, come on, man. Know your bonds.
Well, if he had lost that round, he would have been 0-7, is what I was saying.
I'm not... Don't worry about it. You're right. You're right. Don't worry about it. I'm being very particular, sir. It's 5-2, and Kismet, if he wins this, he's a bloody legend. Statue of him possibly will be erected in New York. The dream is now dead. LA Thieves managed to keep it going.
And that round just comes down to picks. Draza wins his first one. Octane finally gets on the board, and you can breathe a nice sigh of relief. I know he does have sort of the miraculous status. He has dropped a donut with his team actually winning the game, but not here, not when you're down, and certainly not in a finals. You get a little bit of production out of him, and Thieves down, but not out. But obviously, Subliners again get bullied in the map number 1, trying to take care of business as quickly as possible. And they're going to try to just hit the outside of A. They've left it open before, and funnily enough, these are trying to take over mid. Paul X challenges.
He saw everyone. He saw the whole team. He saw the whites of their eyes before they tried to take the fight, and no one died, thankfully, but 4v4, straight up fight now. Envoy catches Kismet. Kismet, the bigger fish in this equation, finds that kill. Bomb making its way over towards the B side of the map now. Or is it? It's going to double back and maybe hit A from the top, but we'll see. Can he try and lead the charge? Checking corners. Doesn't check Hydra out, though. Ooh, the trade comes through from Draza. Good stuff. Crim now trying to pick up that defensive line over towards A. The shots are in. Draza goes down. Octane now on the 1v3.
And I mean, this is the man that only has a single kill, and now you got bombed down. 2 players going to be fast flanking as well. I think Octane is trying to hunt down Crim as quickly as he possibly can and try to make the hard reads for the next 2, but obviously a dire situation. Okay. But hey, shreds for the first and still has a little bit of time to work with.
30 seconds, about to get shot in the back if he doesn't get around the corner in time. Yes, he does. It's the technical 1v3 for Octane. 25 seconds on the clock. He's got a little bit of work still to do. No bomb in hand. A kill would be great. And he's checking his corners, doing his due diligence now with a quick recovery. Here come the New York Subliners, and he's about to be shot in the side. That is that. Subliners run it together. The search and destroy comes to a close, and we are tied up 1-1.
And Kismet, by the way, popping off. I think Lando told me a stat where we've mentioned quite a few times how many round 11s that we have had. Kismet has been frying in the clutch, and in that moment where it's not quite 2-1, only tied up 1-1, but another one of those games where New York, the pressure is on, and Kismet turns into the fry man. A couple first bloods, quite a few gunfight wins against Envoy, and obviously 9 kills to his name. The new kid on the team having quite a bit of success, and if I had to take a guess, this might be Kismet's first finals ever. I'm pretty sure.
In the pro scene, maybe, brother. That's a very, very interesting stat. I mean, again, it's the story of this tournament and the story of Vanguard so far. We're 4 tournaments in. We're going to have 4 completely different winners as well. Why not add Kismet into the mix there? 9-3. Wonderful stuff from him there on Tuscan. Again, the LA Thieves unable to really come out on top over the Subliners when it comes to Tuscan Search and Destroy. No matter how good they look, they just don't have that special sauce. Skavutu Control, though, coming up next chance. Of course, we will be seeing that Tuscan Hardpoint as well. And I'll tell you what, friends, we have to go the distance bocage for Game 5. Gonna be a lot of fun indeed. Mate, what do you make of the series so far? I think we're getting kind of settled in for the long run.
I still think in the back of my mind, Thieves have like a decent advantage in the respawns again, just because they banned the bocage. I will say New York has actually looked pretty good on Gavutu, just not quite as dominant on LA Thieves. And I know the sort of meme, don't chalice on Gavutu, has certainly died out a little bit for LA, but I still think if I were a betting man, I'd lean their direction for map 3.
Well, we'll see. Gavutu Control coming up next here in the Battle of the Coast. Which is the best? Is it the West? Is it the East? We'll find out here in our Pro-Am Classic Grand Finals after this break. The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Map 3 here in our grand finals, about to get underway. Coming at you live from the Belong Arena in Columbus. It's the Pro-Am Classic, and things are just starting to get spicy. Chance, many of our players here enjoying themselves in the grand final. For a few of them, first time in a long time. And for a few of them, first win in a real long time.
I mean, I think I have to correct myself a little bit. I think this is Kismet's second finals he had. He had one for Paris back in the day at like a Week 12 London event when he was playing for the Paris Legion in MW. I think Hydra's second appearance, Paul X's first, but a lot of these young guns, it's certainly early on for the finals for them. Meanwhile, Krim, this is his 50th. I mean, how many players in this league haven't had 50 tournaments yet? Meanwhile, this is basically Krim's home.
I'm not even sure I've played 50 games of rank play this season already. That's something. My man, he's the GOAT for a reason. But here we go, Gavutu Control. This is map number 3. And there's your stats so far. This is only the trends, you know, up until the halfway mark, I suppose, of the Vanguard season, Chance. And hey, it's changed a lot since we first ripped the plastic off the box and got involved.
It'd be fun to see if either of these guys have anything cooked up special, especially since you saw what, if you go to A off the rip, you have a 20% chance of winning towards the end. And if you have a lot of success towards B off the break, you can make something happen. But I think Envoy right now just trying to feel it out a little bit, play with this side of the map, but really just draw attention from the Subliners. And while a couple of players have to rotate back that direction, now we can try to play up and look for kills around these players towards the boat. And finds the first, wins a nice one against Krim, tries to help with players up the top boat, and Thieves right now swarming this A point.
Swarming indeed. Thieves still all over it. Octane, it's a slide on a Kiz. Here comes Hydra though. Still our Mountain Dew featured player, and with good reason. The shots were all nice there. A couple more players to take care of, but he's, you know, the tactical retreat, the re-engage. Teammates all over the point as well, helping him out. It's going to be Krim. Because again, good looks so far out of the Subliners here on defense in round 1.
I think, you know, in that moment, Hydra just sees its Envoy and says, thank you very much. The reach out come through and you'll take the easy win. And now you've got the trap truly set up, and Paul X is trying to get hunted, but he at least drags one to the grave with him. As LA Thieves slowly trying to get out of this setup, but anytime you step on point, you get traded so quickly. Even Draza gets chopped down, and Subliners, I mean, this is pretty much as perfect as it gets on defense. Even when you're fighting for this ring control, These are able to get a couple of kills, but then Krim wins a big one. Subliners holding strong.
Man, Krim wins 2 big ones. So again, that ring control, that's going to be the priority right now for the Subliners if they can keep them off A for as long as they can. And here comes the pressure now. New York hitting the go button. 15 seconds remaining, trying to let anyone from the LA Thieves get out of spawn. And if they do, they may be able to get that slow contest. Krim should go big here. That's going to be a massive kill, keeping the teammates on it. Here comes Envoy. 4 seconds remaining. Kill, dive into the point. Goes Sun, stops the clock. 2.9. Can he stay alive? Draza wins 1. Trying to keep this going. Hydra could end the game right here, right now with this kill. The stuns are in. Forward they go. Here come the nades, you name it. It's all onto the go button right now for the New York Subliners. Get them off the point, find the kill. There it is. Oh no, Draza, a brief moment. And there we go. The final kills are there. The round comes to a close, but the Subliners, man, they threw everything on that last point to an A.
And I think only a single tick came through as well. So maybe not quite a perfect round on defense, but you will be incredibly happy to be that dominant. I mean, you had what? Krim winning quite a few big ones over towards ring. Hydra was constantly just playing on the backside of the boat near that middle tank. And anytime someone steps on that point, you hear the very loud ping in your ear. He swings out, challenges, and takes care of business. Hydra, by the way, 9-3. So he's certainly feeling good here in the finals.
Whew. Stepping things up. He had a rough run so far. Envoy now on the flank, trying to find some space here. We've got Thieves now on defense. Through the smoke, takes care of a Krim 6, and that is going to be the first blood. Still got pressure on towards A. That first segment's already gone. Chance, so now an advantage going the way of the New York Subliners.
All these trades too. These are tricky gunfights. Draza just shreds them. A lot of times you don't actually get aim assist when you're going from the top to the bottom of the boat, but he makes it look easy. And now you've got the true setup. Again, you are tied on ticks for the moment, but this is the blender sort of spawn trap you're looking for. Players on the boat, players over by ring, but then Hydra guns too. And sort of opens up the levees there. They do break, and Subliners find the pressure on A.
And when the levee breaks, we'll have no place to stay. And right now, there's no place to play whatsoever for the LA Thieves. They're getting pushed out all across A. Kenny's trying to take care of these players, making their way across cliffside. The shots were not there. Get the submachine gun back in your hands like you were throwing a minute ago. As the pressure's still mounting, Subliners back on point. Second segment gone. They're having a wonderful time here on offense.
And it's looking like they might actually be poised to capture this as well. You get pressure towards Ring, and again, you'll probably constantly drag the LA Thieves' attentions over towards B, but that's actually not the case. Everyone up is geared up around this point. Hydra down low, 14 make it 15 and 5. Triple positive. I think he's happy to be here on Gavutu.
30 seconds remaining here on Gavutu. You're going to see the capture of A hopefully come to a close. Thieves have been trapped into a teeny little box over there. Oh dear, Crim's just come through, poking him with a stick, and his stick just got a little bigger as the second kill comes through. The blood rushing to the heads now, the LA Thieves, as the pressure is on. They got to get out of their spawn quick. Kenny managing to buy a lifeline just for a brief moment, but Paul's in from behind, and here goes Paul. Eyes on at least one, eyes on a second, and this is going to get ugly. No, Octane stays alive. They've got ring control as well. Woo! Wipe the sweat from your brow, Thieves. You're alive for still.
And those comms came in the nick of time. I'm pretty sure as soon as there was a spawner up for LA Thieves, they're screaming at Octane, someone's on the flank, turn around. And I know Paul X get ones, but it ends up panning out perfectly. And now you get stacked up, ring control into your hands. Kenny watching the deepest of flanks. I think Hook was the first player to show off this spot at Major 1, but now it's getting good use here in the finals of the Pro-Am. New York Subliners trying to pressure through the middle of the map. If you don't have Ring, I suppose that's the next best option. And now they have 2 kills working the flank. Envoy, the pressure is absolutely on.
He's got to go big here. 9 and 12. He's having a slow one. Here comes Crim. Top row.
Oh, wow.
Shades of Cold War as he gets brought down. Hydra's up. Slides his way forward. The king of the beach now. 30 seconds remaining. They're off. Oh no, the contest is still on. There's the kills. You got one more player there trying to get this one done. That's it. Clock ticking. You have to make the run now for the Subliners. They're going to get closer to that point, but the 2 members of the LA Thieves holding hands on the inside of that boat. Octane and Envoy making this hard. 20 seconds. This is going to be tough. Hydra's making his way forward. Chance. This is going to go big. The kills are there. Surely the LA Thieves win the round.
And just drag the pace down. Keep things nice and slow. Hold that L trigger pre-aim or fly out and finish this kill. There you go. Ring control fully intact. Everyone much too far away. And it was a much closer than the round before, but LA Thieves win the gunfights when they need to even up the round count at 1-1. That being said, as far as that tick advantage goes, Subliners off the back of the dominant round 1 that they had. I think they got a 2-tick bump.
Talk about ring control being one of the priorities there when it comes to defensive teams and offensive teams, are one of the most important parts of the map, especially when attacking that B side. Preach it, brother. They do a great job of it there. Hydra once again having a sensational map. 17 and 9 out of the Phenom. Everyone else pulling it up the rear. The 2-tick advantage is certainly going to help. Going into defensive, that final round. Team with the most ticks or segments captured here on the objective play will take defense. We'll see if they can keep it going. We now make our way on towards A.
And you've been handed boat control, so Thieves really need to take advantage of this because they just spent the entire time getting picked apart around this zone. But Envoy feeling the pressure. I think the tax in nades has been so on point for New York, and it really does pay dividends. Is now you've lost the boat control. Draws forced to back down because he's got 8 HP and goes for a couple quick challenges, but does get traded, and you are just back to square one. Subliners, again, just looking to be damn near perfect on defense on this map, and maybe things a little bit mixy around the boat, but I'd say they always have someone, like pushed up in the spawn. That's going to be Crim, someone on the tank. This time it's Paul X, if not Hydra. And you still have only a single tit captured in 2 rounds, and the kills still not going the way of LA.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Finally get Crim out your spawn. Nice nade out of Envoy. Trying to make their way towards boat again, but you can see the pincer now for the New York Subliners. Yellow arrows on the minimap now enclosing around the LA Thieves players. They're trying to get out their spawn, but all they're doing is running into Kismet, and he's gunning them. Absolutely ripping them down. The reinforcements are gone. The cavalry is gone. Kismet stands atop. Ring now 3 kills in a row.
And kind of wild, too, because after the map 1 that LA Thieves had, I just figured, you know, you could take momentum like that and just steamroll into a 3-0, but Subliners bounce back, are now looking incredibly strong, and the momentum that they had is collapsed like a lead balloon. See if they can make a bounce back on the next defensive round, but they've gotten absolutely stuffed on both of their offenses.
Yeah, that's strong defensive work out of the Subliners. keeping it all together.
And a guaranteed defensive round for round 5 if we get there for New York, by the way. Like, just guaranteed. It was that dominant. That worst case scenario, they just get defense again.
There we go, though. LA Thieves choosing the other foot, trying to make their way back in a final round. Potential to turn this all around. The Voodoo Control has not been a strong showing out of them so far. Difficult to contend with Hydra. Mountain Dew featured player 20 and 11 overall. Currently on a 2 spree. Nice HP. In he goes to the point, trying to find a few more.
He spots the player on the cross. By the way, look at number 4, Crim6. That number 5 Envoy actually crosses on the flank, but maybe Crim is actually too far away to win those players through. But even when Hydra is weak, he was still able to find at least 1 kill. But I think just letting that flanker through sort of staves off the pressure, and you are back to square one. I mean, this is just, I suppose, clinical defensive rounds is what this is shaping up to be.
Yeah. Crim still fighting his way out. LA Thieves frontline moves forward. Kismet does slip the net and he gets in a B. Wow, brought down immediately. Dream dead. Draza now working forward. Hydra is going to gun him. Space down a move for the New York Subliners. Out they go from spawn finally. Now they've made it down the cliff. They're running to Kenny. Bloody Kenny. Here he goes on a 4 spree. Again, this is exactly what you want out of the LA Thieves. Kills all good. Paul, once again, fights his way forward, but so difficult to make your way up this beach, Chance.
I mean, it's just, you know, the full lockdown control. Honestly, both teams having sort of similar styles. It's the perennial problem of this map. Players just living over towards that middle tank to catch you off the point. And Hydra nearly wins the second. It could have been a nice little opener on the hill, but instead you are just back to the spot where nades are landing on your face. Trades are coming through for the pinches, and Kismet actually has an opportunity to win another one. Draza's looking for the perfect angle to try to take this player down, but meanwhile, New York are just adding the ticks to the pile. The second one on board, but I'd say right now, again, they already have the guaranteed defense. They're just trying to say, hey, maybe we could get the 3-1 win instead.
Quite there yet. Nearly finished to work towards A. Here comes Octane. Draza gets there first, gets the kill. Hydra. Oh, wow. Draza manages to get another one. Brilliant stuff out of him here on point. Octane getting involved again. Less than 20 seconds here in the round. LA Thieves holding it down for a moment. A brief lapse in the defensive control. And now you've got the Subliners on point. The capture now going through. That's 1 man on point. You might be able to get a second just to speed things along that bit more. But the 3-player hit through boat mid-map. Kenny, you've got your work cut out for you now.
And so far, this has been one of the most standard Gavutu controls we've seen so far, but now with the lives very close to tied, Subliners can at least turn their attention over towards B. Kismet looking for the routes, and he's found it for at least the first freebie of a kill, but his teammates are literally across the entire map, so how many kills can he find? Or maybe none at all. He actually reads this flank coming through, so there's number 2. His teammates still, though, are just trapped in their spawn, so Kismet, even if he finds a couple more openers, and there's number 4 in a row for him. Finally, he's got a little bit of help as Crim6 is nearby. How far can Kismet stretch this out?
That was it. Comes to a close. Shot in the back by Octane. Still, Crim's managed to get his way forward now. As Kismet's spree closes out. 25 on the clock. You talked about New York Subliners trying to get this done. 3-1 chance. The opportunity is here. 2 of them are in ringside. Envoy can't get anything done. He's done. He's been cleaned up. Here comes the stack. 2 members now of the New York Subliners on the point. They're getting cleaned up. Kills coming through. No more lives left. They're still managing to get the capture now. Slowly but surely you have to contend with the hit from the LA Thieves. Here they go. Right out of spawn. Into the mix. Kismet locking it down alone for now. The contest. Hydra can't quite help in time. LA Thieves. They find the kills. And from the absolute jaws of what could have been a dreadful scenario, they should have won this round, and they should force that final round. Paul, last man up. It is curtains. We go to a round 5.
I mean, again, truly one of the most standard Gavutu controls we have seen this year, just dominant on defense, but Subliners just a little bit better on the offenses, get a couple extra ticks, and pretty much, I mean, you know, capture A both times, so they will get that defense for this final round. LA Thieves now are in a situation where they need to get 6 ticks when I think they literally just have 1 total. This might be the time to mix things up and try to go for a B hit, but that does not look to be the case. It is once again a standard opening break. Or maybe 2 players through ring are actually trying to make things a little bit interesting potentially, and, well, you sprint into death.
Yep, Draza, though, not going to sprint into it. Shots are up. Good work out of Draza. Cuts down Kismet, the lone defender now towards the B side of the map, and he's closer enough, but Paul's right off spawn. Shots are all good. He wins the fight, and now LA Thieves back to the drawing board they go. One member forward takes care of Crim. It all falls down to Kenny now to make a bit of damage. Paul's making his way around the corner. Kenny, what a win that was. He stays alive. Thieves now with an avenue to get to B.
And I think Kenny will be the player that's going to be left on it by himself, or maybe he wants to look for the kills instead. I mean, Subliners aren't even wrapping back really to protect this point. They're giving it up, and then you're just dying. Thieves, let me tell you, on offense, they are not looking good.
Oh, it's so hard, man. I mean, you've still got the good work the Subliners are doing, but I don't think Thieves did themselves too many favors there with that hit. Guys are still trying to lock down top boat. Less than 25 now in the round and in the map. Kismet still holding it. As the Subliners, all they've got to do is stay alive for the next 20 seconds. Don't let anyone get on the A zone. Don't let it happen. A win from Kenny now is going to give the clearance to move forward. Kismet still defending the top side of the boat. Starman has to jump on the point. Kismet's there. Kenny brought down. Oh, that's it. It is done. Gavutu control. There's no way you can make your way forward now. Kismet on a rampage. Kills keep going their way as the LA Thieves fall to pieces there on Gavutu control. And the old goat, he's screaming on the other side. This is tournament point, New York Subliners.
I mean, that is as flat as you can possibly be on offense. Subliners dominated them on defense from start to finish. Hydra fried with the automaton the entire time, led the lobby in slaying, and there's Crim in his 50th finals, now just one more away from adding an extra chip to the count. I mean, he is well in the 30s at this point, and I mean, right now, Subliners, again, after the bounce back that they just had in map number 1, they are looking good.
Very good indeed. Many thought Thieves, yourself included, Chance, but man alive, Subliners have brought the games today. The Search and Destroy turned around massively, and a wicked performance there on Gavutu control. Hydra 35-20, Kismet 27-25, brilliant stuff out of him, and Crim as well 27-21, big damage across the board. LA Thieves, close, but no cigar there in that final round. It was an absolute battering. Now, though, another hard point. The LA Thieves, the magic they've had there in the game mode all week long, and the same could be said for the Subliners, a showdown. To force the game 5 for the LA Thieves. Now to win the whole damn thing for the Subliners, baby, is old Blue Eyes. Is he warming up?
I mean, that white dragon may be coming out with those blue eyes, but whatever the case may be, something that did catch my eye is not just the fact that Hydra led the lobby in slaying, but on offensive kills, he was actually dominant. So the main factor why he had 16 in the 2 offensive rounds that they had, and obviously there was a couple players in this game that weren't much past 16 kills total, so we hail Hydra for good reason, leading the charge for his team into this Tuscan hardpoint. But this is one of the reasons I was thinking Thieves at the start is, again, the Bocage gets banned, and I still think that Thieves have the edge on this map, but I don't think it'll be nearly as clear-cut as the Berlin. And I mean, honestly, the way Subliners been shooting these past couple maps, you truly never know.
Hey, man, it could happen. Let's face it. The most exciting thing for me about this event again is we're definitely crowning a brand new champion here in the CDL 2022 season. Tuscan Hardpoint coming up next. We will see if that scoreboard reads low all the way to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. Hydra, the man, the myth, the legend, had a brilliant run there on Gavutu control to force his boys now into a tournament-winning situation. The Pro-Am Classic has been full of drama, chills, spills, thrills, you name it, all the good stuff. One more map, boys, is all you need. The LA Thieves stand in your way. They're looking to force this game 5, stay alive here in this competition. It has been a season of woes for such a promising roster. As you can feel that tension, man, it's getting spicy. Chance getting a little stingy in there. I think the Ultra Boys packed their bags up as well. They saw that map and they were like, it's chalked them out. Saw Band stand up and getting on out of there. And now the last minute words to be passed on to the Subliners. This could be it.
And I know we've talked about somewhat of the strength of schedule just due to format for the Subliners, but at the end of the day, their map records throughout this tournament: 7-1 right now in Hardpoint, 5-1 in the S&D, 5-1 in the Control. I mean, you have 3 total map losses and what, series number 6 for these guys. I mean, it has been close to perfect, and I mean, this is what, the 3rd roster that this team has worked with. Kismet, the man that got the call up. Paul X, another guy that got the call up. And they have certainly been figuring things out, improved tenfold to how they started this year.
We look at the hard point. This is, again, not including map number 1. These are our top performers on each team. And again, it's nothing massive. It's nothing crazy. Recent form is definitely winning the name of the game for the New York Subliners and for Hydra as well. The 1.08 for him and Envoy just falling short of the 1KD there. But mate, This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Tuscan's a tearjerker. It has been a heartbreaker for so many teams in the league. Some climactic moments on the same map and mode. There's broken hearts all over the place. We'll see if another one can be added to the pile. Fist bumps are out. This is it. Last chance for LA Thieves here in the competition.
Good news for LA Thieves, though. I mean, you know, roll swap or no roll swap, this has been one of their strongest, if not their strongest map all year long. I know their hard point has faltered just a little bit through the middle portion of the season, but obviously they have made a couple strides just to get here. Have a win against OpTic on this map. I think have a win against, was it Boston? I can't remember who the other one was, but LA Thieves are 2-0 on this map, but obviously on the flip side for the New York Subliners, this is the map that got them to the grand finals. It was a nail biter against Ultra, but they delivered. Obviously the reps are in and Krim has been piecing as well. Nice little KD, perfectly on point, 70% non-traded. You are very happy if you're an AR player, if you're in that range. And I mean, not just him, obviously Hydra is a player to be feared. I think Kismet has been feasting in some of these SMG gunfights as well, especially so in the S&D, but potentially the Tuscan hardpoint to rule them all. Subliners in the hill first.
So Kismet, the big question for him, I think, is you've had such a great performance in your opening event now for the Subliners in the roster. Can you keep that one going? Of course, the major qualifiers starting next week. Moving over towards Toronto as well. Hydra, Mountain Dew feature player now on 2 spree. Turns into 3 sprees. 30 seconds have already passed the hard point. It's gone all the way to the Subliners. And lordy, they have got the LA Thieves in a headlock right now.
Still didn't flip those spawns, though. I thought Hydra might have been pushed up far enough to block, but instead he is going to be in between all 3 and eventually does just get shot in the back. But in spite of the fact that you don't flip the spawns, you still get a really good chunk of time straight off the opening break. And nice little chow from Paulex as well. Going to collect those final 10 seconds. It will be a 40-point lead for New York. Going into this P2 hill, where admittedly LA, they do have a pretty solid setup and quite a few kills just to intro this hill. And I think a nice little opportunity to start staking away at those points to try to get back in this game.
I think we've been very critical of Krim, and it's been a bit of a joke, is the team nade so far in the competition. He hasn't managed to land a single one in this finals just yet. Knock on wood, he doesn't get it done. Kids through the back. Charles is going to find that kill. Time going the way of the LA Thieves now. 15 seconds and climbing. They've got themselves a lot of space to work with here on column. P2, second point in the set. Taser through from Paul, trying to get the break done. And it's through the side alley. They're going. Kenny, though. Oh, dear. That's a teammate lands for himself. Will Paul be able to find the kill here and finally get that break? Contest is on. There's the shots. Hydra is going to be involved now. And Paul, Lord, he finds it. Shots are good. Pressure is now on. Oh, boy. Paul literally running circles around the point. That's the break. That's all Subliners.
That was perfect positioning by the well with the way he handled the slides around until the very bitter end, but where he falls, that'll just be the scrap time collected for LA Thieves. Still had a pretty solid P2 hold, and Kismet in a situation where he is still looking for his first kill, but on this rotation, New York are going to be there free and clear. But it looks like Roof will be the push coming in from LA Thieves after they take care of Krim, but obviously they got a ways to go, and they got to kill Krim again.
Krim, 2 on the rooftops, makes them all safe. That tiled side of the map all his. Kismet can sit there and keep soaking up that hard point time. Working out in a big way for the Subliners. Nades now from Hydra. Flying his way forward, cutting out the players from fire. Puts them out. Indeed, a second there on a Kenny. That's massive. They're now the reposition. Looking eyes across the map. Trying to stop the stem of reinforcements now from the LA Thieves. Even getting close to the hard point. Less than 30 seconds now to play with here on the 3rd hard point on Fountain. Normally a tough one to break, but for Subliners, Charles, hey, they're looking pretty good here, my friend.
Yeah, handling the split spawns as well, because I think Octane spawned out Roof, so they weren't expecting someone to come through fire. They thought it'd all be field, but there you go. Hydra delivers 12 and 4 again, to the shock of literally nobody that he is frying, but they'll be looking for a glide as Paul X dragging players to hell before he gets killed. And you see, that's just the setup for Krim to play the corner. Kenny throws a nice shoulder, but it is all the players in the back. Subliners win the rotation, get the back spawns, but don't have the hill just yet. 2v2 battle around the point. Kismet looking for the intro and Octane by himself and does get traded out. Subliners perfect on this rotation. They have built themselves a very nice lead.
Another sweet break. Krim finding 2 more. Envoy, I'm not sure if it was a flipped headset or what, but he missed that one out. Krim, no more to be had there. Ball now onto the point. Here comes the play from the LA Thieves. 3 players right through the front door. Knock, knock. Here they come. Kismet gets dropped. Straight onto the point they're going. It's Envoy with a 2-piece. Hydra now the back. Hydra from the back. Oh, my Lord. He nearly gets all of them, but that's the kills come through, and the LA Thieves, they stay alive. There's 20 seconds to be had here if they can keep Kismet at bay.
And I was thinking, yeah, chow this guy off the hill. This is not a bunch of scrap time you want to give away. Kismet takes the extra long route to make it happen, but you at least get those final 10 seconds and a little bit of time work to try to set up on this rotation. Kismet's been taking a full flank, but you had the pinch getting set up. Kenny there for the Dreeds, and honestly, this is where Thieves are sometimes at their best on P5. Doing a nice job of just controlling one side of the map. You know where to look, but now Crimsix causing problems in green is Kismet. The full flank coming to fruition. He's trading out for Paul, gets inside the hill, but Thieves hold strong on P5 so far. First 20 seconds do go their way.
A dicey moment right there. Draza doesn't win that 1v1. That's the break, and you got the hard point now. Here comes the push. Draza keeping the play going. Kills are working out for him. His teammates finding the time. Paul goes down as well. Draza, pistol out as Crim finds it. He's still keeping the play going. It's Octane now. He's up next. Brought down by the gunfire there of the Subliners as they make their way on towards the point. Pistol still in hand for Envoy. No more kills to be had. Octane backed on up. All three members now make it 4. Pushed onto the point as the Subliners. It is shoulder to shoulder, standing room only here in the command center. Octane with the shots. Draza gets involved and he slides across the table for the final kill. That's the next set of time going the way of the LA Thieves. A hard-fought battle on P5.
And that is not an easy hill to hold in the slightest, and that was the best one of the map thus far for LA Thieves. And we have seen this so many times, by the way, on the rotation of P1, where teams take their time to set up the fullest of pinches. And basically, if you have the hill, you're in a tight setup, and you just get picked apart every single time. The 4-man wipe is in. There's the break, and Thieves now controlling the spawns, trying to get back in this game.
The Thieves is starting to get a little dicey. They're starting to run things up as Envoy dancing circles around these players on spawn. They've got mid-map covered. It's all working out. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Los Angeles Thieves.
I'm on tree. I'm on tree.
Okay. Other mid, I'm helping them. Okay, help them.
I don't see anything their side, bro. I think it's a hard rotation. I think it's a hard rotation.
Mid on me, Paul. Lay down.
They're in new. They beat us to new 100%. They are through. They are in the back.
Yes, I flipped. They
slow the
allowed,
game down,
bro.
bro. Slow it down. Guarantee these rotation kills.
I'm going through top.
You guys just need to live. We don't need to break. We need to live.
I know. I'm on the back.
We can go with Ken here. We might be able to.
I'm challenging too. He can be mats. Give me mats. Back out, mats. On the truck.
Close truck on me.
I'm coming. One shot there.
One shot.
We'll spawn here. I go back alley. One shot, bro.
Yeah, 2 back alley.
Get nades on Tom. I need everything.
I have no tax. I have no tax.
I'm gonna pinch mats, bro. I'm gonna pinch mats. Oh, it's close stairs. Telling up the stairs. Wait for Ken.
I'm a horse on that. Back alley still.
Okay, got Tom.
Back alley dead.
Give me short, maybe.
Short and pop, probably.
Give me the back. Short, bro. Sit on! I have mats.
Get us out of the listening. I don't know what I just heard there, but it was hella spicy. Now, speaking of spice, the lead has changed hands. Subline is now on the back foot, looking to make the break with 25 left. Quick listening now with NYSL.
One's absolute back left. Jaws, he's one back L.
Hit this. I'm going radio.
Both peek on time, guys.
One time. One's go back.
Bike is short the time. Short the time. 2 am I looking for?
Draws it 2-0.
Draws in
Kenny. All right, yo, clutch up here.
I'm seeing back here, guys. I'm playing back.
They're gonna go maps. Fuck, I gotta
get time. I'm gonna get fired.
Yo, I can't.
I got stun well.
I can't get time.
I'll get it.
Top. I got one.
I go hold your zig again.
I got 2. Oh my god.
Hold your zig.
Yo, one more well. He's gonna go.
Watch my back. Watch my back.
Every
Watch that.
I'm
gonna spawn out. I spawn grass. I can watch mid lane.
Okay.
I'm getting
back right. I'm dead. 2 behind you. One zig.
Yo, mid.
Zig weak.
You're in the back. Yo, zig. Here's your charge.
Nice.
One more in the back.
One more. Kenny.
Weak. He's weak by lane 2.
I'm gonna jump fire.
Nice.
I got fire.
Don't shot.
No, I'm good. He's weak.
I got there. They're telling you.
I got one more.
I got you. Lay down. Just lay down on that wall. Sam, one shot in the back. Just lay down, Porter. Just lay down.
I got you.
Just lay down.
I have you, Porter.
I'm shitting.
I got him.
Z.
Absolute Z. Literally a bullet. Close right.
Close right. Show him.
Nice job.
Lay down.
No, Zig.
He's behind the fountain.
And he's behind Z.
Weak dead.
Get their time.
I got time.
Go.
I'm gonna jump out mid. They're gonna read maps. I'm gonna go bottom church.
He's weak. Where you?
I'm bottom church right now. One in new. Draws up. Damn it, man.
Draws the lead, changes hands once again. Subliners back in it, but you got church rotations down. It's all LA Thieves.
That is so brutal, too. Like, they were starting to believe in the comms, but then LA Thieves get the wipe on rotation just to make things that much more difficult. But here's Crib with the SMG trying to fly forward. He's waiting for the teammate, and the chows come through, but again, they get stuck. The LA Thieves hold strong, but now you actually flip those spawns. Subliners get gifted towards the back, and now that they're quicker, they might be able to get inside the hill and try to make the break, and it is going to be in. Subliners still live, down by 15, but oh my God, is it close.
It's an unbelievable run out of Hydra there. 25-17 stays alive back pillars. Here comes Envoy around the corner. He doesn't check it. Hydra's going to get the kills with the reads. It's done. 15 seconds remaining here on Church, and it is all Subliners. They're going to take the lead back. Now the rotation down. The dreaded P5, the command center. Kismet is already in position. If he can set himself up in a sweet corner, he may be able to stop the stem now from the LA Thieves, but they've got reinforcements flooding in through roof side. This could be a big break as we get to the business end of this hard point.
Oh, they're just picking them apart one at a time as well. But Hydra down low, the hero for the team. He's able to connect with one. Krim finds two, and they don't both get dealt with because Krim wins the second the Subliners break on in. And obviously, it'll be a battle on this P5, but Subliners can absolutely win the tournament here.
It's got to be something special here on P5. It is strictly business now as the numbers starting to dwindle for the Subliners. One goes down, Kismet's up next, Kenny rips him apart. Here comes Hydra back into the fray. Octane's got mid-map all sweet and covered, and the LA Thieves, they've done it, they're broken in. They've got 4 down, they've got the hard point, and now they've got the next 20.
And look at this, what Subliners are doing, by the way. They're not actually fighting for this scrap, so they're going to be giving away a massive amount of time on this P1 rotation, where teams have done it time and time again, and Thieves is one of them where you take your time for this break. Last time, they hit around the entire map and pinched. This time, they are grouped up together, trying to make the play.
Here we go. It all comes down to this last point. Krim trying to find as many as he can. The damage has been dealt, and now the pressure is certainly on. Old Blue Eyes is warming up. The Subliners can taste the win, but they have to hold the point. 2 kills either side. Hydra can't get any more out of it, as now Kenny makes his way onto the point. The contest is there. It was a 1v1, and oh my god, the LA Thieves, they win the fight now to deal with the spawners.
And Envoy's got the corner. He's just playing for his life right now. His teammates are the backup, and the next set of gunfights seals the deal for this game for either team. Subliners get the first couple. Kenny trying to stay alive. Soaring is Kismet, but 2 is dead. The trades come through. Subliners still in the hill.
Oh, they've managed to find the kills. There's 25 seconds left. The win could be had here. Octane, shots are good. Finds a time to get a player off the point. But again, look how close this is. As Octane trying to now go as big as he possibly can. The shots were there, but not enough to get the kill. 5 seconds. Oh my god, the contest is there. Start spreading the news. They have gone and done it. New York, baby. They finally get it done in Crim 6's 50th finals appearance. They close it out 3-1. The Pro-Am Classic, man alive. What a sweat fest it was from start to finish. The LA Thieves bested there on Tuscan. What a victory for the Subliners.
It is that new New York $100,000 prize they get to collect in Hydra frying the entire time. I mean, they started this series in the absolute worst way possible and bounced back absurd with Clickery. I mean, in the respawns, Hydra, the absolute fry man. The new man on the team, Kismet, was piecing them up in Search and Destroy, led the lobby in slang, and, well, there's the GOAT maybe getting set up for another interview, and I can only imagine what he has to say.
I certainly hope so. Tough scenes for the LA Thieves. Real difficult situation for them. And again, has to be said, grand finals appearance, they had a very difficult run in the tournament to get to this spot. But for the Subliners, man, there you go. Your 2022 Pro-Am Classic champions. It was a 3-1. And everyone's got to be feeling great. And honestly, what a brilliant debut here in the CDL, the 2022 season, in the Subliners roster for Kismet. Certainly made a massive impact there, a big splash as the rest of the team feeling fantastic about that one. And again, Crim's 50th grand finals appearance, and it's a dub, 3-1.
And I gotta say, it was truly starting to get a little bit weird. I mean, when you watch Crim 6's career, that's, you know, what, 10, 11 years at this point, he has literally spent all of his time, if not just being on a dynasty team, always in the, you know, top 3, top 4 mix. This was the first time where things were genuinely looking dire. And look at him in the final map. Good God. 4,300 damage, 35 kills with the 10 assists. Nice little 45 EKIA to get him back where he's always been, right at the very top. And maybe for him, making things all right in the world. By the way, him and Hydra together, 49 non-traded kills. Maybe a little bit more absurd for Hydra because he's running the sub, but either way, a stellar performance to take down LA Thieves on one of their finest maps. Taking care of business, even making the final call towards the end to like not bully out P5 because there were still 20 seconds of scrap left on it. They made the commitment to go for that rotation and end up winning things on P1. Incredibly clean performance and clean tournament out of the New York Subliners. 6 series, I believe they had, only dropped 3 maps.
Unbelievable. Take a quick look at the final few moments of that hard point. Again, I'm glad you brought it up for our Scuff play of the game chance. P5 comes to a close, early rotation over to first, and it really was a game-winning call.
And honestly, I thought they were going to lose it. I thought the sort of play that Thieves were making, just all pushing out through the same side, was going to pan off, especially in this moment where Thieves get the 3 kills. They trade out Hydra. Envoy trades the final kill on the flank as last man standing, but he dips out and away for the hill, plays a corner, and I guess it really just comes down to off this next life, all the gunfights that the Subliners are able to win. Crim wins a long-range AR engagement. Envoy just gets traded, or not even traded. I don't think Envoy is able to get a single kill, and I think after this, I mean, Kenny's by himself. Crim again on the outer wins another AR gunfight, gets the trade for the 3rd. I mean, you talk about your life that matters the most, and Crim is able to come and collect at least 3 kills before he falls. Just a masterclass performance in those grand finals.
A tournament-winning moment right there. The old goat still got plenty left in that tank. An unbelievable run. And hey, got to give it to the Subliners. They came to play this week here, the Pro-Am Classic. A lot of folks wondering, what it'd be like to see the amateur players go up against the pros. And for New York, I mean, it was a trial by fire. Kismet had been in the team for not too long. And that is a wonderful display against some top talent here in the CDL. And again, a team like the LA Thieves, who came out swinging as well. They can't be too disappointed with that. 2nd place in this grand finals. Not a bad look for them whatsoever. Kenny looking fine on the sub. A little bit of work to the hero there, but they have time to do that, of course. Qualifiers starting again for the next major next week. We're right back on it, friends. Or you complaining about, like, oh, we took a big old break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is non-stop from here on out, boys and girls. All right, Desk, save me before I do something absurd. Grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, we did it.
What's going on? Hey, we got a new champion, by the way. Great cast, boys. Can't wait to see you guys next time. But hey, big congratulations to the New York Subliners. Allie, all those changes paid off after all, right?
Finally, the Habatoonering hopefully gets its stalemate with this giant win. And I gotta say, it's just a composure throughout the entire Tuscan, right? There was a little bit of an error on the LA Thieves part there, where I feel like we saw them do before, where they focus so much on P5. They throw so many bodies at that scrap time. And then when it came to the rotation to P1 to try and break it, nobody hit the split off. Sam hits mid, but 3 of them funnel in through Church and P1 side, and that just gives NYSL all the information they needed. Dylan tried to stay alive, watched the mid pinch, but I guess he was so worried about the chaoticness of it all. He gave himself terrible timing when he went to check their side P1 and then wrap back mid and then just get shut down by Kismet, who, by the way, dropped like 13 kills for the win in that. But
Carried the whole team. Let's go.
Yeah, but in 40 hill time, he did what he needed to do.
Kismet did a great job.
I know you're talking about the flood, and it was definitely a little bit of a sus play, but it actually ended up like kind of working out because they got the final kill. I think the bigger error was when they respawned there. They just tried to flood once again side Church. If they sent somebody mid, they might have been able to get control of the map, maybe get control of P1 and end up winning the game. But what does New York do? They send 2 players right through middle map, gives them multiple different angles of attack, and they end up closing it out. So like you said, it's the composure from this New York team, time and time again. From the first time they played Thieves in the reverse sweep of the full sail, and now into that one where they clutch up at the very end. Like, these guys deserve that victory.
You got that right. And we also have an interview. Paul X, the Game Fuel post-victory spotlight. Paul, congrats. Man, when you joined New York, you guys were nothing like this, and you guys overcame just so much adversity and dominated on your way to the finals. You're looking good in every game type out there. How do you feel?
Honestly, this is a big, honestly, I had a chip on my shoulder going into this. Just a lot of things being said on the internet. So I just came in here to prove a point, and it feels amazing to, you know, come out and win when, you know, nobody expected this. They had us losing instantly, 3-0'd, but I always had faith.
Congratulations, Paul. I mean, huge win, not only for you, but for the team as a whole, and for your confidence as well. I've got to ask you, when it came from that first hard point, you guys lost by a very large margin. What was kind of that regain like heading into the rest of the series? Because I saw them try to re-challenge you guys again on Tuscan S&D, and clearly your confidence had to be high going into that.
Yeah, Porter just kind of told us just brush it off. They literally just came off a series against OpTic, and we didn't have a warm-up scrim, so we were just kind of sitting there waiting. So we kind of knew it was going to be like a hard first match until we got warm, and you know, there's nothing much you could do when their guns are hot and they're just flying at you, and you know, so.
Yo, Paul, listen, man, I'm gonna need to see a smile. You just won a championship, baby. This is your first W. Congratulations, my guy. And I gotta ask you, you are a confident player, man. I see you shooting bodies. I see you talking trash on the timeline. Like, what fuels you as a player? Because you had to go down to the depths, and now you've come back and you got a championship this year.
Honestly, it's my mom, my dad, honestly. It's like thinking about them and all the hard work I put in. I'm finally here to do something back in the league. Literally a month ago, I was an amateur, and you know, I don't want to go back there again.
Awesome, man.
Hey, shout out to Chris. Just pick up that headset, man.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul, thank you so much. Congratulations once more. Sorry about that, man.
Oh, Ant, what's up, man? Best friend?
How's it going, my guy? Are you going to be hanging out later? I got to have some words with you, pal.
Hey, Krim, congrats on the big win. Oh, feel free. Floor is yours.
There's delay on this. You guys got to fix the delay. It makes us sound awkward. But thank you so much. And no more Coronas, all right? We're too old for that, okay?
All right, fair enough.
Modelo's.
It's Modelo time?
I'm
Is it
telling
Modelo
you.
time?
He's cultured.
Yep.
Modelo's are to play.
Yep.
All right, well, Krim, usually we're here, you know, asking you questions and you take control of the interview. Is there anything that you want to say to the COD community at mass? The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, one thing, right? Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Well, congratulations on the victory. Go enjoy it. We'll talk to you later, Krim.
Take it easy.
Congrats,
Thank you. I'll see you tonight. Let's get crazy.
Let's go. Let's get crazy, definitely. So, yeah, there you have it. NYSL pulls out the big win. This is just insane. The way that they started the year compared to where they're at now, that's great. Can't wait to see what the Major 3 qualifiers are going to bring us as well. But also, we have to tip our hats to the LA Thieves, man.
Yes, we do.
Stage 2, they struggled. They didn't look good at all. And people were saying, hey, you know, something might have to change with this team. They came into this event, and everybody picked it up.
Yeah, you know, the Search and Destroy looked a bit better throughout this tournament. Still a ways to go, but there's some good signs for LA Thieves. I mean, Octane was back in human turret form. This guy was absolutely frying. Draza looked incredible in the new role. And then Kenny as well. As the tournament went on, he began to be way more comfortable. So LA Thieves, they continue on this trend. They can be back in the discussion. I mean, this is a grand finals appearance. This is a big deal. That's going to do a lot for their confidence.
You're right. Now, talking about confidence, Toronto Ultra walked into this event in a big way, right? That team also struggled, but hey, they got a really good top 4 finish. But also, they're going to be winners of the Game Field Tactical Play where Bance and Cammy clutched that 2v4. Allie, I'm loving that Toronto's back.
I love that Toronto's back, especially winning respawns, but it's S&D where we've always known they're capable of shining. Bance and Cammy, I mean, Bance the route man, he catches a player, doesn't quite get the kill just yet. He's going to get some information as well. And you see on your mini-map, there's 2 players from New York in mid-palace right now, and that's another pick in the back of trains from Cammy. These 2 players are nowhere near each other, but they are playing off timing perfectly. Cammy catches a guy off bomb, plays his life, and then suddenly it's a 1v1. Paul X versus Bance. But Bance is still back there in Desert. That was a huge 2v4 clutch for them. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to finish it out to make it into grand finals.
I'm so proud of that team right there. I love those boys. But I have a question for both of you right now. When it comes to MVP, this is going to be kind of hard, right? Because
undoubtedly. No, it's not hard.
So who takes it?
Without question, it's Hydra.
Hydra,
the man Paco, I mean, we got to give him his flowers. He's been doing it for a while. I mean, like, this guy just takes over in game. So many times we see Hydra popping big 2 pieces, 3 pieces for the squad. That last map, like, he sealed the deal for that game. He deserves MVP for this tournament, in my mind.
Right, Ali, looking forward. I mean, Hydra, he started the season hot. He's still hot. He won the championship just now. I mean, what's next? What are your thoughts about him?
What do you mean, what's next? He's consistent. I mean, he's on board with the likes of Celium, where you know what Hydra's going to do.
Yeah,
he's going to drop huge numbers. He's a superstar. He's going to be that route man, and now he's been let loose, right? With the addition of Kismet, he doesn't have to worry about picking up every single role in this New York squad. So I feel like as time progresses, he's just going to get more comfortable, and his ceiling is never ending.
And now that this is such a well-rounded team, it seems like Paco is able to relax and do exactly what he needs to do. They let the leash off of this guy, and what? He's just a havoc. He's a menace on every single map against whoever he goes against.
And just think about what he's dealt with as a player. I mean, the last 2 years, like, he's been in some of the most stressful situations on a team. Like, this New York team has been trying to figure out their roster for so long. He has been the constant who's just been consistent throughout these events. So he deserves this. He's put in so many hours, so much time. I mean, he's learned the language, the English language, so much better. And they're listening. It's cool, calm, and collected. They sound like a team. So Hydra, your Pro-Am MVP. This won't be the last time we crown Hydra MVP.
And respectfully, we have to say it. Everybody on this squad did their job. Kismet, Crimsix tore it up. 35 and 27 on that last map, by the way. 42,000 damage, almost in that 43K mark. But that is, I mean, 4,200 damage. I'm chalked right now. It's been a long day. But also, let's take a look at the Aim Lab best shots of the week as well, because this event was full of, just surprises and great plays all around. Let's go ahead and see what the best shots were all weekend long, because, man, they just kept on coming. Shout out to Dave Patty in Florida, by the way. I was hoping it went further.
Yeah, no, last I saw him, Dave Patty was 2 and 7, so that might have been the whole 2 kills that he got all weekend on that search and
Yo, this was dirty right here, by the way.
Dashy with the sniper in hand, I've never felt more at home.
Yeah, he was popping some kills there on that one. And then Hydra as well in this Berlin. I was hoping they'd show this. We saw some crazy snipes there in a couple of rounds. Simp with the sniper as well. I love seeing him snipe. He is an incredible shot. At times, though, I feel like with the sniper on Faze, like it changes the way they play their offense. So maybe we won't see Simp sniping as much in the future.
You're right. Now, let's also take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded. We found our conclusion. NYSL on top. But how did they get there? They had to be Paris Legion. Beautiful 3-0, right? Then the Toronto Ultra. Quick work of that 3-1. And then another 3-1 against Los Angeles Thieves. But this bracket, I mean, pick'ems are chalked all around once again, Allie.
No, it's crazy. I think the only person that might have had a perfect bracket is by the name of Jeremy Study, because we all know he is lit out of his gaming chair right now with this New York dub.
You're right. Also, let's see who walked away with the biggest prize. Is obviously going to be New York, $100,000. LA Thieves walked away with 50 bands. I love it. And money all around. Unfortunately, none of this went to an AM team. And I'm hoping that next time around we see them really make a big splash. It was really fun.
I'm right there with you. And hopefully Krim with that money buys you some Modelo's, and because he's been out your neck all weekend. But chat, like he said.
Will Smith me. It's crazy.
Exactly. So we're at the end of the CDL Pro-Am Classic. It's been a great 4 days, right? Allie, what do you got to say?
Call your moms before Krim does, please.
Exactly. Nameless, put a bow on top, man. How do you feel?
This is a wonderful event. We're right back next week to start Major 3 qualifiers. We'll see you guys then, man. It's going to be a blast.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have seen it, and this has been basically the definition of what's been happening in the CDL, right? We see teams from top to bottom pretty much mix up the rankings, but on top is going to be the New York Subliners. But I'm going to give a shout out to every single team that has been here. They have been phenomenal, and I've absolutely loved everything that I've seen. But coming up next, we have Major 3, the Toronto Major. You guys better be there, because the competition is just bubbling up right now, and nobody can really guess who the best team in the game is yet. Atlanta Faze has something to say, and OpTic Texas is going to come back stronger than ever. But for me, I can't wait to see what NYSL does. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys have a great night. Happy Mother's Day. We love you. We'll see you next time for more CDL action.